Hello and welcome to round 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series live here from Teesside Karting in Middlesbrough. I am David Sullivan, and with the 24-hour only 2 weeks away, we've had our very own driver change in the commentary box. Tom Butterworth is off on holiday. We've scoured the land, we've raided the piggy bank, and we have brought in the voice of the Motorsport UK British Championships, Anthony Jordan.
Well, thank you very much, David. A gracious intro there, and I have to say, what a weekend we're looking for. Look at the track and the clouds and conditions that we're seeing here today. I have to say, it's a lot cooler outside this commentary box than it is inside the commentary box. Well,
we've seen some perfect racing conditions. A number of lap records that we thought would stand for a very long time after round 2 have been broken this morning in Bambino, Junior Pro Kart, and in the Senior Rotax class as well. So some fast times out there at Teesside Autodrome, and it won't be long until the first race of the day is upon us. That will of course be our Bambinos, who will then run through the usual cycle of races here at Teesside. It's Bambinos, Junior Pro Karts, then our Cadet class, then it's a mix of Junior and Minimax with Senior Rotax and the Senior Pro Karts. After that we'll have 3 heats and a final for each of our classes, so that'll be 24 races for you here in 2 stints at Teesside. We get a half-an-hour lunch break where we'll be able to go up to the cafe and sample the wares.
Well, I think a lot's happened in that time, but I think it's time for our first race of the day. It's time for the Bambinos.
Bambinos then are out on circuit gridding up. We are moments away. The final 5 or 6 drivers are going to come into position. On the pole position then will be the 21 of Josh Cormack, alongside him the 8 of Harvey Bacon. Austin O'Man and Drew Davidson will share row number 2. Edward Rye and Buddy Hugo on row 3. Jack Mellon, Freddie Murray, Joey Swan and Amelia DL complete the top 10. Fraser Anderson will be 11th. He's alongside Charlie Bell in 12th. Ellis Child, Alfie Watson, Harris Barber, Tommy Clark and Jake Gibbon in the newly liveried and newly numbered 111 will start in 17th place. So it's a big grid of Bambinos here, and it is a new pole position sitter for us here at Teesside. The 21 of Josh Cormack. He set the fastest ever time we've had around here at Teesside, a 59.1. breaking the previous lap record by Max Taddy. That was set at round 2, as were all of our lap records actually, in the perfect conditions that were provided to us. Circuit is being cleared of the chaperones and we're about to go racing for the first time.
I have to say, I'm very looking forward to it. Bambinos always give us a great scene of racing, but yeah, over to you.
Green flag drops and we're away in racing. It's a good start from Harvey Bacon, the championship leader, from the outside of the front row, and he's going to come into the D chicane for the first time and chops across the bows of Josh Cormack as they go round the national loop. And Josh Cormack's pole position lasted for all of 15 metres as the championship leader, the 8 of Harvey Bacon, will come through the chicanes. They go for the first time, and already the top 4 of Bacon, Davidson, O'Man and the 70 of Drew Davidson have already started to break away. The 11 of Buddy Hugo, he's come through from 6th and up into 5th place. Edward Rye as well has made a good start from the 4th row. He's going down the back straight. He's alongside Buddy Hugo, but he is on the outside as Harvey Bacon has lost 2 places in the space of the back straight. They go round South Bank then for the first time, and it's the 21 of our pole sitter Josh Cormack back to the head of the pack.
Yeah, it's a good start from the entire grid of these Bambinos. You have to remember that these are very small cuts. We go on board with the action drone here at Teesside. Excellent footage there. If you're watching the stream here at the circuit, I recommend you do so. But yeah, out on track there across the line, and it's a good start then. Josh Cormack leading the way from Austin O'Man, who sets the fastest lap across the line after lap 1.
Yeah, so O'Man there with the fastest lap of the race. The start line marshal, you may have seen it as the camera flicked through there, does have the mechanical flag in his hand, although we are yet to see who that will be waved at, but it's still in his hand at the moment. Looks like he may be putting it away, although he has picked up a yellow. Just in case, we've got a spinner. It's Freddie Murray in the 91 on the outside of the national loop, and that car is not moving very quickly, Anthony. It's rolling to a halt. It is on the racing line, so hopefully we'll get that one cleared out of the way as the leaders are down the other end of the circuit. That 69 kilo weight limit kart, making easy pickings for the marshal.
Yeah, that's the only good thing about Bambino is if they do go P-tong, you can just pick them up in the kart as well and just chuck them over the fence. But yeah, no disaster there for the 91. Back here at the front though, your top three still battling away fiercely. The 21 of Josh Cormack, Austin Oman and Harvey Bacon still line astern across the line. And you can just see there the 16 of Oman has got the run as they enter through the D chicane, and keep a close eye on him as they go through turn one.
So now the top three have dropped Drew Davidson, who stuck with them on the opening lap here at Teesside, but is now in a distant and fairly lonely fourth as it stands. I know it doesn't seem much in these Bambinos, but when they don't really break that much here around the Teesside Autodrome. Certainly the ones at the front, they're carrying a lot of speed. The hairpins here, despite there being four of them, tight for most of the classes, but are a fairly open radius for these Bambinos, and they are able, certainly at the front runners, to keep the throttle in. I don't think most of them use the brake here. They can probably just disengage it and just ease off the throttle a little bit around this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit here in Middlesbrough. It's round 4 of the 9-round NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, and the top three in Bambino once again putting on a show. And we always find here, Anthony, the Bambinos always generally stay fairly close. It's, with them being flat out pretty much, it's very difficult for them to break away at the head of the pack.
Yeah, definitely so. And with them working together side by side, though, for the lead, because down the inside goes Austin Oman, takes the lead through that first D chicane. And now they head round turn number 1. Now he's got the hard work. He's now got to defend.
Fantastic move from Oman. He got the run out of hairpin 4, went all the way round the outside. It's not really a start-finish straight here at Teesside, as the drivers keep an arc on the steering wheel. Went all the way round the outside and gained track position as the circuit rises up through that D chicane into the left-hander. He's going to defend down the inside of the back straight as Harvey Bacon decides to go to the outside, steps out of the slipstream though and loses a kart length or so to Oman and Cormack. So on the timing screen at the moment, Cormack still showing as the race leader, but that's only because he came over the line just in front of Oman, as Oman then chopped straight across the front.
You've got to remember at this circuit as well, it's quite difficult to defend because the track's so wide. You could get around 10 of these line across each other, across the span of the circuit. So yeah, making these very small Bambino karts as wide as possible is a challenge in itself for that top three at the moment. Still, line astern, Oman, Cormack, Bacon, Davidson, they're still in 4th place with Rye in 5th place, Mellon, then it is Hugo, Swan, Anderson and Wildchild rounding up top 10. That's a great name. Ellis Wildchild, that is. Who named that? I'd like that.
Harris Barber in the 32. He picks up a contact warning. We've had one retirement so far, the 91 of Freddie Murray. And I think I might have got to the bottom of what caused that retirement, because I have seen somebody walking around with a Bambino fuel tank in their hand, because they do just screw onto the top of the Bambino engine. And that kart's not going to go very far. There's only a few drops in it.
Well, yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, you have to say the design of these the small little Honda engines with that fuel tank on top, it looks quite precarious, doesn't it? But hey-ho, Honda designed it like that, so we'll go with it. Yeah. Under 3 minutes to go then. We're looking here at your race leaders. Oman, Cormack and Bacon still pulling away. That gap now extending to over 3 seconds from 4th place, Drew Davidson in that number 70.
Here at Teesside, drivers will start their following heat from their finishing position in the preceding one. So obviously now Freddie Murray with that retirement, he will start from the back. So drivers will start heat 2 from their finishing position of heat number 1. 3 leaders are still as they were, nose to tail down the back straight, and once again Harvey Bacon doesn't follow the 2 in front and steps out of the slipstream and takes a wider line down that back straight round the bank, south bank corner, as Oman opens up a gap very late on the brakes, but then runs very wide and will then have a tighter exit out of hairpin number 4. They're going to come up to a back marker in front of them. That's the 111 of Jake Gibbon, and they're going to catch him at a fairly precarious point. Well, they all manage to get round him as they come up towards the D chicane. They do, and some clean overtakes there. Credit as well to the 111 of Jake Gibbon, maintaining his line and allowing the race leaders to come through. 1:45 left. So we're going to pretty much have, I think, 2 laps here for our Bambinos as they race down towards that 8-minute time for the class win here at Teesside Autodrome.
With our race leaders scrapping away furiously. There's good battles all the way through the field as well, because Edward Rye and Jack Mellon, 5th and 6th place, the 66 and 58. They are very close as well in the mid-pack. They're having a good little scrap as well with those 3 karts lining on. Of course, with that time running out, of course, the higher you can get up in those positions, with them being so close, you know, it's still vital for them for their starting positions for later on. Of course, they'll just screech into our shot. There they are on the screen. There you can see they're the very brightly coloured 66 under pressure from Jack Mellon, that 58. And look who's closing in as well. It's Buddy Hugo in that number 11.
Yeah, they're going to come up onto Jake Gibbon as well. Gibbon goes wide and allows them to come through. And Buddy Hugo, who won our most improved driver in the Bambino class here at the preceding round, justifying that award, running in a superb 7th, holding on to the back of Edward Rye, a seasoned racer, and in what could potentially be his last race in Bambino. He's been out and testing a cadet, and we may see him make the mid-season switch into the higher category. Last lap board is out then as our leaders go round hairpin 2 and onto the back straight for the final time. Once again, Bacon decides to drop out the slipstream. Cormac's going to try and go all the way round the outside of the South Bank corner. We see drivers try that a lot, but not so much in the Bambino class with the reduced power of them C50 engines. Into hairpin 3 then for the final time. There's a back marker in front of them, but I'm not sure that's going to come into play as Oman once again takes the tight line into hairpin 4. Cormac's going to get alongside, but he's got to go all the way round the outside. And is that going to allow Harvey Bacon to come through? They'll cross the line. The first race of the day goes to the 16 of Austin Oman. Josh Cormac second, Harvey Bacon third. Drew Davidson will come through in 4th place. And then there's that battle that Anthony was talking about between Rye, Mellon and Hugo. And that is the order they will cross the line in. The top 10 will be completed by Joey Swan, Fraser Anderson and Ellis Child will come through, Willie, in a few moments' time, although there is still quite an intense battle going on there between Child, DL and Bell, as Bell actually does snatch 11th from DL on the final lap. So that's the first race of 24 in the bag here at Teesside Autodrome.
And I'm already pity in this commentary box. It's quite warm, isn't it? But I have to say, you know, these Bambinos, I say it all the time, they're at such a young age and they produce racing so close and so fierce like that. It's absolutely amazing to see. I can see a lot of bright futures ahead of us here on this track here at Teesside. Yeah,
Bambinos then, drivers from 5 to 8 years old in this Bambino class. And they pretty much most of the time now, since we moved at the start of last season to a race format here at Teesside rather than than a timed session, really have seen some top quality racing here at Teesside from the Bambinos. Anthony, I know a number of these you'll be familiar with from last weekend. Yeah, Lark Hall, we saw quite a few of them. We saw Amelia DL, had a great weekend, of course. She had trouble with that one. Jostling there, and paddock, hands up, the number 66, unhappy with something, says Edward Rye. But he's having to push that cart now. Something tells me it may have stalled. Yeah, he can't be unhappy with the result. 5th place for Edward Rye. Great result, but yeah. Fantastic for him. That one. But yeah, looks like that cart might have come to a halt as he's pushed that one. I saw him actually pushing that one after qualifying as well. So he's well versed. He is indeed. Pushing that Bambino. Next race up there will be the opening heat for Junior Pro Kart. So Junior Pro Kart grid then, we'll see Maximus Shields in the O-plate. He starts on pole position, having smashed the lap record here at Teesside. He starts alongside his championship contender Lennon French in the 120. Row 2 sees Caitlin Frame with a superb qualifying. She's alongside Ben Hogarth in the 68. Harvey Still and Sophie Pawsey with a career best qualifying for her in 6th place. Sebastian Pereira and Christian Oblang will share row number 4. The grid then completed by Jacob O'Connor and Joe Arnold on row 5. Kieran Savage, a disappointing qualifying for him. He normally is in the top 5. He starts alongside the 729 of Matthew Allen. Circuit is clear of Bambinos then. And the unmistakable rumble of twin Honda power leaves the dummy grid and they make their way round.
Now, for a simpleton mind such as mine, what is the difference between these junior pro karts versus the senior pro kart?
Well, in a few moments' time after this one, we'll see our cadets out on circuit. And the karts that are on track now are a senior frame, but with 2 cadet engines. on.
Right.
So the cadets run, if you were to look at them just on the floor, you wouldn't be able to tell any difference, but the junior and the cadet engine has a 15mm restrictor plate in. Reduces the power ever so slightly. The lap time difference generally between our juniors and the seniors is around 3 or 4 tenths of a second. So when we see them on practice on Saturday, you really cannot tell the difference between the juniors and the seniors out there on track, other than the fact that juniors are a little bit small in height.
That's how I'll tell the difference between them. So they're a bit smaller in the car. There you go. They could just about see over the steering wheel, can't they? But yeah, the karts get themselves lined up. Now, you said about the O-Plate Maximus Shields. Firstly, great name. Love the name. P1 in the championship, 632 points in total, and like you said, a new lap record around the circuit. And he hadn't got clear done it.
No, he came off. He
was
even had
surprised.
time to look at his lap timer, had he? And he came off, and I think we were the first ones to break it to him that he'd broken an outright lap record round here at Teesside. That, granted, he did own himself. But smashed that one out of the water by 0.2 of a second.
Gemma Still joins the chat. Good luck to Harvey Still. And we'll see what happens in this race. The last car's just getting lined up on the back of the field. We're about to get this race underway.
So the drone is in position. We're in position. All we do now is wait for the start line marshal to make his way to the front with that green flag in hand. Front row, the 2 championship contenders, Maximus Shields, the Ironman helmet, Lennon French with the green, what we like to call Hulk helmets in their competition. The green is up then, green is down, and we're away in racing. It's a good start from French, but probably not enough to get alongside Max Shields, is it? Shields is going to try and close the door. Shields is still alongside, all the way around the outside of the national loop, but as the circuit keeps going right and right a bit further, but he's managed to get alongside the other side.
Oh,
and Shields
no.
is round the championship leader, facing the wrong way. Heavy contact between Shields and the 776 of Christian Oblang. Yellow flags out there. Let's have a quick look. There's some huge issues with the side pod of Oblang, trying to get that one off Max Shields. A nod of the head from Shields. Looks like he's okay, but there was contact between Lennon French and Maximus Shields on the opening lap. Shields is going to get that kart going again, albeit with an arm in the air. Christian Oblang's kart, he had nowhere to go with Shields facing the wrong way in the middle of the circuit there at hairpin 1. The race will continue as the 2 championship contenders come together on the opening lap. French went over the curb on one side, Shields over the curb on the other side. The only difference was that Shields ended up facing the wrong way, and he is now half a lap down and in a very difficult position for heat number 2, given that his championship contender is out at the head of the field.
Yeah, that was a huge shame there, and drama at the start of the Junior Pro Kart for their Heat 1 here at Teesside. But yeah, you've got to imagine from that point of view, it's the start of the race, you're so heated, you want to keep that position, that you just don't really consider all the facts of, you know, that curb's massive. If I hit that, I'm going to spin. And, you know, for Shields, he just, you know, I love the commitment. You know, he kept the kart there, but unfortunately it didn't go well. Round he goes, and yeah, again, a great shame for the number 76 or 776
yeah,
of
I was surprised
Christian
actually
Oblang.
to find Lennon French on the other side of him, given
Yeah.
that he was round the outside of the national loop, and then all of a sudden found himself on the inside of him, coming into the chicane sections. And I imagine that's also a bit of a surprise to Maximus Shields as well, as he would have known that French was initially on the outside of him. So it has, at the very least, mixed the results up a little bit so far. 2 laps into this 10-lap opening heat then for the Junior Pro Karts, and it's Lennon French, Caitlin Frame, Harvey Still, as Sophie Pawsey runs wide round the south bank, but then chops across Ben Hogarth in their battle for 4th and 5th place respectively. Arnold, Pereira, Savage, Allen and O'Connor then complete the top 10. Maximus Shields some 24 seconds down, with Christian Oblang, the sole retiree so far. He is parked on the inside of hairpin 1. We've had a spinner off cam as well. That's Matthew Allen, has dropped away off the back of Jacob O'Connor by some 6 or 7 seconds.
And as you get into this stage now you've got to remember, lap 1's over. All the brouhaha-ness, all the side-by-sideness, that's all ended. Now it's a case of everyone slots into position. They start to work together, they pull away from the main pack, and then, you know, they try to close in. I say that, doesn't happen on our screen. There's the number 77 and 68 of Ben Hogarth and Sophie Pawsey. go to battle in that mid-pack 4th and 5th place. But you've got to remember now, Lennon French is slowly pulling away. That gap now up to 1.7 seconds. Caitlin Frame and Harvey Still need to work together, because 8 wheels work a lot better than 4, especially when you're trying to break away.
Correct, and it's all about, but Lennon French, by his own standards, has been, him and Max Shields have been in a class of 2 really so far this season. Shields is still circulating and is putting in personal bests. It's still around about a 10th away from Lennon French's fastest lap of the race, but he's still out there trying to push, trying to accumulate as many points as possible. Obviously, because the first 3 races of the day, the grid has decided the first one by qualifying, the second 2 by the preceding race, and then it's accumulative points for the final.
Yep.
So, still out there, and you do have to complete half race distance in order to pick up points from your heat. So, whilst that is going to be a problem for Christian Oblang, Maximus Shields at least out there will be picking up the points for what he hopes will be 10th, because he is closing the gap to Matthew Allen in front of him. It's now it's not so much a race against Matthew Allen, it's a race against the number of laps at the top of the screen as to whether he can catch him before the time runs out.
Ben Hogarth there at the back of this pack of 3, and that 68 is closed up to the back of Harvey Still and Caitlin Frame. Harvey going into the infield hairpin, the first major braking zone on the circuit, and there is a lunge there from the 48 of Harvey Still on Caitlin Frame. Now, we said they needed to work together at this part of the race to close that gap up, but that is not happening, and Harvey Still could see the impending doom of Ben Hogarth and has managed to get past Frame.
12 wheels now then in this train, as is Hogarth right on the back of Frame and Still. Sophie Pawsey still within touching distance as well, ready to pick up the pieces, as this battle for second now really is a battle for second rather than a battle to try and catch up onto the back of Lennon French. Frame once again in the slipstream, elects not to pop out down the inside into South Bank, although Still did leave sufficient gap down there for her to do so. He takes a tighter line into hairpin 3 and opens up a gap which then closes in the second part of the corner as Frame then closes back in. So they're going to come over the line with 3 laps remaining here in Junior Pro Kart Heat 1, nose to tail, as Frame almost pushing Harvey Still, and then does actually push Harvey Still into the T-chicane.
It was a mere love tap. That was a mere love tap, just to say, hey, I'm still here. You didn't get away yet. You may have lunged. Oh, a spin there, though, in the background as one of the Junior Pro Karts goes off the track. It was the 68 of Ben Hogarth, and that is not how you want to end, well, with only 3 laps to go.
Move as well then from Pawsey, so all the action happening in this last 2.5 laps as Caitlin Frame goes down the inside of Harvey Still, down the back straight in the move that we thought she was going to line up on the previous lap. Ben Hogarth, having worked hard to get past the 77 of Sophie Pawsey, span himself out of the race at hairpin 1, trying to catch up onto the back of this battle between Frame and Still, although one of them's gone very wide there. Sophie Pawsey carries too much, Caitlin Frame carries too much speed into the D-chicane section. Harvey Still will then move through into second place, and now is coming under increasing pressure is Frame from the 77 of Sophie Pawsey, still in only her second meeting in the junior class, having stepped up into cadet the last time we were here at Teesside at round 3, and she could be well on for a 3rd place here. Certainly now on the back of Caitlin Frame, who drops around about a second from that incident over start finish. It looked like that was self-inflicted as well.
It could have been indeed. So as we watch this scrap on screen between 2nd and 3rd, last lap board has come out to your race leader Lennon French, who across the line that last time around set a new fastest lap of the race of a 46.382 and has pulled a gap now of 4.7 seconds.
Would you be pushing that much with a 5-second gap, Anthony?
Oh, of course I would. Of course I would. If in doubt, flat out. There we go.
Fair enough. I don't believe you, but fair enough. Last lap then, as our race leader is already making his way around hairpin 3. This is the battle then for 3rd place between Frame and Pawsey, and Frame has managed to open up a couple of kart lengths cushion from Sophie Pawsey in the 77. The leader will already be coming through, though in a few moments the checkered flag is out for the 120 of Lennon French. He's going to win it, and he's going to win it comfortably by around 5 seconds from Harvey Still, Caitlin Frame, Sophie Pawsey, then the top 4, best ever result for her in the 77. Similarly as well for the 21 of Sebastian Pereira. Joe Arnold will get 6th. Kieran Savage gets past Ben Hogarth on the final lap, as does Jacob O'Connor. So it looks like Hogarth once again has had some issues in that 68, having run as high as 3rd, or 4th actually, earlier on in the race. Max Shields does in fact complete the race inside the top 10, getting just in front of Matthew Allen, who elects to peel straight off and into the pit lane.
Indeed. Well, excellent race, I think, from the Junior Pro Karts there. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. Of course, for the folks at home and for the folks at the track as well, if you are watching the stream, please do get your comments in. We can see your comments in the commentary box. We will do our best to read those out throughout today's races. So if you are supporting anyone, please do get your comments in. Also, don't forget to like the stream and make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel so you don't miss out on any future content. And also, hit that little notification bell. Everyone misses that, because if you hit that, do you know what happens?
You get notified every time we go live, Anthony.
Exactly that. So
and live we will be next weekend, actually.
We are indeed.
Not only Super 1 at Wilton Mill, but yourself will be at PFI for all 3 days of the Kartmasters British Grand Prix.
Indeed, the infamous Kartmasters, yes. The place to be in karting, if you're in karting, I think, on that weekend.
And the following week, Alpha Live, as well as being in many other places, will be back here for the 2021 running of the British 24-hour race. And we'll be live from 11:30 on Saturday the 7th of August to bring you the entire 24 hours of coverage from the Teesside Autodrome circuit using the international layout, which you can see partly there with the riverside in the background. The drivers will take the D chicane on the international circuit, and then rather than go round the national loop, they'll peel off left down the hill and all the way down round the international circuit. Next up, though, as we see Matthew Allen take his Christian Oblang take his Junior Pro Kart off circuit, will be our cadets. Cadets then are already making their way out onto the circuit. Please do, as Anthony mentioned, get in touch via the live stream comments, both on YouTube, which Anthony has been delegated. I will be on the Facebook comments as well from the Teesside Karting Facebook page. Cadets then out onto circuit. The front two on the screen, Sebastian Corking in the 52 and Riley Buckton-Young in the 66. They will start from the back of the pack. They're in Micromaxes. They're used to having a rolling start, so they will start all the way from the back. Look for them to come through. They are around about a second quicker in race trim than our cadets. Cadet pole position then will go to P3 of Jared Fox-Whiteley. He shares the front row then with Thomas Potter. Row 2, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Leon Barlow. Row 3 sees Ben Adrian alongside Melissa Adrian, Lewis Goff, Tom Holden, Larry Price and Ben Robinson complete the top 10 then in our Honda Cadet class. 13th overall, 11th in class is a personal best for the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. He starts alongside the 46 of Ethan Charles. Jensen White will share row 7 with Carl McLean. Daniel Minto, a disappointing qualifying for him. He looked for him to come through the pack. He's alongside William Howard in 15th and 16th respectively in that class. Kian Logan, Harris Ali, Amy Peacock and Holly Swan complete the top 20 in the cadets. Row 11 will go to Joseph Yao and Alex Lynn. Hondas then will be completed by the 33 of Ollie Carter. He's alongside Mason Webster, who in race trim dips below the 52nd mark for the first time. Rounding out the grid then in 25th will be Samuel Yeadon, and then we will have the 2 Micromaxes coming through from the back of Seb Corking and Riley Buckton-Young.
Big old grid of drivers that we've got out in this one, probably one of the biggest.
It is the second largest, but you wait until you see the senior pro karts, Anthony.
Is there a fair few of them, is there?
Just shy of 40 today, and that is classed as a small grid here at Teesside.
Well, I say,
normally it's 44.
I'll tell you a story. My last time commentating here was a couple of years ago. It's the British Mini Bike Championship, and one of the races in that had around 50 bikes in it racing, and I have to say that was a sight to see going into that first chicane.
And how many made it through?
Oh, 54, I believe. Yeah. It was quite a spectacle. You couldn't see a thing. It was just a blur of bikes through your screen. So I have to say, you can go back and watch that as well, again, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Don't do it yet, though, because you're watching this live. Stay with us now. You go watch it later.
Final few runners then into position. The 2 Micromax are going to roll in. I think you just about catch Sebastian Corking on the right of the screen. You can certainly see him now, the 52, with the Sebastian Vettel-esque helmet
So Nathan Jensen Racing comments in going, imagine a Pro Kart with two 390cc engines. Now, of course, a standard kart, you would see them from like the Sodi RT8 corporate karts. They run a single engine 3090cc engine. Imagine, again, if you put two of them, that would be absolutely fantastic. Mark Mitchell joins as well. Going, good luck to everyone. Sorry we can't be there as we are trying to watch between our races at another circuit for another championship we won't mention. See you all in August. There we go.
Yeah, so Mark, his daughter Gracie, normally races here in Junior Rotax, leads the championship actually in juniors, but elects to use this as one of her drop rounds as she competes elsewhere in the country. And obviously we thank Mark and we thank everybody from NRG for sponsoring the live stream here at Teesside. We're about to go racing for the third time today. The green flag is down. It's a good start from the second row from the 42 of Leon Barlow as everybody moves to the inside. No chicane for the first time. Let's see and hope they can make it all the way around. Looks like Melissa Adrian's come into contact. She goes wide but then manages to get the kart. Still everybody facing in the right direction as all the Hondas make their way down. The Micromax have also started their race as well, and it looks like we've had a fairly clean start from Honda as everybody makes it around hairpin 1. Hairpin 2 normally the pinch point quite a lot for the Hondas. Looks like everybody is moving away here, and it's still Jared Fox, Whiteley, Thomas Potter, Isabella Stansmore, Wilson, Ben Adrian. Lewis Goff's going to try and go down the inside, then into hairpin 4, and Lewis Goff ever improving in that number 4, up into 4th place at the expense of Ben Adrian, Leon Barlow, Larry Price, Tom Holden coming through from a disappointing qualifying for him outside the top 10. Already looks like he's up into 7th or 8th as they come over the line. Let's confirm that top 10 for you then. Fox, Whiteley, Potter, Stansmore, Wilson, Goff, Adrian, Barlow, Price, Holden, Robinson and Charles the top 10. Melissa Adrian on the opening lap had some issues. She's dropped down into 11th as Stansmore Wilson tries to get down the inside of Thomas Potter. He closes the door into hairpin number 1. And we saw, Anthony, I know you weren't here, but at round 3, that everybody from 2nd back to 6th just battled and allowed Jared Fox Whiteley to just move away at the head of the pack. It doesn't look like that's happening too much today though, as Stansmore Wilson only made a half move down the inside. There's Thomas Potter down the inside of hairpin number 4, and we've got a change for the lead, albeit briefly, as Fox Whiteley then will chop back across the bows of Thomas Potter as the circuit hooks back in the other direction. Fox Whiteley though takes too much curb on the way in, unsettles the O-plate here that he won in the rearranged December meeting, which we actually ran in March here at Teesside. Unsettled that kart, and we've now got a 6-kart train for the lead.
Yeah, great stuff from these Honda Cadets then as they go through. The Micromax, of course, they're making their way through, already up into 23rd and 24th place as well. But yeah, our change for 3rd place as well, because it looks like the number 4 of Lewis Goff has managed to get past Isabella.
Yeah, Stansmore Wilson, it looked like she was forced wide actually, trying to run all the way around the outside of Thomas Potter in her battle for 2nd place, and in doing so has given up 3rd. Looks like she may also give up 4th as well, as looks like Ben Adrian was going to get alongside. So they come through, and there is now a distinct a gap actually between Larry Price as Melissa Adrian reappears inside the top 10. She dropped out, but she's under pressure. There's a good battle going on behind. I think her and looks like Ben Robinson are starting to move away from that pack behind, as we see some good off-track battles, off-camera battles behind. You can stick though with this lead pack as they go down the back straight. Fox, Whiteley, Potter have managed to break away, so it's going to be 2 karts for lead, and that all came about from that incident where Stansmore Wilson tried to go all the way around the outside and allowed Lewis Goff into 3rd place.
Yeah, it's a great stuff from there. One chopping and changing though back at the front, because the 38 of Thomas Potter gets a great lunge down the inside of the final hairpin across the line. Now takes the lead, and there was nothing that Jared Fox Whiteley could do. Now has to slot back into 2nd place. This is good news for the drivers in 3rd, Lewis Fox and Isabella Stansmore Wilson, or Stansmore I should say Wilson, because they are now starting to close in as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Stansmore, Wilson and Goff have managed to drop the pack behind them as Holden has come through and overtaken Ben Adrian, but in doing so has opened the gap up to the best part of half a second now. So we have got 2 2-kart battles and then a train behind as well, as Fox Whiteley returns the favour to Thomas Potter. Less than a lap after Potter came through at the corner they're about to come to now. Potter this time elects not to go down the inside and potentially show his hand too soon. We are beyond half race distance then. Well beyond it, in fact. 8 laps for our Honda Cadets here, 3 remaining as they come over the line. And championship leader Jared Fox Whiteley from the third place man in the championship, Thomas Potter. Driver in second in the championship, currently in 6th place. That's Tom Holden. He's coming under pressure there. You see in the background from Leon Barlow, the 42 getting alongside. Let's see how that one pans out in a few moments. As Stansmore Wilson gets a good run out of hairpin number 2, but he's blocked off by Lewis Goff.
You have to remember at this point, again, they don't want to start scrapping, because you've got to remember, you look at the front two, you look at Fox Whiteley, you look at Potter. They're still scrapping as well. You know, they're chopping and changing positions as they do so again, as Potter retakes the lead. They're still scrapping. Goff and Stansmore Wilson don't want to do that. You know, they want to work together at this point to close that gap, because they can do that with setting personal best times as well.
Just seen out the window, although it's going to come there on the graphic. Contact warning for the 48 of Ben Adrian. He's in front of Holden and Barlow. I wonder if that's got anything to do with that, in fact. So the race, though, continues. 2 laps remaining. And once again, Stansmore Wilson gets a good run out of hairpin 2.
They've got to work together, not scrapping, because, of course, you've got to try. Use these 2 laps that you've got to close that gap up to the 2 in front. But of course, when you try to tell a young cadet driver to do that, of course, no, I want to go racing. I want to go overtake everyone I can. But so you see that. But you know, it takes practice to sort of get used to that sort of technique as they cross the line. It's still excellent races though from the entirety of this field, because the 3 that are just behind as well of Ben Adrian, Tom Holden, and Leon Barlow. The support on the stream for Leon Harder, I think it's his dad, Andy Barlow, joins us, saying, "Let's go, number 42." You know, they're closing in.
Last lap board is out then for our pack. Thomas Potter and Jared Fox Whiteley continuing their battle as once again Stansmore Wilson gets to the inside. You see them there as Lewis Goff comes across once again to chop across the bows. It looks like Stansmore Wilson's going for the overtake a little bit too soon on the way out of that corner, rather than getting in the slipstream and maybe popping out down at South Bank. Leaders, though, were already making their way around hairpin 4, and they're chopping and changing once again. They're going to be side by side out of the final corner. Jared Fox Whiteley's going to go all the way round the outside, is he? And comes through and takes victory in Heat 1 Honda Cadets. Fox Whiteley, Potter, Goff the top 3. Stansmore Wilson, Adrian Holden, Barlow, Melissa Adrian recovers up into 8th. Larry Price 9th. Ben Robinson 10th. Seb Corking, wonderful from him, comes all the way through from the back of the pack in that Micro Max to finish in 11th. Joshua Sullivan, 12th overall, 11th in class, in front of Ethan Charles, Daniel Minto, Kyle McLean, Jensen White, and the second of our Micro Maxes, Riley Buckton Young, coming through the field into 17th place. Always fabulous racing from the Honda Cadets. Always see it. I never get disappointed. No, the race goes so quickly, doesn't it? It went so quickly, I think, that the front pack didn't even see the last lap board, actually, in that one before when they went over the line. They just carried on racing, and then the checkered flag was out. 8 laps, obviously, here for our Honda Cadets. And they will make their way off the circuit. They will be, obviously, weighed as normal as they go over the weighbridge. Next up, though, Anthony, the first instalment of our rolling start classes, and it's an amalgamation of Junior Rotax and Minimax. So Honda will then make their way off. We'll hopefully only weigh the front few, because it's quite a grid here then at Teesside, and we should be able to get the rolling start. We'll run through them very quickly because they do go round. And away we go fairly quickly then. Bella Franklin, she shares the front row with Isaac O'Shea. Those two came into contact in the final here at round number 3. Hopefully no more of that, thank you. With Alfie Warbank and Oliver Buckton on row 2. Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter, they're on row 3 in terms of timing. However, they are in Minimaxes, so they will be starting in their own race further back. 7th sees Lucas Miles with Oliver Watson, William Robinson as well. So a reduced grid of our junior Rotaxes, certainly. The minis are about what we normally get here with 4 or 5, although we are missing the 16 of David Mack. He's had an unfortunate lateral flow test during the week and won't be joining us here at Teesside. You talk of David Mack. He joins us on the stream. Good luck to everyone in Minimax. Shame I'm not racing today. Big shame to not have you here, David. And also, obviously, a few missing as well from juniors. One of them, obviously, the championship leader, Gracie Mitchell. She will drop this round from the best of 7 of 9 here at Teesside, so she'll use this as a drop round as she competes elsewhere, and that will allow Bella Franklin, who currently has an 81-point deficit here at Teesside, to certainly use this round to try and, at the very least, take some good solid points with this reduced grid, and hopefully for her a maximum 2:15, which will go very well into closing the gap. We'll see 5 of them come out there. They are our juniors. We'll in a few moments see the minis make their way out onto the grid as well, and they will have their own rolling start around about 20 seconds behind the juniors as they come through. So 2 races in 1 here at Teesside. One of the minis making their way round at the back. The 5 of Oliver Watson. He steps up from cadet for the first time, having tested here in the mini yesterday. Showed some reasonable pace as well. So let's see whether he can make any inroads. The first race though will be going ever so shortly. They're over the line. The green flag drops and Bella Franklin holds the inside. O'Shea is going to try and run all the way around the outside in the 84, but I feel that he's going to have to drop into line behind the 43 of Franklin. Oliver Buckton holding third in the 66. Second race gets underway then as Catherine Potter does get a good start. Once again though, not enough to go all the way around the outside of the championship leader in mini, Lizzie Mentier. And they're going to run nose to tail through that section. We are then back with the outright race leader, Bella Franklin, holding off Isaac O'Shea and Oliver Buckton in the 66. 10 laps of racing then for our juniors. They are around about 4 or 5 seconds quicker than the cadets that we've just seen out there. So we do manage to run through them extra 2 laps fairly quickly, as expected. Bella Franklin sets the fastest lap of the race, and she was the first one over the line.
Well, yeah, that does make perfect sense, that, doesn't it? You've got the clean air, the clean bit of track, you can focus, you can get those good racing lines in. But I have to say, under some still immense pressure, Isaac O'Shea, now I spoke to Isaac O'Shea before the after qualifying, said, plan of action is to try and get past Bella ASAP. If I can't, I gave him some words of advice there. I was just like, just slide behind, work together, just try and pull a gap, and then at the latter parts of the race, you can then try and, go for it. But, it's always those sort of tactics, again, that drivers learn throughout their racing careers of what you could try and do. But across the line, it's still Franklin versus O'Shea, Buckton, Wallbank, and Miles crosses the line for the junior Rotax.
For all your driver coaching, you can contact Anthony Jordan at Alpha Line.
Trust me, I'm the slowest driver anywhere out on track, but I do know some good tips.
So the race continues as the commentary box falls apart. Or at least the camaraderie is probably going to come to an end if I keep insulting Anthony any further.
No, you're fine, don't worry. I can take it.
I'm sure you'll be giving it back a little bit later on as you get comfortable here
Probably
in the
so.
Teesside Combox.
I'll mute the microphone.
So, looked like we had a slight change there over the line, although Bella Franklin did appear right back at the top. There's absolutely nothing between them. Less than a tenth then between Franklin and O'Shea. Buckton as well, sticking with them. He came over the line 4 tenths behind, although be it, he's now right on the back of O'Shea. There he is popping in. The top 3 still not far apart as they go down the back straight here at the Teesside Autodrome, round that bank, south bank corner, trying to hug that concrete strip on the inside. It's very smooth. Just drop a tyre into there and it will just drag you all the way around that south bank corner.
Great shots there from the drone as they whiz past underneath and back across the start-finish line. Still very quick times coming in here from our top 4 karts across the line as they go through. Still pressure though from O'Shea on Franklin as again they whiz past our shot there onto the infield section, and again you're in the sort of lull section as they go through, because you've got to remember again they're just trying their best here to open that sort of space, wait until the latter part of the race and try and get that time. And again, you're learning the drivers' weaknesses around the track. You're learning where they're positioned in the car versus where you're positioned in the car. And oh, I have to say, that rear bumper looks very low, and it looks like it's dragging on the back of the 84 Isaac O'Shea. That's a disaster, because expect a meatball flag from that one as it's dragging across the line.
Yeah, certainly Isaac O'Shea there with Oliver Buckton right on the back of him. Buckton will know all about that. What he doesn't want is that bumper to come loose. The 84 of Isaac O'Shea is, unfortunately, Anthony, probably heading towards pit lane. He has completed half race distance, so he will pick up some points from this race, although it won't be enough to possibly compensate later on in the days. certainly going to know about it. He's dragging behind him.
Yeah.
And I think it's causing him some issues as well as he fails to make the apex of the South Bank corner. And it's slowing him down enough that it's allowed Alfie Warbank right onto the back now of Oliver Buckton. The meatball flag is out for the 84. And now he's obviously, as that he comes over start finish and the pit lane is just to the left, he's going to do at least another lap before bringing that car back into pit lane.
Yeah.
You can see just how much of a problem it's causing Anthony, because he's dropped right off the back of Bella Franklin. The gap now almost 1.5 seconds between our race leader and the 84 of Isaac O'Shea, and that car is not handling well at all. Buckton's going to get alongside, then down the back straight, although he doesn't need to get involved there. He just needs to keep Warbank behind him, but Warbank's going to try and take full advantage all the way round the outside and chops across the bow, and then gets involved with Isaac O'Shea and takes himself out of the race.
Now, that's a huge shame, because you've got to remember the 64 of Alfie Warbank must have seen that the meatball flag had gone out to O'Shea, meaning that, you know, an overtake like that wasn't necessary. And of course, you've got to remember O'Shea is definitely going to be slowing down, because half of that car, half of the back of the car isn't attached, which means that chassis has gone very flexy, and around such a fast corner like this, it's not going to be a quick time.
No, that was the ultimate hero to zero, wasn't it, Anthony? What an unbelievable move round the outside of Buckton. And as we were waxing lyrical about it, the next moment he's facing the wrong way, having tagged the back of Isaac O'Shea's loose rear bumper.
Yeah, already falling off bumper. It was definitely could have fallen off there. And after that one, 3 laps to go then, and it's all getting a little bit close here. Who have we got here then on our screen?
Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter. The lead battle for the Minimax class is the championship leader in front.
Couldn't quite see the numbers.
Championship second place. And Mentier able to hold firm, 4/10 the gap on the previous lap, which isn't really allowing Potter to be close enough to make a move. And don't think they're actually going to catch anybody that might actually bring this one into play. So unless Potter can find a couple of tenths, though she does set a personal best on the previous lap, as you can see there, it goes blue on the left side of the screen. So that's a personal best. And one thing to note, Anthony, difference between notice all of the juniors have pretty much had the flap at the top of the radiator open from lap 2. Neither of the 2 minis have. They're both still down. I think Mentier might be slightly up. Potter's is still down. Very warm here at Teesside, actually. Warmer than possibly expected.
Yeah, you can imagine from a driver's perspective that they could maybe forget that it is down at some points. You know, you have to remember that's going to be boiling that water in there. That's going to be seriously heating that up. Of course, you would have it, again, you'd have it down for maybe, you know, a straight, and then you'd lift it back up again, sort of thing, to just give you that extra waft out of one of the corners. Oh, there goes the 18 of Lucas Miles spinning around, and that looks like the exit of turn 1. What a shame.
Checkered flag is out, though. Bella Franklin will come through and take a fairly uncontested victory in the end, with O'Shea dropping back at mid-race distance and then ultimately into retirement. Oliver Buckton will get second, Alfie Warbank third. Lucas Miles in the class will come through, although we have just seen him spin off, and he's going very slowly down the back straight. Out of the final corner, though, becomes our Minimax class, and race number 1 of the day will go to the 50 of Lizzie Mentier. Holds off Catherine Potter. And they will get 4th and 5th, actually, over the line, respectively, overall, as Lucas Miles did spin. He's trying to make his way back round into the paddock. He's still awake then at both Lucas Miles. Oliver Watson's already taken the checkered flag. He is shown as 1 lap down, but it's not one lap down in class. It's 1 lap down on our outright race leader, Bella Franklin, who did actually start half a lap in front of him in the end. And he's come through. Not too far, actually, off the 2 in front of him. And certainly in this class, the front 2 have got far more experience. It's a great effort, really, from Oliver Watson, having not had a lot of seat time in the in that Minimax. He's not, as well, when you look at him, not the biggest of kids either. And when you step in from that cadet class into the Rotax, where there's a lot more power, the tyres are a lot grippier, the arms tend to give up a lot quicker. He's done a fantastic there to, you know, stay within half a lap, actually, and came very close to not being lapped by Bella Franklin in the much faster car, who did have a half a lap start on them as well. Yeah.
Big shame for that one, but yeah, great stuff then from the Junior Rotax and the Minimax. But what's our next race, Mr. David?
Oh, it's the bigger version of these. It's Senior Rotax. So the grids will be up in a few moments for the HRS Racing Engine sponsored senior Rotax class, and on pole position, the first driver to go round this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit at less than 41 seconds. Daniel Kell will start on pole position. His 40.992, the fastest ever time a senior Rotax has gone round here on a race day. Alongside him, round 3's pole sitter Tom Reeve. Nothing he could do about the O-plate. Kell, round 2's outright race winner Ashley Savage starts on the inside of row 2 alongside the 3 of Max Prentice. He had some problems in practice with a damaged chain, managed to get it going for qualifying. Row 3, Lee Bell, the O-plate in the 177. He starts alongside the 59 of Martin Fisher. Paul Swan, Jake Simpson, Chris Dark and Chris Crowther share row number 5. Josh Redhead and Lauren Taylor on row 6. And the final few runners then, Emma Brown, Andrew Freeman and Christopher Stoves complete this 15-kart grid here for our senior Rotax. 2 subclasses, 177 and 162. That's the weight limit of our classes. They'll come through. So it's an amalgamated grid as well for this one, so there's no split. Once again, a rolling start straight down into the national loop. Daniel Kell then on the inside. He will control the pace with Tom Reeve alongside him. The green flag is up. Let's see whether we get the green to go. We do. It's a good start from the inside as well from Ashley Savage. We often see P3 come through into second place on this very wide Teesside Autodrome circuit with the wide first corner, and it looks like Tom Reeves dropped 2 places down as one driver goes across the grass. It was
Josh Redhead.
Josh Redhead across the grass. Couple of drivers having some problems. One of them looks like it could be Emma Brown in the 98. She's rolling to a halt. Looks like that car may have stalled. I think she's got it going again. And she will join well down the field. You see him move there. Looks like one of them. Looks like that could be Lee Bell getting involved. We spoke to him earlier as well. And he's had a fairly disappointing start. Goes very wide in the 177 O-plate, round hairpin number 4. Let's see whether he gets or comes under pressure as they come through. So Daniel Kell, Ashley Savage, Max Prentice, Tom Reeve drops 2 places on the opening lap. Jake Simpson makes up 3 into 5th place. Swan, Fisher, then the leader in 177. Lee Bell, he's dropped 4 places off the line. Crowther and Redhead complete the top 10.
So interesting start then from the senior Rotax in their 2 different classes, the 162 and the 177, sorry, I should say. 9 laps to go then for them, and of course the sun is breaking through the clouds, and that will be good for the drivers who are sporting those iridium visors, of course. Good for the eyes, of course. Some of the drivers, I think, are running clear visors out there today because, of course, that sun was behind some dense cloud earlier, but now it's starting to break through, which is good news for them. Good news for the track temperature as well, which means good news for potential new lap records as well.
The only people it's not good for is us, Anthony, because it's very warm in this commentary box when the sun comes out.
Well, I wasn't going to mention that because, you know, again, we don't like to watch it too much, do we? But here we go, looking over your shoulder. When the disembodied voice in my ear of the producer, Luke Austin, has just said in my ear, it's like, are you hinting that we want us to open the door? No, don't worry.
No, we're looking for sympathy on the live stream comments, actually, Luke. So if you could put justice for the comms team, that'll just be enough for us in the live stream comments. Yeah, exactly. There it is. Across the line then they go, and there is the 59 on your screen of Martin Fisher, piling on the pressure to the 95 of Paul Swan just in front. The battle for 6th place overall on track, and the battle for the 162 class as they go through different racing lines galore, but as they exit out of the infield complex sort of section, a big look over the shoulder from Fisher to see the number 2 of Lee Bell, who I think is actually running the 0 plate. He is, having won the 177 class O plate here for Teesside. He's got a 0, so we actually do have 2 zeros out there. One of them has a blue background on. He's our outright 162. And then that's Daniel Kell. He's 1.7 seconds down the road. And despite the fact that Ashley Savage and Max Prentice have been nose to tail so far at the start of this race, albeit Savage is now starting to pull away ever so slightly, neither of them can get anywhere near Daniel Kell at the moment. And after we saw his qualifying time, Anthony, I'm not really surprised. Yeah, I mean, he has set a fastest lap in this race so far, 41.058.
and has already managed to open up a gap of 1.7 seconds across the line from Ashley Savage. So, yeah, as they go through, we've got immense pace, but you've just got to see as they cross the line that they're not... What's the gap this time? I mean, well, it's over 2 seconds now. So he took 0.3 of a second out of these two behind of Savage and Prentice. So, you know, he's got immense pace out there. So these drivers are seriously going to have to pull something out the bag to try and close that gap.
We see a lot here at Teesside where, certainly because of how rubbered in the track is, they use it a lot during the week, not just for karting. There's a lot of track days on. There's a lot of drifting going on. So there's a lot of rubber laid down here at Teesside. So when the temps do come up, but the air temperature, the air is still quite, you know, quite nice and breezy. These karts really do go quite well. And as the temperature comes up, it will only come, the times will only come to a certain point, but then we'll start to drop away again as the optimum conditions aren't met.
Yeah. So here at the moment on your screen is the battle for 5th place. Jake Simpson, Paul Swan and Martin Fisher. 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment, having a good little scrap. Now at the moment they're nose to tail. There was a bit of side-by-side jostling a little earlier on as we've got one car that's pulling off to the side. It looks like a Fernando Alonso chassis, and that looks to be, that is Lauren Taylor, who has come to a stop now. We were saying earlier on as we see a lunge there through that first chicane, or through one of the hairpins there. It's all gone P-tong. There we go. They're going so fast I can't keep up. Right, okay, so it's the 59 who's managed to get past. That's Martin Fisher. He's now in front of Jake Simpson. Paul Swan has managed to open up a slight gap when that all started happening. Yellow flag coming out as it looks like the 33 of Lauren Taylor is now pitting, and she is indeed. So yeah, retirement there for Lauren. Big shame.
Yeah, so 2 retirees so far, both out of the same camp actually. Lauren Taylor and Chris Dark both retired from this race, so we are down to 13 runners with 2.5 laps remaining. Kel continues to lead then, as Lee Bell has now closed right up onto the back of the 65 of Jake Simpson, who lost 2 places on the previous lap at the expense of Paul Swan and Martin Fisher, and will now come under pressure as Lee Bell continues to use that rumble strip on the outside. And what we have seen here at Teesside is that in any other class other than Rotax, those curves are perfectly fine to use, but they do generally have a tendency to throw the chain off.
Yeah.
Here at Teesside, the chain very loose on these Rotaxes, the curbs very bumpy. Doesn't really go hand in hand, as is a move as Fisher tries to go down the inside of Swan, puts his arm up to say, I think that was an apology. Not going to give him the place back, though.
No. I'll say sorry, but you're not getting it back. No. You've got to work for that one. 2 laps to go then, and he does indeed work back for it. Yeah, because down the inside again goes Paul Swan, takes back that spot. This is good news again for Jake Simpson at 65, because he's now closing back up again as they're nose to tail. Last lap board comes out for your race leader, Daniel Kell, who is leading the way comfortably as he's on your screen for a split second.
Looks like Chris Dark has managed to make his way back out onto circuit. He's just being overtaken by the battle for second, third, fourth, respectively, which has now seen Tom Reeve close up onto the back of Ashley Savage and Max Prentice, although Savage has got a bit of a gap, so the battle for third. Prentice and Reeve, the two of them. Leader out of hairpin number 4 then for the final time. And Daniel Kell will come through and take the victory in heat number 1, senior Rotax. Second place will go to the 79 of Ashley Savage. Prentice holds off Reeve in the final couple of corners as that battle closed itself up. Swan will get a wonderful 5th, having got past Fisher, after Fisher then got past Swan with that apology move. Simpson, Bell, Crowder, and the top 10 will be completed by the number 9 of Josh Redhead. He crosses the line under pressure from the 81 of Chris Stoves. The final few runners then will come through. Andrew Freeman in the 97. Emma Brown, who had the issues at the start with that kart cutting out at hairpin number 1. She rolls through in 13th place. The final, which although it does look like Chris Dark got back out on circuit towards the end, he will pick up points because he completed 7 of 7 laps. Drivers obviously needed to get half race distance to pick up some points here at Teesside towards the final grid this afternoon. But almost, Anthony, through the first cycle of races before we go back to Bambino. We'll then go through them all again, and then we'll have a short interlude before heat number 3 and the finals this afternoon.
Which is always my favourite part of the day, lunch.
You and Tom would get on very well. He's a big fan of lunch.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I think he
I'm
only...
a large advocate for it.
Yeah, Tom only normally comes for the lunch. That's all he really comes for.
Yeah. Free lunch.
Yeah, of course.
Well, an exciting end to the senior Rotax for their 2 classes. What's coming up next, Mr. David, sir?
Final Heat 1 of the morning, Senior Pro Kart. Largest grid of the day then. We've got somewhere in the region of 37 or 38 senior pro karts, so we might as well make an early start as the Rotaxes are still going off the circuit just to get through them. It's a maiden pole position, and it's a pole position for a clubman driver as well. The 14 of Kieran Savage starts alongside the returning Josh Volkers, who makes his first appearance of the season, having taken a sabbatical at the first 3 rounds. Connor Jupp, the X30 World Champion, he'll be here in a few weeks' time for the British 24-hour. He starts with some good prep in 3rd alongside Mason Barker, the leader in our Clubman Championship. Scott Tate and Mark Tate and all Tate, row number 3. Row 4 sees Thomas Braid alongside Aaron Alexander. David Brown and Jake Richardson complete the top 10. Astonishingly, Connor Lucas, the double defending champion and winner of all 12 races here at Teesside so far this season, he starts a very disappointing 11th alongside last year's Junior Pro Kart champion Jack Morris. Row 7 sees Joe Grinsell alongside Jessica Alexander, Jake Brooker and Connor White. On row 8, row 9, Joe Burrell and Jensen Barker. The top 20 completed by Darren Lowe and the 151 of Brandon Truman Reddish, with the returning Wes Grundy alongside last year's Clubman champion Simon Dougherty in the 757. Callum Booth and Josh Eden are 23rd and 24th respectively. David Brewis in the 80, he starts alongside the 119 of James Dennis. Owen Spears, a disappointing 27th for him. He starts alongside Steve Nichols in the 58. Harry Burrell and Dan Folsham will complete the top 30. Craig Harris and Thomas Lowther, 31st and 37th respectively. Jonathan Allen, Jordan Guy, Neil Catlow and Alban Dowell in 35th and 36th. The final runner, the 718 of Andy Lees in 37th place. We are around about halfway into gridding up the senior pro karts, Anthony.
There's quite a few of them. Now, to talk my knowledge of these karts. Now, these are very quick. They're very powerful. They've got a bit of weight to them because they've got 2 big 200cc Honda engines. Are they 200cc?
They are.
They are indeed. Excellent. I just wanted to double check that. I make a fool of myself. I do that often. Now, imagine driving one of these solo for 24 hours. Who's doing that, do we know?
Ian Williams is doing it.
He is indeed doing that. And do you know where Ian Williams is right now?
He's on the bank behind us.
He's on the bank right behind us, and he could probably hear us. But yeah, he's got one of the cameras pointing directly at these karts on the grid. So that's Ian. Ian's going to be taking part in that, of course, in a couple of weeks' time. And of course, he's going to be in one of those Haas karts that, of course, been graciously donated for him to achieve that goal.
He certainly is, and he will be competing alongside almost 100 other teams here at the Teesside Autodrome circuit in 2 weeks' time for the 2021 British 24-hour race. The final few runners are into position just as the marshal makes his way up.
That is a sight, isn't it?
In around about a week's time, we've got some highlights of last year's 24-hour race, which was an epic spectacle. Went down to a last lap battle between Red Racing and MS SoCo Select, so don't miss out on those, and certainly don't miss out on the following Saturday as we go live from 11:30 for the British 24-hour. So we can have a little wave.
Yeah, there you go.
As the drone comes through.
It's quite warm in here, yeah. But there we go. So looks like we're ready to go. The start marshal runs to the front, and we're about to get this race underway.
We are. It's a maiden pole position then from Kieran Lambert. Makes a good start and will hold that berth as he comes through. Connor Jupp tries to get alongside Josh Volkers, so Josh Volkers defends robustly that second place, and looks like everybody's actually going to make it through for the first time through the chicane section as this absolute swarm of karts makes their way round the National Loop, heading towards the pinch point of hairpin number 1. Looks like we've got most of them through there as well, actually. Some good driving then from Senior Pro so far. Out onto the back straight then. Looks like Aaron Alexander's made a good start. He's going to come to the inside of Mason Barker in the 41, down that back straight. Although Connor Lucas already making his way through, and And goes to the inside of David Brown, a robust move down the inside, hard on the brakes for the 43. The championship leader has work to do in order to maintain his 100% record so far. And Josh Volkers has moved to the head of the pack at the expense of Kieran Lambert. So it's Volkers, Lambert, Jupp, Tate, Barker, Alexander, Richardson, Braid and Connor Lucas in 9th. David Brown in 10th. We've got a contact warning on the opening lap. That's for the 98 of Jonathan Allen. Looks like Jupp then tried to go to the inside of Lambert, and that balked his exit out of hairpin number 2, and that's going to allow the 31 of Scott Tate. Brand new helmet for him this weekend. He is up into 3rd place as well at the expense of Connor Jupp. They should be driving together in a few weeks' time in the same team at the 24-hour race. So we'll wait for a confirmed driver lineup from them in about a week's time. The top 2 have opened up a slight gap, obviously, with Tate and Jupp overtaking each other down that back straight as this massive swarm of karts then makes its way through the chicane. 10-lap race, we're already 2 in the bag. And surprisingly, we've got Jake Brooker going wide at hairpin 1. You see him there, he just cuts back into the screen. He was, at the time, let's have a quick, he was in 15th place, but I think he might have dropped a couple of places since then, with Grinsell, Barker and Truman Reddish being close enough to the back of him.
Well, the main thing you can take away from this start is that it was actually pretty clean.
Yeah, it was, and we normally see, obviously, the midfield pack is normally where we see the action at the start. The front one's obviously going a lot slower into that chicane, having just come off the start line with a standing start. It's the midfield pack where we normally have most of the issue, as Joe Grinsell picks up a contact warning. We'll add that to the one of Jonathan Allen. Cumulative warnings here at Teesside, so it's 2 warning flags throughout the day, then it's a black flag. So don't really want to pick too many of those up early on in the day.
Oh no, you definitely don't want too many of those, do you, as they go through. Across the line that time around though, fastest lap did go out to the 41 of Mason Barker, 46.210. Currently just shy of a second off the race here at the moment, as I suspect in this mid-pack, as we're seeing a scrap there, because is that Mr. Juppy going for 2nd place? No, he isn't. He stays there in 3rd across the line.
Yeah, so he went for that move down the inside, but had the door closed on him by Kieran Lambert. And that move down the inside of 4, you really need to get that done early, because the run on the outside then gives you the inside through the dog leg section. Leader not being able to pull away though. Aaron Alexander comes through. Gets past Scott Tate for 4th place. Tate will drop down into 5th. Mason Barker sticks with the pack, and he's going to try and cut to the inside down the back straight, although then drops back into line. So the top 6 still nose to tail and battling it out as well. Behind them is the battle with Braid, Richardson and Connor Lucas, still in 9th place. I think he's actually up into 8th now, but struggling to make his way through the pack. We'll see where he is when he comes over the line this time. We are at half race distance in this 10-lap race, and Volkers, Lambert, Jupp, Alexander, Tate and Barker are a second clear of anybody else. The top 6 all still though nose to tail as they come through. Hard on the brakes then to get these 185 kilo karts stopped, and Connor Jupp goes to the inside as Kieran Lambert leaves just enough space to wedge a senior Pro Kart in it. Jupp's in, they're going to go 3 wide round South Bank. Aaron Alexander comes to the inside of Connor Jupp. Jupp will try and return the favour down in the inside of 3. Alexander's going to try and do 2 places in one corner. You don't want to be too robust on his BPEC teammate Kieran Lambert. That'll be a frosty atmosphere when they go back to the awning.
Oh, it would indeed, wouldn't it? So they cross the line again. Little switch around then. So it's Volkers from Lambert, Alexander, Jupp, Tate, Barker, Braid, Connor Lucas though, 8th place. Fastest lap of the race, 46.119 across the line that time around. And another warning flag coming out to the 38, which is Aaron Alexander in 3rd place.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that's for. It could have been the move down the inside of Connor Jupp. I think it's certainly before we pick them up on camera, because he's not done anything since. But we now have 3.5 laps for Connor Lucas, who is down in 8th place, to see whether he can do anything to get. I think he's now almost on the back of this pack, but it's going to take quite a lot for that 100% record thus far this season to remain intact, and he's only got around about 2.5 minutes to do anything, and he's struggling at the moment to get past the 12 of Thomas Braid round the national loop as the leaders through the chicanes. Josh Volkers has got a gap of around 2 or 3 kart lengths, so that is closed up heavily under braking by Kieran Lambert. He leaves the door slightly open for Aaron Alexander, who then got chopped off, and Connor Jupp's going to take full advantage. Down the back straight, the 35 gets to the inside, and Scott Tate as well is going to come through. A 2-for-1 special.
Yeah, good stuff from these. And you can see the hand signals there from Jupp saying, come on, think, let's close that gap. Don't fight, let's work together. Let's try push up. But again, no one's listening there, are they? Because down the inside there goes the 38 of Aaron Alexander back through. As they go through, so Falkus leading the way still comfortably, but he's not pulled a gap at the moment as much as he'd like. Lambert's still there, and that 14 in second place. But they're all coming through. This is more like what we see from a Honda Cadet race than, senior Pro Karts.
It's like this almost every time, Anthony. It's, no matter where you are in the pack, there's always something happening in here in senior Pro Kart. They'll see the last lap board, I think, when they come through this time. The leaders, hairpin number 3. That's Connor Lucas in the 43, struggling to get past Thomas Braid. Does give him a little bump and run into hairpin number 3, but doesn't send him wide enough to get his nose down the inside. Last lap board is out then, and Josh Volkers, who missed out on the championship by a single point last season. It went down to the final corner of the final race, and he lost it out to Connor Lucas. He's come back after 3 rounds off, and at the moment, looks like it could be the perfect return for the number 5.
Well, it could be, but we'll have to find out because there's still a few more corners to go, and he's under a big pressure. Big look over the shoulder from Falkus as he tucks in to try and get as most aerodynamic efficiency out of that kart to try and get the weft, but looking to the inside goes Lambert, can't quite do it.
No, let's see what happens here. Straight lines actually from Volkers down into hairpin number 4. Defends. Connor Jupp's going to try and get alongside the 14. The 100% record's gone, and Josh Volkers is incredibly happy with that. He returns to Teesside, and he returns as a heat winner. Volkers, Lambert, Jupp, Alexander, Tate, Barker, Braid, Connor Lucas in 8th, Mark Tate and Jake Richardson complete the top 10 here at Teesside. Leader in the 40s class will be David Brewis. Let's have a quick look. Leader in novice, Jonathan Allen's 98, comes through in 31st place in our novice class. He picks up the class victory in the novice subclass. And Anthony, I imagine it's been quite a long time since you've sampled some senior Pro Kart action.
Do you know what?
What are your thoughts on that one?
I tell you what, I like it. I like it a lot. It's good, isn't it? I mean, it's like Honda Cadet on steroids.
It is. It's wonderful, isn't it? And it really is the spectacle here that we have at Teesside Autodrome. That is the first cycle of races through. We'll be back in a few moments' time with heat number 2, and we'll start with Bambino. So, Anthony, we'll have plenty of time to chat as this stream of senior Pro Karts in front of us. They're pretty much still stopped at the start line, as they'll think the top 10 will get weighed and the rest will be taken through, and then just the odd selection of the others through as well. But that'll give us plenty of time because, as you mentioned earlier, these are the karts that will make up around about 40 to 50% of our grid here in a fortnight's time for the 2021 British 24-hour race. And, also the other half made up with the higher karts, so that'll be a fantastic race. The grid is up then for our Bambinos. Heat 1 winner Austin O'Man, he will start alongside Josh Cormack. Harvey Bacon and Drew Davidson on row 2, Edward Rye and Jack Mellon on row 3. Row 4 sees Buddy Hugo alongside Joey Swan. The top 10 completed by Fraser Anderson and Ellis Child, with Charlie Bell and Amelia DL on row number 6. Row 7 has Alfie Watson alongside the 32 of Harris Barber, Tommy Clark and Jake Gibbon on row 8, with Freddie Murray starting from 17th place, having retired from heat number 1. Lack of fuel being his main issue, which brought that number 91 kart to a halt on the outside of the national loop. much easier for the drone to keep up with the Bambinos.
Oh yeah, no, I have to say you could see there struggling. Our drone pilot, Mr. Greg, is currently hiding in some trees at the moment and controlling this drone. He's got his spotter by his side to make sure he's all nice and safe. But yeah, great shots from this drone, and I have to say, he still looks like he's struggling even with Bambinos. He needs to put some more waft into those propellers, I think.
Obviously, it's that air quality, isn't it?
Yeah,
we're talking about that's really causing.
It's all the hot air that's coming out of your mouth. Yeah.
I can see you're here to make friends.
Always, always. You were supposed to be my spotter earlier on when I was doing the pit interviews. You weren't there, and you were allowing people to walk through my shot and also give me false information with drivers' names.
I resent that last comment. I will admit the fact that I did not do a good job at stopping people walking across shots. I did provide you with the correct information. You just decided just to make it up as you went along.
No, I don't make anything up. Crack commentary team here, highly professional.
You would expect nothing less from you, Anthony.
Exactly. Or yourself.
Thank you.
Exactly. Not like previous comments that we heard from Mr. Buttersworth about missing the certain first chicane.
Oh no, that was a different level of professionalism from Butters. He'll be back in 2 weeks' time in the Combox.
Yeah.
For the 24th.
Yeah.
Providing us with his insightful knowledge of the cake quality of the cafe.
Yeah, I have to say they did look rather nice.
So Bambinos are getting themselves gridded up. Looks like they might have a problem with one of them, the 88 of Ellis Child, whether that car was just rolled away and then put back into place. I think that was just a repositioning exercise for the number 88. Final few runners hopefully will get in position. We are awaiting the 111 of Jake Gibbon. He's going to actually just roll up, and I think he's just going to roll straight into position, although we are swapping a few of them round. I think one of them may have gridded up on the wrong side and just caused some issues. The ones at the front already going through that exercise of lifting the back end up and revving it a lot.
Yes. The classic clearing the carb.
Got to get that engine temperature nice and right. Looks like everybody's in position though, Anthony. We might have the start of heat number 2 for our Bambinos in a few moments.
Bambino's provided us probably one of our closest races at the start of today. What are they going to do this time around? I hope we'll get a repeat, because I have to say I'm thoroughly looking forward to this one.
Yeah, the top 3 after that opening lap managed to pull away, but then still provided with some great entertainment, although Cormac did struggle to get past Austin O'Man, with Harvey Bacon electing to take them different lines down the back straight as well, rather than sticking the slipstream. Please do get in touch by the live stream comments on both YouTube and on Facebook, and if you are on YouTube, give the subscribe a little tap as well while you're at it. Heat number 2 is almost up on us. The green is up, the green is down, and we're away and racing. It's a good start actually from Drew Davidson on the second row. He's going to try and get in front of the championship leader Harvey Bacon, and he does, into the national loop corner then for the first time. And it looks like Austin O'Man has had a fat flyer as well. He's got 5 or 6 kart lengths on the rest of the pack. Cormac in second, Davidson third, Bacon in fourth, and then quite a big gap already back to Ellis Child, who's made a fantastic start from 8th. He's up to 5th already. Yeah, good start from Austin O'Man, like you said, has managed to pull about a 6 kart gap already at the front. You can see it on your screens there. Josh Cormac, the 21, and look at that, it's Harvey Bacon coming back on Drew Davidson round the outside. That is the very long way round, and now you can get the switchover mood as they hold onto that inside line. You can probably get the old switcheroo here. Can't quite do it, but gets the run on the exit. But now under pressure, because look at that, it's the 88. Contact between the two of them. So
Oh
Harvey Bacon going for that 4th place. Didn't realise Ellis Child was there.
Yeah.
Ellis Child on the inside. Gets the car into position. Harvey Bacon then turns straight across the front of the 88 of Ellis Child and turns himself round as well. And he has dropped all the way down into 16th place over the line, and our championship leader throwing a handful of points away in heat number 2.
Yep, disaster there for Harvey Bacon, but yeah, you know, those things, they do happen, especially on lap 1. You do see them from time to time. It's just one of those unfortunate things. 7 laps to go then, and you're looking here on your screen, the 61 and the 11. We dart back here, though, to the front as we see the 88 once more of Ellis Wildchild getting past Drew Davidson into the top hairpin. And again, moving up now into P3.
Yeah, runs wide though into hairpin 3 and allows Davidson to get back through. So carries too much speed into hairpin 3 and loses that 3rd place once again. Child though, he's had a good start to this one, and I don't want to lay any blame at him. I think it was a full-on racing incident round there, that incident at hairpin 4, because Bacon had no idea he was there, and Child was taking his normal racing line round that corner as Child just came back into line.
One thing I'd like to mention is that it's heating up at the front, though, of this pack, because look at there on your screen, they just whizzed past of Austin Oman and Josh Cormack.
Davidson, you saw him just jolt into the screen there. That's because he'd gone over the huge dog-tooth curb, which in the Pro Kart or in a Cadet isn't that much, but in a Bambino that weighs next to nothing, you know all about it when you go over those curbs.
Like you say, yeah, you definitely want to avoid them, but Oman and Cormac now nose to tail. It was 3 of them in the first heat. It's just 2 of them this time going to battle here as they exit through the second hairpin. It's now side by side, nearly. No, it isn't. So Oman holds on to the lead out of the final corner across the start-finish line. A lot of work is still yet to be done with 5 laps to go, though.
We are. I'm actually quite surprised that we've got a number of laps at the top rather than the 8-minute timer that we normally have as a countdown here at Teesside. So we just have a quick look at the timing and see whether we are. We do have a time at the side, although it does show laps at the top. We normally race to 8 minutes here at Teesside, but with all this action, I'll take laps because we normally get an extra one in.
Well,
so,
yeah, there you go.
So the 2 leaders then still nose to tail. We did expect to see Harvey Bacon in the mix, but he departed stage right earlier on. He's still down in 15th place, trying to close back up on the 91 of Freddie Murray. So it is a 2-kart battle for the lead then, with Austin Oman and the 21 of Josh Cormack battling out as Austin Oman goes wide round hairpin 3, gives him a tighter entry into 4, and will that allow Cormack to try and carry some more speed, although Cormack does take his own very tight exit out of hairpin 4, so he will slot back into line as they go over the line then. We're around half race distance. We'll say it is because I think we're going to race to 8 laps rather than 8 minutes, but the lap time round here is around about 1 minute and 1 second for most of the pack, sometimes a little bit quicker. We did see an outright lap record broken earlier as well with Josh Cormack of 59.1 in the Bambinos, but so far today he's not been able to do anything under race pace about Austin Oman.
We cut back to this group here, though, because from 3rd all the way down, quite a few positions, it looks about 10th, we've got a big old scrap of drivers being led by, at the moment, Drew Davidson, who's at the front of this bid pack. He has got Child there right behind in 4th, with Mellon as well in the number 58 5th. Rye is there in 6th race with Hugo, that number 11 in 7th. They're all line astern as they go through, and again, it's all just about what you can do. Can you hold on to the momentum? Can you hold on, keep those lines clean, keep the momentum up, and you'll close those gaps in as they head out of the final corner across the start-finish line. They're not closing in on the race leaders, but I have to say they're having a great scrap for 3rd.
It is a surprise, actually, to see the race leaders setting personal bests, certainly at this point in the race, when we've seen them taking somewhat defensive lines into hairpins 3 and 4, rather than allowing the driver behind.
So, there we go. Eyes on this one. You can see there the 66 of Edward Ride right in the middle of that pack. He's got to pile on the pressure to Mellon in front, but he's got to defend as well from Hugo behind. You can see Hugo looking down the inside because he can see that Rye is going out wide to try and get the switch back on Mellon, but can't quite do it. Slots back into position. Blue flags coming out as one of our back markers, the treble 1 of Jake Gibbon, receives that as our race leaders are crossing the line now, but it's still all guns are blazing in this mid-pack. Great stuff from these young drivers.
Anderson there right onto the back of Hugo out of hairpin 4, gives the number board a little tap as well up on exit. Looks like as well Drew Davidson has now managed to move away, I believe, from Ellis Child in third place. That's going to leave Child to battle it out for fourth with Mellon, Rye, Hugo, Anderson. And once again now Harvey Bacon back into the top 9, having dropped all the way down into 16th early on in the race. But he's got a big gap to get onto the back of Fraser Anderson, and the last lap board will be out for the leader this time, so I think he may have to settle for 9th place. Yeah,
you could be right. When the last lap board comes out, that's when the drivers know that this is your last opportunity to get a job done. Keep an eye on this battle, but also keep an eye on the race leaders, because they are still nose to tail. And I say nose to tail, it's side by side out of the final corner as well. Here they are on your screen there. You can see Cormac trying to get as much as he can out of that small Bambino Coma 50 engine as they exit the first corner into turn 1. And again, it can't get that job done.
Still nose to tail, and Austin O'Man felt the need to take a huge amount of curb over start finish in order to try and hold off the 21 of Josh Cormac. There's still going to be nose to tailers. Once again, O'Man takes a very defensive line into hairpin 2. Will Cormac run wide and try and maximise the exit? They're going to go down the back straight. He will have to go all the way round the outside though, as Austin O'Man white lines it all the way round. It's a long way round the outside of the South Bank corner. He's going to cut back in, but will he chop to the inside of 3, or will he choose hairpin 4 as his final opportunity to try and get past the 16 of O'Man? O'Man carries a lot of speed in, will defend into 4, and unless Josh Cormac can get a fantastic run, he will get alongside, but in doing so, scrubs off a little bit too much speed. It's going to be 2 for 2 for the 16 of Austin O'Man. Takes the checkered flag and wins from Josh Cormac. Third place will go to Drew Davidson, who's now moved away from the rest of the pack. We'll just await for him to come through in the 70 with the bright yellow helmet. Fourth place will go to Ellis Child. And on the final lap, Buddy Hugo takes 2 places from Jack Mellon and Edward Rye, who also drops behind Fraser Anderson. And a 5th place for him is a personal best here at Teesside. Mellon, Anderson, Rye, Bacon and Bell complete the top 10.
First and second place separated by less than 1/10 of a second across the line. Again, fantastic racing from these young drivers.
Brilliant, isn't it? And we were obviously robbed of a 3 or 4 kart battle earlier on in the race with the incident with Harvey Bacon, but the top 2 still serving up. A fantastic display from our Bambinos. Nose to tail all the way round. Cormac, though, unable to find a way past Austin O'Man, and O'Man then now still that's 2 for 2 for him, and he's heading, unless anything happens in heat number 3, for a pole position in the final here at Teesside. And, I wouldn't like to put any money on it, but he's certainly heading towards potentially clean sweeping the 3 plus the final. We are only halfway through the Bambinos. We are only 1 race in to heat number 2. Next up, Junior Pro Kart. Bambinos exit stage left. Junior Pro Kart will enter stage right in a few moments' time. Pole position will be the 120 of Lennon French.
I'm going to just quickly quote you on that one, because you say they may enter from stage right. Technically, they're still entering from the left.
Well, it's left of left, isn't it?
I'll let you do the grids.
On pole position with the 120 of Lennon French. He's alongside the 48 of Harvey Still, Caitlin Frame and Sophie Pawsey, an all-female row 2 in front of Sebastian Pereira and Joe Arnold. 7th is Kieran Savage alongside Jacob O'Connor, row 5, and the top 10 completed by Ben Hogarth and Maximus Shields. Look for him to come through the pack, being a lot closer this time after that spin in heat number 1. Matthew Allen and the retiree from heat 1, Christian Oblang, will complete this 12 kart Junior Pro Kart grid.
Yeah, it was a disaster for Oblang, of course, as well for Shields, because, you know, they had that coming together. Shields clouting that inside curve through the wiggly bit. I'm going to beam it or dub it. And then, yeah, hitting that curb, and then just unfortunately Oglan had nowhere to go and just straight to the scene of the accident. And yeah,
good to see Oblang back out though, because it was quite an impact.
Oh yeah, it was.
We saw it out the window at the very least, and not entirely sure actually whether the camera picked it up, because I somewhat unprofessionally looked away from the screen, because when you've got a cart right in front of you out the window facing the wrong way in the middle of the line, you just generally you're drawn to it. So Max Shields there, you see him now, he will roll into position. He's in 10th place, directly behind Jacob O'Connor's number 42. Final few runners are rolling in. Christian Oblang's repaired 7.76. Looks like I think we might end up having Max Shields pushed back a little bit. He's a little bit too close, I think, to Jacob O'Connor.
He's an eager beaver.
He certainly is. And let's see what sort of impact he can make. Certainly on this opening lap, it's just a case then of getting round and picking them off. Certainly expect to see him troubling the top 5. Trouble might be by then is that Lennon French might be too far down the road for Max to do anything about that. At least he's lining himself up for a half decent starting berth for heat number 3.
I'm liking the positioning of the 48 just in front of our comment box with Harvey still. He's got it pointed very much inwards.
Certainly need to if he's heading there, and he will be heading for the left-hander as they rise up into that D-shaped chicane. And we're just waiting for confirmation that everybody's in the correct position. Start line marshal is in position, but the green flag still firmly down at the moment for Junior Pro Kart heat number 2. Everybody is in position. We are about to go racing in the junior class. Green is up, green is down, we're away and racing. It is a good start from Still, but not enough to get in position. Fantastic start there. Looks like that's the 2 of Joe Arnold. He's come through from the 3rd row into 4th place in front of Sophie Pawsey. Looks like Max Shields is already up into 7th place. Let's have a quick look. He's going to dive down the inside. There he is, of Sebastian Pereira into hairpin number 1. And let's see whether he's going to do the same into 2 as well. He is 2 for 2 down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. Already up into 5th place is Max Shields from his 10th place start. Fantastic opening half a lap for him.
Another dive down the inside there. Looks like the 68 coming through. Ben Hogarth from Maximus Shields, or trying to get past Jacob O'Connor as well there. So, you know, good start from the entirety of the field. Much cleaner this time around, though, as they exit out of the final hairpin across the start-finish line. Your 1, 2, 3, as it appears on screen. French, Still and Frame.
Max Shields then, fastest lap of the race as he comes through from 10th place. Had quite carrying a lot more momentum. Expect him in a few moments to try and see if he can get past Joe Arnold down the inside of hairpin 1, although Arnold, very defensive, takes a middle line in that number 2. He's not going to be easy to overtake. Hopefully, we'll see whether he can, Shields can get a good run down the back straight, although Arnold uses all of the track and a bit more and remains in 2nd place there. Shields will go down the inside. Arnold looks to close the door, but by the time he did, Max Shields was already halfway through it and off in search of 3rd place.
Shields can take advantage of this now, because if Shields can, you know, get past, well, he's got past Arnold. Arnold can now take advantage of this, you know, slot into the back of Shields and get pulled along and try and close that gap up, because the top 3 have broken away slightly. They're clear by some 2 or 1 and a bit seconds, I will say, as they go through. So expect that gap to close up as this race continues, because 8 laps to go. We're only 2 laps in.
This now, obviously, as a whole overall meeting, is somewhat damage limitation for Shields. He's just got to get enough points out of heats 2 and 3 to get him into that top 4 or 5 in the final. Then try and get past the pack early on and try and make sure then that Lennon French is still somewhere within striking distance in that final. So Shields already up into 4th place, only 2.5 laps in, as now Sophie Pawsey is the one putting Joe Arnold under pressure. Although Arnold closes the door, Pawsey has to stamp on the brakes. Hogarth gives the 77's number board a tiny little love tap round hairpin number 4. And they'll come through then over the line. French, Still, Frame, Shields, Arnold and Pawsey. And Shields is closing in, Anthony, on this thing, but also Frame is closing in on Still for 2nd place as well.
Yeah, that'll be good news for Shields, because of course if Shields sees that, they'll definitely close the gap very quickly, I will say, probably within the next few corners. Eyes here though on the scrap for 5th place, because Arnold leading this train of karts from Pawsey, Hogarth, then it's Pereira, Savage, O'Connor, Then it's Oblag and Allen at the back of the field, 12th place. There's a spin on your screen. The 21 of Pereira goes round, and that's a disaster, straight to the back of the field.
Pereira there, it was a half move at best, wasn't it, Anthony? I think he thought about it, then thought not, then thought about it, stuck the nose in, and then by that time he was only 40% down the inside of the kart and spins himself round and spins him down into 12th place.
Yeah, it's very easy to lose the back end of these karts under braking because, of course, a lot of weight at the back, and if you just hit that brake a little bit too hard and lock up, it will just send the back flailing round faster than the front.
One of the driver coaching needs, contact Anthony Jordan at Alpha Live.
Your hair treatment, please contact.
Oh, it's getting personal now. Oh, we're going in hard on the follically challenged, are we, Anthony? Thank you very much. Half race distance then in Junior Pro Kart. And Kate and Sophie Pawsey has found a way past Joe Arnold. It's taken a lap and a half, but the 77 moves up into 5th place. Arnold down into 6th then. Max Shields is coming there. He is in the background behind Caitlin Frame for trying to close up. We're beyond half race distance, but he's not taking quite enough out lap on lap. I think he might be there towards the end, but he's certainly not going to have enough time to get anywhere near Lennon French. There is Sophie Pawsey, and she's back behind Joe Arnold and Ben Hogarth. So we've had some off-camera issues for the 77. She's down in front of Jacob O'Connor and Kieran Savage, so that'll put her in 8th place.
You just saw there the move there of Ben Hogarth trying to get past there of Joe Arnold. Successfully manages to do so and moves up another position then into 5th place. So a good scrap then all the way through this. Christian Oblag there, personal best time, 47.667 in 10th place at the moment. But eyes there on this scrap of 5 karts in the mid-pack, and it's getting a bit tasty there at the back because the 42 of O'Connor tries to get past Savage, and Savage tries to respond quickly as well.
Savage struggling here today. He's been on the podium here at Teesside a number of times already towards the latter end of last season and the early part of this, but now struggling down at the latter end of the top 10 as Lennon French once again towards the tail end of the race sets the fastest lap of the race. Looks like Savage has managed to find a way through now past Jacob O'Connor. He's up into 8th place behind the 77 of Sophie Pawsey. Just having a quick look out the window, Anthony. Max Shields is now right on the back of that battle for 2nd place.
I was going to say, while we were being entertained by the mid-pack battle, it's all starting to heat up now at the front. Lennon French has pulled away, but here now on your screen, Harvey Still, who is still in 2nd place. There you go. First pun of the day. There we go. From Caitlin Frame. Maximus Shields has now closed that gap and is back on the tail end of these two and wanting to get past quickly, I suspect, because 2 laps to go. Last lap board will be out next time around. And you can just see there Caitlin Frame trying to get a move done on Harvey Still.
Carries a lot of speed into that D chicane and ran right into the back. That balked her mid-exit, and she's going to go wide into hairpin 1. And she's going to find Maximus Shields in the O-plate, wedging that kart down the inside. She'll return the favour into 2, but will Shields now get the run down the back straight towards the South Bank corner? He's going to pop out of the slipstream fairly early, and I think he's going to try and get down the inside of Caitlin Frame. She's going to try and run it all the way around the outside, but I think this one is Max Shields' corner, and he is up into the top 3, and he still has sufficient time, does he, to try and get onto Still? No, because Frame's going to come back down the inside. She's not going to give this one up, and the championship leader is going to have to work, and he's having to work for 3rd place at the minute. Then no quarter given. Keeps his foot into the D chicane. They're still side by side as they have been now for almost half a lap. And eventually, Max Shields has to concede and allows Caitlin Frame back into 3rd place. She'll go very defensive into hairpin 1. Shields is back down the inside, and I'm going to take a breath.
Yeah, there we go. Got the job done, but I have to say, great driving from these two side by side for about 90% of the lap. It was absolutely fantastic. It was great news for Harvey Still because he's managed to open up a gap now of nearly a second on these two. Last lap board was out. Checker flag is getting ready for your race leader, Lennon French. The 1-2-0 green machine crosses the line and takes a 2nd heat win.
Great win for Lennon French. Didn't really see much of him in that one, did we? He just went off in the distance and we focused on the entertainment. We're still 3 wide further down the field, though. Arnold, Savage and O'Connor over the line in that order. The top 10. Lennon French still Shields, Frame, Hogarth, Pawsey, Arnold, Savage, O'Connor and Oblang. With Sebastian Pereira, who spun earlier on in that race, managing to get back past Matthew Allen. So 2 for 2 so far then for Lennon French. Max Shields, though, did enough that he'll be starting directly behind his championship contender in heat number 2 in around about an hour and a half's time after the lunch break. 4 more races for you in this what we call morning session, although with an 11 AM start, we are well beyond midday now.
I say it's about 20 to 1 local time here at Teesside.
So 4 more races. Next one up for you, Honda Cadets. Like I've been delegated to the grid again. It's about time that you contributed to the grid.
Oh, no. I'm the secondary today. This is your gig. I am here as your humble guest, and I shall let you. I will let you go through it.
You'll do one before the end of the day, I'm sure. Jared Fox-Whiteley then will start on pole position. He'll be alongside the 38 of Thomas Potter. Row 2. We'll see the 4 of Lewis Goff alongside Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. The top 6 completed by Ben Adrian and Tom Holden. 7. We'll see Leon Barlow alongside Melissa Rader in the top 10, then completed by Larry Price and Ben Robinson. Sebastian Corking will be shown as 11th, but he will start down at the back, as we mentioned, with the Micro Maxers having their own rolling start. That will see Joshua Sullivan then promoted into 11th place. Alongside him on row 6, we'll have Ethan Charles. Then we'll have Daniel Minto, Carl McLean and Jensen White before another Micro Max, Riley Buckton Young, is removed from the 17th. He'll be replaced by Joseph Yao, who will then move forward into that 16th place berth. Alex Lynn, Harris Ali, Amy Peacock and William Howard complete the top 20 in the Hondas. Kieran Logan and Holly Swan will start on row 11 with Ollie Carter, Samuel Eden and Mason Webster behind. Then we'll have the 2 rolling start runners for our Micro Maxers. They start well down at the back, they roll forward towards the start line and have their own green flag lap. So you see there at the back the 52 of Sebastian Corking. He won out of the 2 of them in the previous race. He's alongside the 66 of Riley Buckton Young. Drivers then making their way, the front 3 rows already into position. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Thomas Potter have the long wait now as the rest of the pack grid themselves up. Two, Anthony, very different poses from the front. Jared Fox-Whiteley's got the visor up and he's looking round. Thomas Potter has had the visor down and has done absolutely nothing but look forward until now, and he's only looking back to see where the rest of the grid are. He is eager to get going in that number 38 Morris Lubricants machine. He's just having, I think they're all having a lovely little chat now at the front. Just going, wow.
Bit of a chinwag, aren't they?
Yeah, why?
Chatty bunch of young drivers we've got here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure they're going to be able to hear each other over that Honda engine that's
probably
next to them,
not.
But
yeah. You don't know if they're saying good luck or
let's work together
or anything like that. Yeah, you just don't know. Yeah, do you? Can get lost in translation, I suspect. Like Chinese whispers. You say something at one end, by the time it's got to the other end, it's completely different.
Oh, of course. I expect nothing less as well, having an engine next to your head. There's absolutely no chance any of them are going to know what we're talking about. Once again, looks back from the front. The final 2 Micro Maxes are in position. The barrier that they come through that's emitted to allow them to roll into position has been put back into place. And it looks like Heat 2 Honda is about to go racing.
Oh, well, I've just had confirmation that Andy Barlow supporting the number 42 of Leon. It's his dad's dad. It's a granddad. There we go. Good to have you on board, Andy. As well, Gemma Still said well done to Harvey Still in the previous race that we just saw. But yes, it's all guns a-blazing because we're about to get Honda Cadet underway.
green flag in hand for our start line marshal on the outside of start finish. We're straight down towards the national loop. The green is down. It's a good start from Thomas Potter on the outside. I think he just wants to try and get across and try and block off Lewis Goff, but Goff's going to come through and move the number 4 machine into second place. Rolling start for the micros has gone, and Riley Buxton-Young's got the jump on Sebastian Corking, and Lewis Goff goes down the inside. We've got a number of drivers off at the chicane, but Lewis Goff now will lead this Honda Cadets race. That's Holly Swan's off. Looks like Harris Alley was one that was off as well. Joseph Yao in the 888 is off as well. And Lewis Goff, although briefly for only 2 corners, led a Honda Cadet race here at Teesside for the first time.
Yeah, all those drivers involved at the wiggly bit. Looks like they've got away again and are straight back into this race, which is excellent to see. Hand gestures galore in that mid-pack, but across the line, the top 3 break away slightly. Potter from Fox Whiteley, then it's Goff, Adrian, then it is Stansmore, Wilson, Holden, Barlow, Adrian as well for Melissa Adrian. The 2 carts that was involved, Harris Alley, Joseph Yao and Holly Swan were involved in that wiggly bit section.
Yeah, saw a number of drivers off there, but I didn't want to lose focus as to what's happening because we are now 3 wide for the lead down the back straight. Fox Whiteley looks like he's going to hold position on here, but down the inside comes Lewis Goff. Back up into second place. Oh, there's big contact between the 2 of them. Goff, Potter, and it looks like they've taken Ben Adrian out with them as well. Lewis Goff actually managed to keep going, but it's an absolute miracle that those 3 drivers are actually even facing in the right direction. Looks like they're all actually still going, but there was big contact between the battle for second place. Jared Fox Whiteley looks like, unless Tom Holden and Leon Barlow can do anything, has been handed this one on a plate. Anthony, let's have a look.
Right, well, I didn't see what was happening, so you can see there 3 wide. Look at that, it's just 3 into 1 don't go, and the concertina effect kicked in and round they went. That's what happens.
There is that concrete strip on the inside there. It looked like Lewis Goff had the wheel in it, then the wheels popped out of it. He's managed to make contact with Thomas Potter. They were squeezing all the way round. The unlucky party in there, Ben Adrian in the 48, was just taken along for the ride, even though he hadn't asked to be part of that one.
Yeah, exactly that. So, with 6 minutes to go then, this has been a much more dramatic start to this cadet race. You can see there on your screen the 87 and the 42 of Holden and Barlow, nose to tail, as they go through in towards turn 1. 5 laps to go then, and again, ring that dinner bell, because at the moment your race leader of Fox Whiteley has pulled a slight advantage by about half a second. It's not enough though, because those 4 carts in a bit of a train behind, also with Stansmore Wilson and Melissa Adrian, are closing in, and expect that half a second to disappear very quickly.
Just having a look at the timing as well, Ben Adrian, who was part of that incident, is now back into 11th place, only 1.1 second off the driver in front. Thomas Potter was 16th, but I saw him get past a number of people down into hairpin number 1, so he's already managed to make his way back through the pack. I think he is going to come through. He's right now back behind Ben Adrian, having moved up into 12th place. So Thomas Potter has made up 4 places in 1 lap, as Ben Robinson drops 4 places behind Ethan Charles, Lewis Goff and Ben Robinson as well, and Larry Price, I believe. Fastest outright lap of the race, Sebastian Corking in that Micromax.
Corking lap from him. I'm here all weekend.
The jokes are free, ladies and gentlemen, because we wouldn't pay him for them.
Oh, there we go. So, drama at the front here, because you can see there the 88 of Elizabeth Stansmore Wilson tries to get moved on, as we've had 2 carts come to a stop. It's the 33 and the 51 that I'm seeing on my screen. Trying to see who that possibly could be.
Ollie Carter and Kieran Logan.
There we go. Yes, it was indeed. 20th and 21st will probably be it. Not now, as they'll next cross the line, and that will update. 3 laps to go then, and Jared Fox Whiteley leading the way now only by 0.4 of a second. So they have closed that gap up, because that front 3 of Holden, Stansmore Wilson and Barlow have broken away there slightly from the number 10 of Melissa Adrian, is in a bit of a no man's land at the moment.
So she's dropping away, as we see Stansmore Wilson coming through down the inside of Tom Holden. Looks like Leon Barlow's going to try and get through as well. Holden's going to try and return the favour down the inside. Leon Barlow takes full advantage and moves up from 4th into 2nd place. 3 laps remaining. 2 then now as they come over the line. And Fox Whiteley, Barlow, Holden, Stansmore, Wilson. And that has allowed Melissa Adrian, who was nowhere a lap ago, right back in the mix for this battle for 2nd place.
Exactly that. Barlow now, what he needs to do is he needs to communicate to the drivers behind to say, follow me, but he doesn't. The 87 of Holden goes back through as well, and this is all allowing Fox Whiteley to break away. That gap is now over a second. When they, well, it was under a second when they next crossed the line. I suspect now with this move that's about to happen on your screens, it's going to be over a second the next time around, as we see again 3 wide into the first chicane. Or they all slot back into position though.
So the last lap board will be out then for Jared Fox Whiteley as Melissa Adrian tries to put a half move down the inside of Stansmore Wilson, who was battling for 2nd a few laps ago and now finds herself outside the top 3. There we go, confirmation at the top of the screen. Last lap it is for our race leader. 1.2 seconds now for Jared Fox Whiteley, who, if he'd had a quick look over his shoulder, he'd be chuckling to himself as the battle for 2nd place rages on and just allows him to pull away at the head of the pack.
I would like to correct myself. I said the first chicane. 1, it's not a chicane, it's a hairpin. And 2, it's the 3rd hairpin.
You're supposed to be the pro out of the 2 of us, Anthony.
I'm not professional in any way, shape or form. But I tell you who is professional, these drivers on your screen, because they're giving us one heck of a show.
Out of the final corner then comes your race leader, Jared Fox Whiteley, who's going to get the final 2 steps on the metaphoric podium for this heat number 2. Looks like it's going to be Holden and Barlow. Fox Whiteley takes 2 from 2. So far, it will be Holden and Barlow in 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Stansmore, Wilson and Adrian follow over the line. Sebastian Corking this time comes through into 6th place in the micros. The top 10 then in Hondas completed by Lewis Goff, Larry Price, Ben Adrian and Thomas Potter. Holding off with Ethan Charles, the final runner in the top 10. Holding off Robinson, Sullivan, Minto, Lynn and McLean. In front of the 2nd of the 2 Micro Maxers, Riley Buckton Young. All fist pumps all round as well. Holden there acknowledging Jared Fox Whiteley in his win. It's 2 for 2 now for the O-Plate, the current championship leader as well, who went into this round with a 30-point advantage over Tom Holden, who he's just had a little fist pump with, and Tom Potter, who was part of that incident round South Bank early on in that race. Yeah,
indeed. Great racing once more from the cadet class, really showing this paddock how racing can be done. A great start then for Heat 2 for those drivers, but of course the next race is underway in just a moment. It's time now for, again, the first of our rolling starters, the Junior Rotax and the Minimax. Tell you what, I'll do you a solid. I'll do the grid for this one, Mr. David.
Thank you. It's greatly appreciated.
Not because it's the smallest one out there. Bella Franklin starting on the front row with Oliver Buckton alongside as well on that right-hand side on row number 1. Then it's Alfie Wallbank and Lizzie Mentier on row number 2 with Catherine Potter and Lucas Miles rounding out row number 3 in 5th and 6th place in the 20 and 18 on your screen. Oliver Watson and Isaac O'Shea rounding out the grid of 8 karts on row number 4.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Just want to give a shout out to one of our cadet drivers that's normally here but isn't today, Addison Smith in the 15. He's had an accident last night after practicing all day. He's hurt his hand and as such can't hold the steering wheel, and he will take no part in today's race meeting despite being signed on. So we wish Addison in the 15 from our cadets all the very best here at Teesside. Also got a couple of birthday shout outs as well, and one of those for our senior pro karters later. And also one for a senior pro karter's parents. So we wish all the very best and a happy birthday to Anne Alexander. And her son Aaron will be out in senior pro kart in around about 20 minutes time. Rolling start is almost upon us then for our juniors and our mini-maxers. Juniors making their way around all 5 of those. I'm going to have 3 mini-maxers following behind as well.
Indeed. Once more for the folks at home and the folks here at the track. If you are watching on the live stream on be it your mobile telephonic device, your laptop, your TV, your gaming console, however you're watching here today, please make sure you comment as green flag goes down. Racing underway.
So Isaac O'Shea at the back of this pack, having had to come into the pits in heat number 1 with that loose rear bumper. Hasn't managed to get past anybody, but he has managed to go up and over the grass. You'll see him just rejoin the circuit in the background. Mini's underway and racing as Catherine Potter once again gets a good run, but she's going to have to go the long way around the outside of the national loop of Lizzie Mentier. And Mentier slots into the lead, although Potter looking very racy in second place, although does elect to stay behind her compatriot in the number 50 rather than dive down the inside of hairpin number 1. So Isaac O'Shea, we see him there in the background. He had a very difficult heat 1 and also probably an even harder start to heat number 2, bouncing over the grass and the curbs. We saw him just bounce back into shot, and he's still down in 5th place.
Yeah, obviously I suspect that rear bumper is attached with a bolt and probably 3 rolls of very industrial duct tape just to make sure that rear bumper will not fall off once more this time around. You can see him there in the 84 in the back of that shot there, closing in slowly at the moment. But here at the front, Bella Franklin, the 43, leading the way from Oliver Buckton, the 66, right there behind, slowly closing in, and really closed in there into the 3rd hairpin on the circuit. Final hairpin there to negotiate out of that final corner, back over the start-finish line. The gap now just 0.3 of a second.
Exactly the same actually as the previous lap as well. We didn't see any fluctuation in that. It was 0.32 over the line on the previous lap and on that lap as well. So Oliver Buckton maintaining that 2nd place. And so far in this race, I don't want to curse it too much soon, as we know that commentator's curse is very real.
Oh, it's rife at the moment.
Oliver Buckton has really stepped his game up here at round number 4 and is finding himself on the back of the race leader, Bella Franklin. It is a smaller grid than normal, but normally Oliver Buckton not normally running with the front pack, which is normally Gracie Mitchell, Bella Franklin and Isaac O'Shea as well. We had Tyler Jex join us at the previous round. He took the final victory, having worked his way through the pack in the heats. He's not here this weekend, racing elsewhere. So now Isaac O'Shea is up into 4th place. He's already moved past Lucas Miles. He's closing in on Alfie Wallbank as the gap between the 2 leaders has opened up ever so slightly. In Mini, though, Catherine Potter still right on the back of Lizzie Mentier.
Yeah, good running then all the way through this field. Here, though, with your leaders of the Minimax class. Lizzie Mentier, as you say, yeah, with Potter there just behind. Still having a good little scrap there on your screens. Again, nice controlled driving that we see from these Minimax drivers. Again, just working their way through. Looking down the inside, though, into the top hairpin. Gets it done nice and clean, not losing any time, and just getting that move done. Great driving from the Minimax drivers here.
Catherine Potter now in front of Lizzie Mentier and leads here at for the first time here at Teesside. And from what I believe, actually, having looked at it, possibly one of the first times this season as well. I'm not entirely sure that Catherine Potter has taken a race victory in the mini class, but currently leads at half race distance when they'll come through next time from Lizzie Mentier. And now Lizzie Mentier in the 50, who lost out in a couple of heats last time to the 16 of David Mack. He's not here this weekend. We wish him all the very best in his recovery, and he should be back for the double header here in August over the weekend of the 21st and 22nd. And both days will be covered as always here by Alpha Live Productions, whilst also plenty of other coverage as well in the meantime. So Potter continues to lead then from Lizzie Mentier, and Potter holding firm. Gap between the 2 of them just over 1/10 of a second. As Mentier right on the back, and Potter already going defensive in the 20, down into hairpin number 1. She's left the door open though into 2 and allows Lizzie Mentier to come back through. Will Catherine Potter get the run? She got down the inside into South Bank 2 laps ago, and she will go down the inside into South Bank again. This time Mentier will run all the way round the outside. Looked like Potter had to ease off the throttle halfway round the corner. And Lizzie Mentier in the 50 now, back at the head of the pack in this battle for the mini crown.
Good stuff from the minis. Heating up, though, in the juniors, I must say, because the battle for 2nd place between Buckton and Wallbank has closed up dramatically as well. The 66 and 64 scrapping away fearlessly at the moment for 2nd in class for the junior Rotax. But like I say, keeping a close eye on these Minimax drivers who are providing an excellent race. There they are, though, on your screen for Junior Rotax. And you can see there the red suit of the 66 of Buckton still there in second place, but under immense pressure from Wallbank, the 64, who's trying to go down the inside into that first hairpin, fails to do so. In towards hairpin 2, again, can't do anything, stays behind, but looks again here to the inside of the top hairpin. Tucks in, gets the ultimate waft out of that kart and gets the job done. Yeah,
Buckton looked to turn in there, didn't he? And as he did, found Alfie Wallbank on the line that he wanted to and has to relent and hand over second place to the 64, who arguably has been quicker in this second part of the race as he closed in that gap on the 66 of Buckton. Looks like Buckton had all the pace in the early part of the race, but then when the tyre and the engine temp came up, Wallbank has closed in on to the back and has managed to get past down the back straight into that south bank corner. Has now opened up a gap of around a kart length, which might just be enough to prevent Buckton from coming back at him down the back straight. Lap and a half remaining then for our juniors. 2 laps remaining as we see our minis just blast through in front of the commentary box over the start finish.
Indeed, yeah, the last of the Minimax drivers just appearing over the start finish line now of Oliver Watson, but last lap board goes out to Bella Franklin, who crosses the line clear by some 1.8 seconds now from the 64 of Alfie Wallbank. It's looking like a clean sweep at the moment in this race for Bella.
7/10 as well then, back from Buckton, back to O'Shea, and I wonder whether O'Shea, who's coming in fairly quickly, might just be on the back of Oliver Buckton at the end of this lap to give himself half a chance of third place. Don't think he's actually going to be that close unless the back marker in front of them of Oliver Watson comes into play. Everybody now has seen the last lap board. Bella Franklin already around hairpin 3. She will then negotiate hairpin 4 for the final time. The checkered flag awaits. It's 2 for 2 as well for the 43 of Bella Franklin. Second place will go to Wallbank, Buckton and O'Shea. No change for them over the line. Will then now in a few moments return to focus on Mini. You see them there blasting through in the background, down the back straight for the final time. Round South Bank, and will Catherine Potter be able to do anything about Lizzie Mentier? Mentier goes very defensive. She'll go defensive again into 4 and parks the 50 in the middle of the circuit. Catherine Potter has tried all she can in this one, including leading a few laps, but Lizzie Mentier will win heat number 2 in Minimax, followed home by Catherine Potter. Oliver Watson has already taken the checkered flag behind Bella Franklin, but once again puts in a reasonable showing for the number 5 in his first outing, having stepped up from our cadet class.
Good running from the Junior Rotax and the Minimax again. Like I say, small grid of the cars, obviously much smaller than I suspect you can see for the classes, but again, still providing excellent close racing despite the numbers. So great stuff from this class.
Just having a quick look at the comments from Facebook, so I know you're all over the YouTube one. So Addison Smith has actually been on, the driver that I was speaking about earlier, who isn't taking part in the cadet class. He is at home watching, although a bit with his arm and his hand in a bandage after his incident. So he's wishing a number of drivers good luck. Gillian Mitchell's also been on saying well done Bella for that fantastic race victory there in the Junior Rotax class. Next up though, the penultimate race of the morning session. It will be our Senior Rotax. Circuit is clear. Senior Rotax are about to be joining us. On pole position then will be Heat 1 winner Daniel Kell. He's alongside Ashley Savage with Tom Reeve and Paul Swan on row 3. Martin Fisher and Jake Simpson on row 3. Lee Bell and Chris Crowther, row 4. Josh Redhead and Christopher Stoves complete the top 10. Andrew Freeman and Emma Brown will be on row 6. Chris Dark, Lauren Taylor and Max Prentice there in 15th place, having finished in 3rd place in the heat number 1, comes up as excluded from that first heat of the day, and he will start all the way from the back of the pack. It's news to the commentary team as well, but I'm fairly sure there was a reason it was missing from the second row on the grid, and that is it.
That would be thy reason. PS Karting joins in. The kids are awesome racers and the sportsmanship is awesome between them. I have to say that's a spot-on comment there on the YouTube feed. Again, please do keep getting your comments in. We would love to hear from you. The senior Rotax race is about to get underway, and I have to say I've been impressed with all the starts that we've seen, because in some areas of the championships that I do commentate on, it takes them maybe 3 or 4 attempts to actually get it right.
We're not perfect.
Not perfect.
We're not perfect by any stretch.
But I tell
you have now put extra pressure on them to get this one right, Anthony.
First time, yeah.
They come through for this rolling start. Having said that, seniors are normally fairly good at it. It is difficult, obviously, here at Teesside because of the radius of this outside, but the green is down and we are away and racing then in our senior Rotax class. Daniel Kell once again moves to the head of the field. We've got one driver going incredibly wide round there, but he does manage to get that kart stopped before the grass starts. Max Prentice has already made up 2 places down the back, and you can see that out the window, but looks like Josh Redhead is a little bit more racy here in heat number 2 than he was in heat 1.
You can just see Andrew Freeman, the 97, that bright pink helmet on your screen there in the background, having a nice look down the inside at hairpins 1 and 2. I think gaining a few positions as well. So a good start there, as more scrappage a little further behind as well. It's the number 3 of Max Prentice, I think, getting that job done as well. Moving up a couple of positions and screeching past our commentary box.
So top 3 in the previous one. He has picked up a contact warning as part of that one, as his robust move through the field.
Oh, someone going very slow there. Who's that? Is that the 65? It is indeed the 65 of Jake Simpson. Has had a nightmare there and has come all the way nearly to the back of the grid.
So he's going to drop from 6th down into 13th place, with only behind him now Chris Dark and Lauren Taylor, both of those who retired from the previous race. Looks like Dark is actually having some problems off camera. That kart going very slowly down the back straight, so it looks like the number 17 could be heading for his 2nd retirement of the day.
Oh no, I'm looking there and a rear bumper has come off once more.
97.
It is Andrew Freeman. Yeah, mechanical flag there is coming out thick and fast, and oh, the rear bumper curse strikes again.
It certainly does, and it happens a lot more than anything else. If we've got a spin, all right, that's
the 65, yeah. Jake Simpson saw going slow, and that kart halting there as well.
He's on the outside of South Bank. He's doing a grand job, actually, to drag that kart away himself all the way up onto South Bank, which has meant the yellow flag's coming in enough time for our leaders to go round there without too much issue. So Kel Savage and Reeve then the top 3, making their way through there. Max Prentice already up into the top 7. There's the battle behind. That's Crowther and I think Bell and Redhead in there as well.
That's really come off there. That's scraping on that rear wheel now.
Still not sure he knows about it as he's come through once again. I don't think he's got the actual mechanical flag. I would not want to be Josh Redhead right now with that bumper hanging off the back. I think he's come through. I know we've highlighted the mechanical, that bumper hanging off. I'm certainly fairly sure that I would not want to be right behind there with Josh Redhead. You're going to need some quick reactions to catch that one, as Lee Bell is going very slowly down the back straight. Anthony the O-plate in the 177, who was in 6th place. That car going very slowly, and there's another one parked there as well.
It's the number 9. It's Josh Redhead. You were saying you didn't want to be Josh Redhead, but now it looks like a mechanical issue for Redhead as well. This is a disaster. These senior Rotaxes are falling like flies.
So it's a senior Rotax car park on the back straight. 2 of them both being moved out of the way. I wonder what the issue is there. 2 cars rolling to a halt in the same place. Andrew Freeman still continues to circulate with that bumper being held off. He certainly has seen the meatball flag now, with the pit board held out on start finish for the number 97. He's going round now. He has actually had a quick look over his shoulder there. Yeah, Emma Brown felt the need as well to have a quick point and let him know that his rear bumper's missing. He's now going to go all the way around the outside of the South Bank loop and into retirement.
Yeah, there we go. Well spotted there. Good, again, sportsmanship from these drivers, just to say, hey, your rear bumper's falling off. I'd probably slow down if I was you.
Hand it back down the back straight. Is this yours?
Yeah. There we go. Pulling into the pit lane now comes the 97. Big shame for Andrew Freeman.
Emma Brown did still manage to set a personal best whilst pointing to Andrew Freeman that his bumper was leaving.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
There she is on screen, in holding off Christopher Stokes for 8th place, running in 2nd and 3rd respectively in our 177 class, although Having said that, the rest of the 177 class have fell by the wayside. Andrew Freeman off into the pit lane with his rear bumper departing at least one side of that kart. Lee Bell and Chris Dark both in retirement as well. Lee Bell currently sat with Josh Redhead halfway down the back straight, watching the final 3.5 laps of this senior Rotax heat number 2 with Daniel Kell. Once again, 1.3 seconds down the road from anybody else here. Ashley Savage in second, Tom Reeve, Fisher, Swan and Prentice, although I do believe Prentice may be in front of Swan now. We'll get confirmation of that when they come through. It certainly looked like Prentice had managed to get the job done down the bottom end of the circuit. That
orange lid there, as confirmed on your screens, has managed to get past the 95 of Paul Swan, and confirmed now on the timing tower. Next victim is Martin Fisher up ahead, clear by some about 2 and a bit seconds.
Might just have enough cushion there to hold off Max Prentice, although Prentice is coming at a fair rate of knots, having trying to recover that number 3. He's had a difficult day so far, had a snap chain in practice which limited the amount of time that he could get out there. Did manage to qualify in the top 4, but then excluded from the opening race of the day. Has seen him have to come through from 15th place, now running in 5th and trying to close down Fisher, albeit some 2.8 seconds off the back of the 59. 2 laps remaining then. Daniel Kell in the Teesside O plate has been faultless so far today. Outright lap record in qualifying, and it looks like it could be 2 from 2 for the O plate. There is Prentice. He's managed to break away from Paul Swan, trying to catch up onto the back of Martin Fisher, although I think he's going to run out of laps here, Anthony. It's just about 2.1 seconds now. I think the gap back to between Fisher and Prentice, and I think he may run out of time.
I think you could be right. 8 laps completed. Danny Kell crosses the line and receives the last lap board. That gap now 1.5 seconds from Ashley Savage. There is the O plate of Danny Kell on your screen. The classic livery from Tony Kart. I like that livery again, the green lines all the way off the classic NASA panel as well. It is good to see them, and yeah, I've always loved these karts, and as they dive through, fantastic driving, nice, cool, calm and collected all the way through the race.
Yeah, he's worked hard in the early part to make the second part look nice and easy for Daniel Kell. 1.5 seconds the gap will come through, takes the checkered flag from Ashley Savage, who did just about enough to keep him honest. Tom Reeve completes the top 3 with Martin Fisher and Max Prentice coming through in 4th and 5th. Swan gets a superb 6th. Chris Crowther will come through to pick up the win in the 177 class. And then the battle behind there still sees Chris Stokes all over the back of Emma Brown. They'll cross the line there, nose to tail. And with the exception now of Lauren Taylor, who will come through after that first lap incident, saw her well down the field. She will come through in the top 10 in 10th place. Freeman, Bell, Redhead, Dark and Simpson, 33% of the Rotax grid, not making it to the checkered flag here at Teesside, with varying degrees of issues between them all.
Yeah, 5 retirements from that race. Big shame. So suspect a small delay then, I suspect, of the recovery of those karts, because some of them, well, in fact all of them, are probably the furthest they could be away from the paddock.
Yeah, luckily as well. Normally, when it's Bambinos or Cadets, we can get 2 of them sideways on the recovery trailer. I'm not entirely sure we're going to do that with the Rotaxes, and I don't think they're going to allow us to stack them on top of each other down there either.
Question on the live chat from PS Karting: any chance of adding a TKM class in 2022?
Well, it's not my circuit, but I imagine if enough of them show any interest, then there will certainly be
why not?
Certainly be scope to add them here at Teesside Autodrome.
So, if you're a TKM enthusiast and you're watching the stream, or you're here in the paddock and you're not racing at all, let them know at Teesside Autodrome that you would like a TKM class.
Get in touch, because this championship, Anthony, has grown from 2 classes at the 3 years ago, which was just the senior Pro Kart and the Cadets.
Yep.
Into a 6 or 7 when you amalgamate the 2 junior and minimax class, into a proper race day actually here at Teesside, from the introduction really of the junior Pro Kart class at the start of 2019, and then with the addition of the senior and junior Rotaxes, and then Bambinos as well And they joined us from the start of 29 here at Teesside Autodrome. Have a quick look at the massive senior Pro Kart grid, one of the mainstays here of the Teesside grid for a very long time. As I was saying, you can see them all there gridding up here at Teesside. Looks like they will obviously then make their way around. Jake Simpson's getting a push off. Looks like we're not going to have to. We don't need the trailer for him.
I was going to say, Jake Simpson, I say a huge thank you once again to the marshalling team here at Teesside, because of course providing excellent stuff for that one. Now that he's got a little bit close to the pit lane, he's pushing that car under his own steam all the way from the top hairpin. There's a poor marshal who had to do it for him. So he was just in the cart and just like pushing him along. Now he's doing it himself there. There you go, much better.
It looks like one of them actually has managed to make their own way back from the back straight. The only one that's actually looks like they're being brought back is the 9, I believe, of Josh Redhead. He's going to come down the down start finish. See whether we've got any idea as to what's wrong with that one from a visual inspection. Looks like everything's still attached to it, Anthony. So
well, my eye is telling me that it could be broken.
Not much gets past you, does it, mate?
No.
So there's a reason why you're a big dog of the UK commentary game, and it's because things like carts on trailers just don't get past you.
No, that's exactly right. Well said.
It's all right.
Well said that.
You're very welcome.
Oh, it's getting a bit warm in this commentary box, isn't it? There we go. Well, the rumble in the jungle fires up because our next race underway. It's time for Senior Pro Karts. Seniors making their way round, and I think we might have a little bit of time actually getting this one into position, because Josh Folkus, who was on pole position, and we'll expect him to start there, is a bit further down the pack making his way around, but he will start on pole position with that number 5 car of Josh Folkus. He'll start on pole position, having won heat number 1 here at Teesside. In doing so, ending what was a 12-race consecutive victory for Connor Lucas, who was well on his way until this morning to beating what he had in 2019, where he went 20 for 20 in the opening 5 rounds of the season. So Folkus will start on pole. Alongside him, the leading clubman driver, the 14 of Kieran Lambert. Row 2, Connor Jupp and Aaron Alexander. Scott Tate and Mason Barker on row 3. Thomas Braid, Connor Lucas, Mark Tate and Jake Richardson will complete the top 10. Jack Morris and David Brown will be on row 6. Connor White and Jessica Alexander, row 7. Jake Brooker and Joe Burrell on row 8, with Jensen Barker 17th, Brandon Truman Reddish in 18th, Simon Doughty and Josh Yeadon completing the top 20 in front of the 115 of Wes Grundy and David Brewis on row 11. Darren Lowe and Callum Booth on row 12. 25th sees Owen Spears alongside the 119 of James Dennis, Thomas Lowther, Steve Nichols, Harry Burrell and Jonathan Allen complete the top 30. 31st we'll see Craig Harris alongside Neil Catlow, Alban Dowell, Dan Fulsham, Jordan Guy, Andy Lees, and then bringing up the rear in 37th place will be Joe Grinsell, another driver, Anthony, who's picked up a DQ actually rather than an exclusion in the opening race of the day. So I know he picked up a contact warning. I hadn't seen that he'd picked up anything else beyond that, but disqualified from heat number 1. He will start down in 37th at the back in the 199. I heard that he was the Messiah, but he's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. That's what he is. There we go. Together. Got that out today, finally. There we go. Gary Hall joins us on the stream. He's absolutely gutted that he's not there. His lead in the Senior Pro Kart novice class will have gone after today. Shame to see that, of course, sporting the 114. He is not here. Huge shame not to have you here, but you can view on your stream for your viewing delectation.
Murray Adams has been on as well. He'll be partnering the number 20 of Jessica Alexander in a few weeks' time at the British 24-hour race. He suggests it's time to call the wall, and she will try and move through then from just outside the top 10. She's currently positioned behind David Brown, so she is on row number 7 here, alongside the 52 of Connor White. Owen Spears rolls the 17. He's in 25th place. We've got around about 12 more drivers, 6 more rows to position here then in this Senior Pro Kart Heat number 2, the final instalment of the morning session before the lunchtime break. We'll then be back around about half an hour after we go off air for heats number 2 and 3. Sorry, so heats 3 and the final.
Yeah, heats 3 and the final. We're currently finishing heats number 2. Thank you, David. Yeah, limber up. It's about to kick off, I think. Busiest grid out there for the Senior Pro Karts, and as we say, the rumble in the jungle is about to get underway. It was a fantastic race we saw earlier. Like I said, Honda Cadets but on steroids, and I just hope we get the same race performance this time around.
Grid is in position, and Anthony, we await the start line marshal. He's going to make his way to the head of the pack. Josh Volkers pulls his gloves up there at the front, has a quick loosen of the neck. It's going to be a very difficult 10 minutes or so for him in this 10-lap heat number 2 to come under pressure. Those behind him as well. The green is in hand. The green is up. The green is down. We're away and racing. It's a fantastic start from Kieran Lambert from second place, and the 14 moves to the head of the pack at the expense of Josh Volkers, and we've got a new leader in the space of the first 10 metres as Lambert comes through. Volkers in second, then Jupp, Alexander, Scott Tate. Tom Braid's had a good start. He's up into 6th already. Behind him, Mason Barker and Connor Lucas. We've had a couple of spinners in the middle of the pack. One of them is Steve Nichols. The other one is Mark Tate, who was on the front row here at row 3. He's rolling his own kart back onto the track, but he's all the way down now in 37.
Yep, good start at the front there. As you see, the number 5 of Volkers retake the lead into the 3rd hairpin. Juppy goes defensive as well. That concertina effect closes in, as well as the number 41 goes very wide out of the final corner. That's Mason Barker. They cross the line then. There's the order on your screen. It's Volkers, Lambert, Alexander, Jupp, Tate, Barker, Braid, Lucas, Richardson, and Morris. Yellow flags into the first chicane as it looks like the number 4 has gone awry, and that is Josh Yeadon, and he is Yeadoned that car all over the track.
He was on the outside there, I think, of David Brewis going into that section, and 2 into 1 certainly didn't go. And Josh Yeadon, who started the race in 20th place, is now down behind Steve Nichols, who spun on that opening lap. That'll put him in 36th place. Leaders, though, there's Lambert. Tries to go down the inside. Looks like Volkers jammed the brakes on there, and that's going to force Lambert into slowing mid-corner, and it's going to allow Alexander. It looks like Jupp might go all the way around the outside there as well.
Yeah, you could see it there with the steering inputs that Volkers put on the kart. It looked like he massively outbraked himself and just thought the only way I'm going to save this one is just by yanking on the wheel and hoping that it grabs and pulls him round. It did, but albeit he lost a lot of momentum.
Lambert is the big loser in that one. He's dropped from 2nd down into 5th place. He's now behind Scott Tate, and he could lose a few more down the back straight as well, having tried a desperate move actually to get back past Tate down the inside. He's going to get hung out to dry here, Anthony. Barker's down the inside, Braid's down the inside as well, is he? No, he's going to come back to the inside of Mason Barker. That's a huge save there for Kieran Lambert, because I thought he was going to get hung out to dry and lose 3 places round South Bank. Yeah,
it was very nicely timed there, that move on the inside. I thought it was going to lose that front nose cone there on the back bumper, but no, didn't do so. Slots back into position and didn't lose too many spaces at the front. Volkers still leading by 0.2 of a second from the 38 of Alexander. Jupp is still there in 3rd, and it's just a long train all the way back to what looks to be about 15th place.
Still then nose to tail already for this Pro Kart, and it's not even like the top 4 or 5 have broken away as they did in heat number 1. It's all the way down, I think, to about the 55 of David Brown, to the top 12, still running nose to tail in the middle of that pack. And now Josh Volkers has got Aaron Alexander to deal with rather than Kieran Lambert. Looks like we might have a discretion coming, because the marshals putting some new numbers on. There it is.
There it is.
44 of Jordan Guy will receive the warning flag in a few moments. He'll come through in the bright pink car. He's behind Dan Folsham, battling it out. Looks like for around about 30th place at the moment. still nose to tail. Then the top three, Anthony, have broken a little bit of a gap. And by a little bit of a gap, I do mean a little bit of a gap.
A schmickle. Schmickle of a gap.
Smidge.
It's a little bit less than a schmidge.
Yeah. Move there then for the lead as Aaron Alexander in the 38. His mum, it's her birthday today, will be very happy with that. She'll be even happier in 5 laps' time if he's still leading heat number 2. So Aaron Alexander moves to the head of the pack at the expense of Josh Volkers. And for the first time today then, Alexander leads a race here at Teesside into hairpin one. Hard on the brakes, gets that kart sideways as he gets the 38 stopped. So now Alexander Volkers, and behind them as well, the 35 of Connor Jupp. Yeah. Scott Tate with the little little forward.
Yeah, because he's seeing that gap starting to emerge. It's just like, right, guys behind, don't start battling. You know, let's close in on that gap. And I say closed in, he almost got a big boot up the backside there, because down the inside is the 14 of Lambert on Barker. Gets that almost done, albeit side by side. Oh, the commitment there from Barker keeps that car in front as Scott Tate takes the fastest lap of the race, 46.069.
He was the one giving the forwards to Connor Jupp just in front of him, and now he is right on the back of that pack as Thomas Braid goes down the inside of the reigning champion Connor Lucas. Lucas is going to try and return that favour. They'll run side by side down the back straight. This is a battle for 7th and 8th place respectively. And Connor Lucas in the 43 not having a good day of things so far here at Teesside.
Yeah, at the moment. 4 laps to go there. Well, nearly 3 laps to go as they'll enter the final corner in just a moment. Line astern all the way through this field. No position changes through that section then. They cross the line now, and it's still Alexander from Volkers. Jupp, personal best time from Jupp. But look at that, David Brown, 11th place. Fastest time, 46.042.
Right, he's right on the back, actually, of this entire pack, Anthony. So just taking full advantage of that toe, particularly down the long back straight and south bank here at Teesside. And that run out of the final corner at hairpin 4. An overstart finish, 2.5 remaining. And now Aaron Alexander is starting to turn his head like a barn owl at Josh Volkers behind him.
I'm expecting a big smile on Connor Jupp's face, because as soon as he saw Alexander go defensive, look at that gap, it disappeared, and down the inside goes Juppy to take 2nd place. Nerfs the number 5 of Volkers out wide and loses 2 position, because Scott Tate in that 31 moves up, and it's nose to tail with Kieran Lambert now into the 45s with a 45.9.
Only 2/10 off the outright lap record then for Kieran Lambert in 6th place, having started the day in 2nd place off the grid, led into the first chicane on the opening lap, and then dropped down as Volkers gets back down the inside of Scott Tate, and Scott Tate's going to get hung out to dry now on the outside. Down the inside, Mason Barker, Kieran Lambert's all coming through, and Scott Tate, you can see with his movement on the steering wheel, very agitated and not overly happy, I don't think, about that move down the inside by Josh Volkers, but he's dropped now away. He's got back past Mason Barker, but he's behind Kieran Lambert. He's down in 5th or 6th place.
Last lap board then about to come out, and it will be received by Aaron Alexander across the line from Connor Jupp. Again, another personal best time from Jupp across that line. Volker's still there in 3rd place, but that gap is still around 3.5 of a second. Side by side there though. Wow, big air there from the number 31 of Scott Tate, who took to the air there. That was absolutely amazing. And the number 12 dives down the inside of Thomas Braid.
He's been an absolute pinball in this race so far, hasn't he, Anthony? He's been getting everything that's happened in this second half of the race has involved Scott Tate. Race leaders, though, going out of the final corner for the final time. Aaron Alexander, there's contact there between Braid and Richardson. The leaders are out the final corner. Happy birthday, Mrs. Alexander. Your baby boy wins heat number 2 here at Teesside from Connor Jupp and Josh Volkers. Lambert, Barker, Lucas, Morris, Tate, Braid and Brown complete the top 10 with White, Richardson and Brooker behind.
Here's what happened to Scott Tate then. You can see it was side by side, and just, wow, look at that. I have to say, that made my spine hurt.
Fantastic save there, though, as he went through the chicane section side by side with Mason Barker. Once again, neither driver giving any quarter through that section.
No, definitely not so. Well, I don't think I could stand all that excitement just before lunch.
I think we need that break now, don't we?
I think we do.
So a fantastic morning. And that's just going to serve as a starter for the mains this afternoon, Heat 3 and the finals. In around about half an hour's time, go and grab your dinner, but eat it quickly and get back in front of your screen here for the second instalment here at Teesside for this afternoon. Myself and Anthony will be back after lunch.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough for round 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Myself, David Sullivan, Anthony Jordan sampling the Teesside commentary box for the first time. And after those first 2 heats this morning, Anthony, I'm sure you can't wait to get going for this afternoon's Heat 3 and the finals.
Well, your predictions are correct, sir. Yes, I cannot wait to get Heat 3 underway. And Heat 3 is almost upon us because here's the grid for the Bambinos.
Austin Oman then takes his 2 race victories so far onto the pole position berth. Alongside him, the 21 of Josh Cormack, Drew Davidson, Ellis Child on row 2, Buddy Hugo and Jack Mellon on row 3. Row 4 sees Fraser Anderson and Edward Rye, with Harvey Bacon and Charlie Bell rounding out the top 10. Amelia DL and Joey Swan share row number 6. Row 7 has Alfie Watson and Freddie Murray, both of those 2 drivers in their 3rd race meeting here at Teesside, with Harris Barber, Tommy Clark and Jake Gibbon completing the 17-kart Bambino grid here at Teesside. The final few just rolling into position, although just needing them to sort out which side of the grid they're on. But no, we are not far away. Parents have now been welcomed onto the grid for the obligatory lift and thrash the throttle and clear the carb out exercise for the Bambinos here. So if you are wondering what the strange thing is with all the parents on lifting the back wheels up, that's what it's for. Clearing that carb out and getting these carts ready. They will be directed off through the start line gate ever so shortly, and the afternoon's 12 races will be about to are upon us.
They are indeed. Again, welcome back to everyone who is joining us on the streams, either on YouTube or Facebook. Again, please do get your comments in. We would love to hear from you, and as well, if you haven't done already, please make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit that little notification of the bell as well, so you get notified every time Alpha Live team goes live. Of course, if you're at the circuit watching the stream as well, do still get your comments in, because we can see them in the commentary box, and we will try our best to read them out to you thick and fast.
If you do, of course, subscribe, you'll be treated to everything Alpha Live has to offer. Obviously, the backdated catalogue and next week's action from the Kartmasters British Grand Prix and Super 1 from Wilton Mill.
Indeed, yeah, very, very true. The clouds have parted. Blue sky shines, and we're about to get Heat 3 underway.
Green flag then in the hand of the start line marshal. It's up in the air. There's still a bit of wind as you see it flapping. We're away and racing, and Josh Cormack makes a good start, but not good enough this time. And Austin Oman will head off from his pole position berth into the lead. Let's have a look to see whether the 8 of Harvey Bacon, the championship leader going into this race meeting, although he did have that issue in heat number 2. Let's see where he comes through. I think he's already up into 6th place. It could be 5th. He's going to take a huge amount of curb. That's Ellis Child actually in the 88 rather than the 8. They still have Harvey Bacon, though, diving down the inside of the, looks like that could have been one, I thought it might have been Buddy Hugo, but it's the same colour kart, just different colour helmet, so we'll pick that out down the back straight. Fraser Anderson in the 61, side by side with the 8 of Harvey Bacon, but once again, the top 2 have taken the opportunity on the opening lap to break away from the rest of the pack, and it already looks like, Anthony, a 2-horse race for this Bambino Heat 3, and this time we'll see whether Josh Cormack can find a way past Austin Oman, but he hasn't really made much of an inroad in him so far. He's been there or thereabouts on his rear bumper, hasn't made many overtaking opportunities thus far.
Not thus far, no, but across the line, Oman crosses in the lead from Josh Cormack. Then it's Drew Davison, Buddy Hugo, Ellis Wildchild in 5th, Jack Mellon in 6th. Then it's Fraser Anderson in 7th, Harvey Bacon in 8th place, Edward Rye in 9th, and then it's Amelia DL up into 10th place, Joey Swan in 11th, Fred Murray in 12th place, and it's Alfie Watson in 13th, Harris Barber in 14th place, Charlie Bell in 15th, Tommy Clark in 16th, rounding out the grid, Jack Gibbon in that treble one, still there, 17th place at the moment, but back here at the front still, these top two once more breaking away, Oman and Cormack, and already an advantage of 1.4 seconds as we see the number 20. That is Alfie Watson being retrieved from the inside barrier. That was at the hairpin number 1 and gets back going now, albeit by quite a way behind.
Work to do for Watson. It looked like that kart, we see a number of times here at Teesside, the barrier, if they come round there and clip it, it does spin the kart round very, very easily. And Watson now all the way down into 17th. The top two still nose to tail. 3rd place for Drew Davidson is a lonely one at the minute, although now in 4th place, the 8 of Harvey Bacon has come through the pack from 9th place and is up into 4th. So we know the pace is there, but he's got to have enough pace now at the very least to get onto the back of Davidson, and then it's whether he can get past and then try and catch up with the leading duo, who once again are just nose to tail down that back straight. See Edward Rye pop into view at the back there. Looks like we're almost 4 wide now down the back straight. That's Mellon and Ellis Child, and Ellis Child and Mellon have come thing, and Mellon's kart's going to roll to a halt on the inside, mainly because that grass looks like it's just been freshly cut and it's just ground that kart to a halt.
Yeah, that is not ideal. Some would say suboptimal conditions there, and that is one of our drivers beached now on the grass, out of luck.
Don't normally have a lot of marshals actually down that end, so it's quite a way actually from the nearest marshals post. So if Mellon does require some assistance, they've got to wait to an extent for the track to be clear before the marshal can make his way across and try and get Jack Mellon back onto circuit. There you see all the grass actually just inside the chassis up against the engine, and it looks like the recent trim of the foliage here at Teesside has brought a halt to Jack Mellon's race so far.
I think so. They're back with your race leaders though, Oman and Cormack. Still, again, going into that sort of section, always, like I say there, Jack Mellon, the 58, just getting out of the way there, has managed to get restarted and back on track, albeit now a lap down. We saw the same from these two all the way. Now we see Austin Oman has got a great sort of defensive line. Cormack just seems to struggle with just getting the waft out of the corner. Hugs that apex a little too tight all the way around. Like you say, scrubs the speed, just can't get the momentum to get fully alongside. And that's always been, you know, kind of one of those tricky things. The gap is now 3.8 seconds from Harvey Bacon. But again, if Cormack can get alongside, and they do start squabbling and overtaking, that will close that gap up, and of course that will allow the next pack as well to close in as well.
Bacon has got past Davidson and is up into 3rd, but now is still 3.7 seconds behind this pack. Be interesting, Anthony, to see Cormack. We've seen, you mentioned before, Oman does take a very defensive line, certainly round the final hairpin. He doesn't come out wide enough and then just seems to hug it quite tight, as to whether Cormack actually just decides to go really far out into hairpin 4, which he's going to try and do this time, but then run it all the way round hairpin 4 rather than trying to get the cutback and try and get a good run to sort of get the move over start finish into the D chicane rather than out of hairpin 4, which he's tried almost every lap in this race. Hasn't worked for him so far.
Support on the stream for Freddie Murray in 10th place in the number 91. Keep it up, Freddie, from Stan.
Lovely. So looks like we've got some friends of Freddie Murray.
Yep.
Wishing the youngster all the very best here. He's currently running in 11th place, so just outside a much improved Harris Barber in the number 32. As once again, Cormack elects to follow Oman down the inside. Oman goes defensive down with 2.5 minutes remaining in this 3rd heat for our Bambinos round the South Bank corner. And let's see whether it's the same script once again into this hairpins 3 and 4 complex. Oman's going to run wide there. He's going to straight line it down into 4, which he does. Cormack is going to go tight again and try and run to the inside, although this time he's going to be balked by the back marker. Is Austin O'Man, gets caught up behind the 111 of Jake Gibbon, and now this is where we were saying, well, we see Cormac go all the way around the outside. Keep your foot in, boys, it's going to get tight.
Oh, there it is. What commitment there from Cormac. Got that move done, but it was, again, all thanks to, I have to say, Jack Gibbon, the treble one, and unfortunately got in the way of Oman, but Oman fights back straight away, retakes the lead. Cormac left a huge open door to Oman there, and that has allowed Oman to just retake the lead straight away.
Oman there using his experience, certainly here at Teesside. He's contested most rounds for the last 2.5 seasons here at the Teesside Autodrome when not away, taking part in the British Championships, and came very close, went into last season's final round decider as one of 4 drivers that could have taken the championship here at Teesside. He eventually went the way of Colby Patterson, who isn't here this weekend. Once again, Cormac gets alongside, and will he repeat it this time all the way around the outside? I think he's going to have to duck in, but there is another back marker in play. They're going to go past there, just they do. They go past the 22 of Charlie Bell. Last lap board is out as well, at the same time as the blue flag was out for Bell. Leaders then still nose to tail, and let's see whether Cormac can do anything as they go through the chicanes for the final time.
Yep, here we go then. Through they go in towards the first of the many hairpins at this track, 1.1 kilometres in length as they exit through. Past the second one, back onto the back finish straight. Again, you can just see there, big look over the shoulder there from Austin Oman, very aware of his surroundings and where Cormac is. As they go through again, Cormac just trying to get a nose down the inside there, but again just hasn't got the waft out of that Coma 50 engine.
Hairpin 3 then for the final time sees Austin Oman once again holding off Josh Cormac. Let's see whether Cormac will get the run. I think it's going to be the switchback move. He's actually got quite a good run out of this one. Final corner, they're side by side. Oman will have track position, but he's forced onto the curb. They're going to be side by side over start finish. It will be Austin Oman though who makes it 3 from 3. Less than 1/10 of a second between him and Cormac. Bacon a wonderful third, closing in towards the end with Davidson in 4th.
Good battle still for 13th between the 28 and 20 of Tommy Clark and Alfie Watson. They are kind of nose to tail, having a great little scrap as well. They're just on the back straight, heading into the long sweeping hairpin.
Looks like Freddie Murray's going to come through as well. It looks like he's managed to get past Harris Barber on the final lap. Final corner of the race was all the way around the outside of hairpin 4 and goes past Harris Barber on the final lap. Now it's that battle you were talking about between Clark and Watson. Watson still behind as we watch it out the commentary box window down into hairpin 4. Clark will go very tight into that corner. We'll see in a few moments who comes through over start finish. At the moment it looks like it could be Tommy Clark in his debut here at Teesside. He's going to see if he can hold off Watson. Watson all the way around the outside, and I think that's because Clark's seen the checkered flag and eased off the throttle actually, so that's just a little bit of inexperience there from the 28 of Tommy Clark, who looked like he was on for a very good 13th place.
Yeah, big shame for that one there, but once more a great race and a great running from the Bambinos. We always see them, and like I say, always bring us great racing for that one as well. Questions coming in thick and fast from the Wounded Beekeeper. That's an interesting name. But age group and displacement in this one.
Well, they're aged 5 to 7.
There you go.
Of 8, actually. You can race up to 8 in Bambino, although most of them do move up into cadets.
Cadets, yeah.
And the engine we're using is a 50cc Comma.
There we go.
With around, but not many horsepower, actually.
No. About 4, yeah. 4-ish. Maybe a bit more.
4-ish.
6. I'm going to say 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? I certainly do. I'm mechanically minded. I know what a left-handed screwdriver is. That's about as far as my technical knowledge goes.
Just enough for you to want to strap your 5 to 8-year-old to, and no more.
Exactly that. Well, that ends the Bambinos for their third heat of the day. It's time now for Junior Pro Kart.
Lennon French takes his 100% record so far today, straight towards pole position. He'll be alongside Harvey Still in the 48 on the front row. Third place then will be the recovering Maximus Shields after that terrible heat number 1. Saw him have to work his way through the pack in heat 2. He's alongside the 18 of Caitlin Frame, with Ben Hogarth and Sophie Pawsey on row 3. Row 4 will see Joe Arnold and Kieran Savage, with the top 10 completed by Jacob O'Connor and Christian Oblang. Sebastian Pereira, who had a spin in heat 2, he's alongside Matthew Allen on row 6, completing the 12 kart junior Pro Kart grid here. Just going to have a quick look as well towards the comment on the Facebook. Fred French has been on saying, come on the flying farmer. The hat trick is on, and it certainly is in the heat, as pole position sitter Lennon French will make his way forward. And we've had some supporting as well for our Bambinos. Victoria Anderson, she's supporting the 61 of Fraser Anderson. And Emma Haynes has been on mum of a previous champion here, Edward, from 2019. And she says well done to Austin. So Austin O'Man there, who won the third of his 3 heats today. Not too long until we are going in heat 3 of Junior Pro Kart. The final few runners are making their way into position. That'll be Pereira and Allen, rolling the 21 and the 729 into position respectively. So it looks like Oblang in front of them has just gone a little bit too far forward past his start mark. Looks like we're going to roll the final few runners back a kart length or 2.
Just seeing there, Lennon French had a big look over his shoulder, and once again, big look over his shoulder again, and all he can see is that O-plate of Maximus Shields now in prime position after his disaster in Heat 1, a recovery in Heat 2. Are we going to see a win in Heat number 3 for the current championship leader? Let's find out. Green flag goes up at the front, and this race gets underway.
It's a good start as well from Shields, straight out of third place, straight up into second, and right onto the back of his championship challenger, Lennon French. There was 20 points between them at the start of the day. There was a lot less at the end of heat number 1, as Max Shields had that massive issue that saw him drop at least 10 points to his championship challenger. He'd have lost about 5 more in heat 2, so now hardly anything between the two of them. Less than 5 points in the championship, and no positions now between Lennon French and Max Shields as they go down the back straight towards the South Bank corner for the first time. French, Shields and Harvey Still the top 3, with Frame and Hogarth in 4th and 5th respectively. Joe Arnold makes a good start. He's up into the top 6, disposing Sophie Pawsey down into 7th, so they'll come over the line for the first time. And Max Shields is where he wanted to be at the end of lap 1. French, Shields, Still, Frame, Hogarth, Arnold, Pawsey, Savage, Oblang and O'Connor come through. Although we have issues for Oblang, he's off over the grass, so he was in 9th. He's now going to be down in 12th place. Difficult day so far then for the 776.
Yeah, not the best day that you want so far. Obviously a DNF in race 1 and then race 3. Going across the grass track is not what you need, but back here at the front, Lennon French under pressure from Maximus Shields, back here with 3rd place, with Still, Frame, Hogarth. Absolutely nose to tail between those 3. Then there's another 2 just behind as well. Arnold, Pawsley closing in as well. Across the line they go. Gaps fluctuate slightly. The top 2 breaking away, now clear by 1.5 seconds from the pack of 3 from Harvey Still.
Still coming under a lot of pressure then from Caitlin Frame. He's gone defensive already into the hairpin number 1. Let's see whether Frame can make anything out of hairpin 2, and down that back straight we've already seen her today getting a good run out of hairpin 2 and being close enough to make a move down into South Bank, but certainly not close enough on Harvey Still this time round. This 3 or 4 kart lengths has still got a good exit out of hairpin 2. There was, in front of them, there was a gap that was a quarter of a second between Lennon French and Maximus Shields, and Shields not really being able to close in on the back of French. The gap still they couldn't come through. I think it'll be 2, maybe 3 tenths as they come through. 3.4 or 0.34 is the gap. So French is closing, but he's had a bad start to this lap, and Shields is right on the back of him once again. We'll hopefully pick them up in a few moments as they'll head down towards the hairpin 1 and 2 complex. Saw them there just flash out of screen. You see how much closer than Max Shields is. That gap is not 0.34 of a second anymore, and he's right on the back of Lennon French down the back straight. And there is the move for the lead. There's a cheer from the bank, so he's certainly got some supporters here at Teesside. And down the inside, Max Shields goes and into the lead. Lennon French is going to come straight back at him though into hairpin 4, as you know. Shields closes the door and the O-plate is back where he wants to be at the head of the pack.
Now French really needs to concentrate here, because the only way he's going to be able to get past Shields quickly is to just do it quickly into the next corner. Blink and you'll miss it type of move. There is support on the stream as well for Max from Tom Madison, who joins saying go Max. And at the moment he is leading the way, but French needs to respond quickly. He stays there, latches on behind, so he's not lost any time. He's still got the pace. Big look over the shoulder from Shields. That to a driver behind means that they have got a bit of nerves in them, because they're just seeing, where is he, where is he? I don't know where he is, but as they exit out of that top hairpin now, into the braking zones again. Look at French there, under braking, really close that gap, and again tries to have a look down the inside of the fourth hairpin. They exit out back onto the start-finish line, but it's still Shields who leads the way.
The thing now for French is that a second place will be enough for pole position in the final, and we already know Max Shields is going to be well outside of the top 3 in that final, even if he wins this one, he's going to have picked up little points in the heat so far today. And it's now whether Lennon French plays the long game and is happy with second, knowing that he's going to start the final in pole position. And very interesting to see which direction he goes, because what he doesn't want is to end up in the same place that Max Shields was in Heat 1, and that's facing the wrong way and picking up minimal points.
It is indeed. Back here, though, it is Harvey Still and Caitlin Frame who are nose to tail. These two scrapping away fearlessly as they go through. Then a little look further back, because we've got this group of 4 currently being led by Joe Arnold. Then it's Horsley. And what have you spotted out your window? Ben Hogarth is retiring by the looks of it with an issue. He's looking over and potentially has lost one of his engines.
Looks like his right-hand side engine is failing to work as he went off the steering wheel. Got the brunt of that one from Ben Hogarth. A big slap on the steering wheel as we see Kieran Savage go down the inside of the 21. Sebastian Pereira, he was in front of him as they came over start-finish. It looks like Pereira was still putting up a bit of a defence to that one. Sophie Pawsey's going to try and get down the inside of Pereira's. Pereira goes very wide round the South Bank corner. Manages to, he's carried a lot of speed round hairpin 3 as well. Tries to run all the way around the outside of Kieran Savage. That one's not going to work round there. Savage will defend that one as Lennon French comes over the line in front of Maximus Shields. We've missed it off camera, but we have had a change for the lead once again, and the 120 is back in front of the O-plate.
And look how much more defensive French is now, really chucking that kart, white lining it around all of those hairpins now. As they exit onto the backstretch again, another small glance over the shoulder from French as they go through. French with support as well. Keep going, Lennon from Grandad. So out there supporting as well. Support for these top 2 drivers. 3 laps to go and it's still all to play for, but this is the best close racing we've seen from these two ever since their collision in Heat 1.
2 remaining then, they'll come over the line. There's a warning flag out. That's for the 77 of Sophie Pawsey. She's currently in the middle of an intense battle that goes all the way from Joe Arnold in 5th, all the way down to Jacob O'Connor in 9th. So Arnold, Savage, Pereira, Pawsey and O'Connor all still nose to tail. Sophie Pawsey picks up a contact warning as a couple of drivers in Joe Arnold and Matthew Allen set their personal bests. French goes wide out of 2 and bounces that 120 over the rumble strip on the outside of the back straight. And he's left the door open as well, and Max Shields doesn't need an invitation to come through. French is still going to be there on the inside. Who's going to get the issue on the cutback? French with a huge brake test in the middle of the corner in order to stop the tide of Max Shields coming through on the inside, and did what he needed to do at the time that he needed to do it. Last lap board is out.
Yep, good stuff from that one. And of course, the most crucial thing you have to take from that one is French crossed the line first through that scrap. You know, so he managed to hold on to that one again. Committed under braking, the back steps out, holds on to that one through these sections. He knows if he went defensive last time, he saw that Shields went for the move there. He goes defensive again, but not as much as he did last time.
I don't think he's going to leave quite so much of the door open round South Bank this time. He has gone wide, but Shields decides not to go down the inside into 3. French will white line it down the inside into 4. There's no gap for Max Shields, although he's made one for himself as he down the inside. They're going to be side by side over start finish. Lennon French, though, is going to hold on, and he's going to take pole position for the final with 3 race victories from 3 races, but a fantastic battle between him and Max Shields. And now we'll just have to wait to see where Max Shields starts that final from. He's got as many points as he possibly can out of the two racers following, having moved through into third place in Heat 2, into second place then. And I think he may be starting at the very end in the top 5, which is at least close enough that he's not going to drop too many points if he can't get anywhere near Lennon French in the opening couple of laps.
Oh, exactly that, but again, close racing. We're just going to have to wait for the final, I think, to see the fireworks really kick off in the Junior Pro Kart category. Well, again, another great installment from them, but now it's time for one of our busier grids. It's time now for the cadet class.
Jared Fox-Whiteley then in our Honda Cadets will take his 2 from 2 record straight towards that pole position, and that's where the Opel 8 will start. He'll start alongside the 87 of Tom Holden, Leon Barlow and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. On row 2, Melissa Adrian will start in 5th. Sebastian Corking, who managed to come all the way through the pack, into 6th. He won't start there. He'll be at the back with the other Micromax of Riley Buckton-Young, which will see Lewis Goff promoted into 6th. Larry Price will start 7th. Ben Adrian 8th. Thomas Potter 9th, and Ethan Charles inside the top 10, with Ben Robinson starting in 11th place. 12th will be Joshua Sullivan, with Daniel Minto in 13th. Alex Lynn 14th, Carl McLean 15th, Riley Buckton-Young, his 66 will also go to the back with Sebastian Corking, so we'll see him out of 17th. We'll see William Howard promoted then up into 16th place. 17th, Jensen White will be alongside Amy Peacock. The top 20 will then be completed by Harris Alley and Mason Webster. Inside the top 20 here at Teesside, certainly on the grid for the first time. A great result for him, certainly in Heat 2, and he will start Heat number 3 from the middle of the pack. Behind then, Joseph Yao and Holly Allen will start 21st and 22nd respectively. The grid will then be completed by Samuel Whedon, Kieran Logan and Ollie Carter, with the 2 Micromaxes of Sebastian Corking and Riley Buckton-Young starting their race with a rolling start, some 5 or 6 seconds behind our Honda Cadets.
Getting good at those grids. Oh, you've always been good at them.
It's one of the few things that I can put on my CV, Anthony.
Yeah.
Can do grids.
Can do grids.
Can do grids, can't do comms. Like can't cook, won't cook, but for comms.
Excellent stuff. Oh,
sorry, it felt weird when you gave me a bit of a compliment there.
I give you compliments all the time.
I was off guard.
Yeah,
I almost jumped out the window. It felt weird.
Well, if you do that, at least we'll get a nice breeze from both sides through the comms block there.
Cheers, Luke, the producer, for opening the door for us.
He didn't really. It was one of the cameramen earlier when they came in for lunch. He was
really
just being lazy and then closed the door.
He really does look after us, doesn't he? Final few runners. Oh, is he? Yeah. Final few runners then making their way in. The Micromaxes are ready to go when their green flag drops. Looks like we're just bringing a few of the tail into position.
Now, an interesting thing that I've discovered from these is that it's not actually a rolling start for them. They do have a stationary start.
You say that, but they don't actually start till the start line, do they, when they pick up? So at least it does get them going. And
well, yeah, they do
out
get
of the way
somewhat of a roll
yeah,
before the start-finish line, but yeah.
The issue is that they don't start anywhere near as quick as the Hondas, who have that spring-loaded clutch that just engages upon them planting the throttle, doesn't it? And that's the reason why, even though they are a quicker kart and they are coming through the pack, why they are then being started from the back out for all these races. Although we have seen Sebastian Corking come all the way up into 6th, and in the final, in around about an hour's time, he's going to have an extra 2 laps. So he may well then come well up into towards the top 3. Looks like, though, we're about to go racing for that rolling start that's not a rolling start in the Micromax after the Hondas. So the green flag is up, the green is down, and we are away and racing. The entirety of the outside will try and move across towards the inside for this first corner round the national loop. Let's see if we can get everybody round there at the first time of asking. Looks like we've got one driver going quite slowly on the inside, but we are all facing in the right way as Thomas Potter there with the green helmet dives down the inside of both Larry Price and Ben Adrian. 2 karts in one corner, and it looks like he's going to try and get a third one as well. So it's a fantastic start for the number 38 of Thomas Potter. The 9-year-old from Boburn, County Durham, already up into 6th place, having started on the 5th row here at Teesside. Out at the front, though, as expected, once again, Jared Fox-Whiteley, as we see Joshua Sullivan dive down the inside of Ethan Charles into hairpin number 3. He's now right behind Ben Robinson, and that should put him inside the top 10 as Kyle McLean gets nudged out, going round hairpin number 4, so he's going to drop a place or 2. Looks like Daniel Minter. We've got a number board flapping around there as well off the back. Looks like William Howard has lost a bolt out the back of his number board, and that is flapping around as well. Got a yellow out. Holly Allen in the Holly Swan, sorry, in the 95 spins at the national loop. The bright pink helmet, and she's now then overtaken by both of our Micromax drivers.
There we go. Well, I have to say, a much more controlled, tamer start this time around in Heat 3 for the Honda Cadet class and the Micromax, but yeah, compared to Heat 2, this is much nicer.
That's the battle for 10th place. So with Ben Robinson, Sullivan goes wide round that corner, but Ethan Charles can't take advantage. But they have fallen away from the back as Thomas Potter's opening lap rise through the field has now seen him drop back down into 9th place. So he's been overtaken once again by Melissa Adrian and Larry Price in the 79. He's struggling to actually get up onto the back of them. So that opening lap where that kart engaged very quickly, and he managed to take 4 places on the opening lap, now sees him reeled back into the pack as Amy Peacock picks up a contact warning in the 17. Ironically as well, in 17th place.
Oh, well, there you go. So, at the start of this one, Jared Fox-Whiteley is leading the way from Leon Barlow as a nice dive down the inside there from the 38. Thomas Potter getting past Larry Price as a warning flag goes out, and a change for the lead because Leon Barlow, the 42, gets past the O-plate of Jared Fox-Whiteley, moves up now into P1. And let's see what happens a little further behind as well, because the number 4 of Lewis Goff went very defensive into the infield hairpin. That allowed the concertina effect to close everyone back up again. You can just see there hand gestures from Goff just saying, come on, let's work together, let's close in, let's catch up to this pack as they go through again. And visibly, it does look like they have closed that gap quite quickly as well.
Holden in the 8-7, one of the more experienced drivers in this Honda Cadet class, albeit the driver's still only between 8 and 12 years old, but he's been doing this for long enough to know that him and Lewis Goff do need to work together to close back up. The lead has changed once again as Jared Fox-Whiteley in the O-plate, 2 from 2 so far today, is back in front of Leon Barlow's number 42 in that bright red kart, currently running in 2nd place as Holden goes wide round hairpin 1. Behind them, Stansmore Wilson is coming under pressure from Ben Adrian, who actually tags the rear bumper of the number 88. He's recovering from that incident in heat number 2, which we saw him up on the shoulder of Lewis Goff round the South Bank corner. Behind him, cousin Melissa is coming under pressure once again by Thomas Potter, who's managed to get past Larry Price and will now try and dive down the inside of at least 2 drivers. He's done both Adrians in one corner. Great move for him down the inside of Melissa. Ben Adrian ran wide. Melissa's got past him as well. All change in 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, great stuff then from these Honda Cadets all the way through the field. Great racing all the way throughout. 3 laps to go then as we watch here the battle for 3rd place. Again, super defensive goes Goff from Holden. Holden trying to hold on as much as possible. There's the 3rd one. There we go. I'm getting them out thick and fast now. Tucks in behind his NASA panel there. Pulls out of the slipstream. Dives to the inside and takes 3rd place comfortably from Goff. So Holden now up into P3. And that is a good, well-calculated move. Hopefully now they can work together and now close back up to the race leaders.
Thought Ben Adrian was going to dive down the inside there as Melissa went very wide to maximise the entry and then subsequent exit for hairpin number 4. Seb Corking, he's not managed to come through the pack quite so much this time in his battle in that Micro Max. He's in 15th, now up into 14th over the line behind Ethan Charles, albeit 2.2 seconds behind as Leon Barlow continues to battle with Jared Fox-Whiteley. They've been given a bit of respite from Tom Holden and Lewis Goff, with Holden getting past Goff down the back on the previous lap, and he has actually opened up a little bit of a gap from the number 4, who in turn has got a gap once again now from Thomas Potter, who's gone from 9th up into 5th in a lap and a half.
Indeed, you are correct. Zach and Toby join the stream saying, go on, Ethan. I'm guessing that's Ethan Charles, currently running in 13th place in the number 46. Current best time, or last time, 48.712. About the same pace as everyone who's up into 9th in the top 10. So
I think Zach normally races with us, Zach Turner in the 99, so he's normally here with us at Teesside. So hopefully we'll welcome him back later on in the year. The last lap board, though, is out, and let's see now whether Leon Barlow can do anything about Jared Fox-Whiteley. They'll go down the back straight for the final time. And let's see whether, as Fox-Whiteley goes very, very defensive down there into that corner, they are round South Bank. He is going to hug the white line. He's going to be 3 from 3. Even second place would put him on pole position for the final. Leon Barlow's not going to send one down the inside. I think he's happy enough with second and the points haul that's going to give him. Thomas Potter, though, isn't. He's come through into 4th place behind them. Fox-Whiteley wins. It's 3 from 3 for the O-plate. Leon Barlow, Tom Holden, Thomas Potter, who's probably been in every one of the places from 4th down to 11th in this race, and he ends the race in 4th place. With then we've got Stansmore, Wilson, Ben Adrian, Melissa Adrian, Larry Price and Ben Robinson complete the top 10 in Honda. Sebastian Corky gets that Micro Max up into 10th place.
Great running then from the Honda Cadets, and there you can see the congratulations happening already, but again, a much tamer race that we saw in Heat 3. Usually Heat 3 are usually the roughest of the heats. We usually see it again. You look at the British Touring Car paddock, don't you? Heat 3 is usually the one where everything goes P-tong, but not here in Honda Cadet. No, these drivers are cool, calm and collected once more. Just wait for the finals a little bit later on, because I expect that is again where we'll see the fireworks fly in this category. But again, great showing from the Honda Cadets. Only a few more races to go for heat number 3, and coming up next, it's the first of our 2 strokes. It's time for Junior Rotax and Minimax. If you fancy, I'll do the grid on this one again.
Smallest grid again.
Not because it's the smallest grid.
You do Senior Pro Kart if you carry on.
Oh, do you like that one? It's your favourite, that one. But that's a little bit later on. Now it is, of course, time for the Junior Rotax and the Minimax, and we'll hopefully get a look at the grid for heat number 3, which will be coming out in just a moment as the last of the karts from the previous race come back into the pit lane. But here's how they look then for their final heat. It's Bella Franklin starting on the front row with Alfie Wallbank alongside in 2nd place. Then it's Oliver Buckton and Isaac O'Shea on 4th place on the 2nd row of the grid. Lucas Miles and Lizzie Mentier on row number 3 in 5th and 6th. Rounding out the grid on row number 4, it's Catherine Potter and Oliver Watson. Like I say, the last of the karts from the previous race just returning to the pit lane. One of them sounding rather unhealthy, I would say.
Sick sounding Honda, that
it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
And I don't use sick in the cool term.
No.
That's a sick sounding Honda.
Yeah.
It sounds terrible.
Sounds broken. Yeah. But I would say it sounds like it's only running on 1 cylinder, but the single cylinder engine. Oh dear. It's been a long day.
All the puns.
I know.
Normally I allow Tom 3 and then I forcefully remove him from the com box.
Oh, I've got many in, haven't I?
You're on at least 4, so you're also on borrowed time.
Yeah. It's just because I'm such a gracious guest here at Teesside for the Teesside Sprinters that you're allowing me a couple of extras to squeeze in.
Certainly are. The circuit looks clear, but we're still waiting for some movement. There it is, coming out. We see that on the dummy grid, making their way out onto circuit. The first instalment here in this 2-for-1 special. Junior Rotax are making their way out. We'll expect in a few moments them to be joined by the little version, the minis. Once again, Lizzie Mentier leading the way in that one, although she can come under increasing pressure in Heat 2 from Catherine Potter's number 20. Those two run nose to tail. In fact, Potter got through for a couple of laps in the middle before leaving the door open for Lizzie Mentia, and she really did leave the door open. Mentia took full advantage. So Franklin and Wallbank will lead us through then in our juniors, with Buckton and O'Shea on row 2. Once again, the inside get a good run as they go round that right-hander, and Buckton will come through from 3rd place, and Miles with a great effort as well. He's come through from 5th into 3rd, so Wallbank drops back from 2nd to 4th. Isaac O'Shea as well, but he's going to try and dive down the inside, albeit somewhat robustly, down the inside of Alfie Wallbank. Mini is underway and racing, and once again Potter gets a good run, but she can't go all the way around the outside the National, and drops back into line. Oliver Watson right on the back of them as well, so there's going to be all 3 as they come through. Watson here then, once again, we mentioned in his debut, he's sticking with the leaders in that class as they go through, although gets a slight bit of opposite lock round hairpin number 2, and that's going to lose him a bit of time as well as he gets to grips with that car. Interesting on this one, Anthony, is that Isaac O'Shea has got past Alfie Wallbank, but he's struggling to get past the 18 of Lucas Miles, who hasn't had the greatest of pace here so far today, but he's managing to hold off a perennial front runner in Isaac O'Shea thus far, although O'Shea has gone down the inside into hairpin number 1. Wallbank's going to try and run all around the outside of Miles as well. He puts his arm up. Wallbank then goes wide over the curb under his own volition.
Just again, tactical avoidance. That's what that was. Tactical terminology coming out thick and fast in the complex here at Teesside. Well, at the end of lap 1, 9 laps to go, we see here your current race leaders across the line. Bella Franklin took the race win in heat 2, wanting to replicate that in heat number 3. Oliver Buckton, though, right behind that number 66 plate cart, fighting fit. And look at that now, I will say, Isaac O'Shea in the 84 has massively closed that gap. We could have a 3-way battle for the lead here, I'd probably say, in around maybe 2 laps' time.
Possibly so. We saw this as well in heat number 2, didn't we? Oliver Buckton was able to stick with Bella Franklin in the opening couple of laps, but then fell away at around about half race distance. We see that a lot here at Teesside in terms of temperatures and sort of drivers setting their karts up to either go strong in the opening couple of laps, and then when the tyre pressures come up. But Franklin sets the fastest lap of the race, a 42.3 for her, albeit that is around about a second off the outright lap record round here, so she's still got plenty more in the tank in that 43, and she's going to need it at this rate as Buckton is managing to stick with her. And coming from behind, Isaac O'Shea, only 1.3 seconds back. I imagine that will be sub 1 second by the time they come over start finish next time round.
Joshua Pounds joins the YouTube comment section asking, how old are the people racing? Well, there are many different categories, of course, the youngest being from the ages of 5 to around 8-year-olds, the Bambinos. Currently what you're seeing here, the juniors, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they're around 11 to 15, about that age.
That's correct, and I think the oldest driver actually on the grid, not that I'm not going to say his name, but there's a senior pro karter and he's in his 60s. So the huge,
what a lad,
a huge range of drivers here. So we're going from 5 to drivers well into their 60s as well here at Teesside. So on screen at the moment though, it's our 11 to 15-year-olds in this amalgamated junior and mini class. Juniors have got the red background down the left side. Minis, which are on screen at the moment, have got the blue background on the screen, the 50 and the 20. Once again, resuming battle here at Teesside. Franklin sets the fastest lap of the race out at the front, of 42.2. And once again, she is now starting to open up that gap to Oliver Buckton. And we thought O'Shea was going to get closer. He was 1.3 off the lead off before. He's now dropped to 1.8, so he's falling back from our leader, but not necessarily falling back from Oliver Buckton, because the leader is starting to pull away at a rate of around about 0.2 a lap. This battle for Mini, though, still sees double race winner so far, Lizzie Mentia, in front of Catherine Potter. And Potter, with the exception of leading for 2 or 3 laps earlier, has had the pace measure in terms of being able to stick with Lizzie Mentia, but other than that one overtake, has struggled to get past.
Yeah, exactly that. Keeping a close eye then on this Minimax. We're on, of course, the 20. Last year's Teesside Cadet champion, Catherine Potter. Trying to replicate that potentially in Minimax this year?
possibly so, although Lizzie Mentier, who was second in the Cadet Championship last year, they both moved up at the same time. And in doing so, pretty much flipped the table on its head.
Yeah.
Mentier has had the measure of Catherine Potter this season, whereas last year Potter was very quick in the early part of the season, but obviously as she grew in terms of height-wise, she's not the heaviest of driver. She still actually comes in under the cadet weight limit. So she could feasibly still race in cadet this season, because the age limit in that has actually gone up from 11 to 12.
Right.
So as long as you're 12 at the start of the year, so we've got at least one driver in cadets who's 13, because he was 12 at the start of the year, and you can complete your season. So she still comes in under the cadet weight limit and from what I saw yesterday when I was stood near the wave rig, quite a long way, like 4 or 5 kilos actually under the weight limit for the cadets.
Here, though, we can see there the 84 of O'Shea trying to get past the 66 of Buxton, and you can see there Alfie Wallbank as well has closed in. So now we've got a three-way battle for second place, because at the moment Bella Franklin has checked out and is clear by 2.4 seconds at the front of the pack. A very committed drive at the moment as they go into that infield hairpin under braking. A little bit defensive from O'Shea again, because he can sense and smell that Alfie Wallbank is right behind.
Buxton then, who's dropped back at mid-race distance, is now going to drop out of second place as well. He's going to try and have to cut back in, as he's going to lose 2 in 2 corners round South Bank and hairpin 3, because he couldn't get into line in enough time before Alfie Wallbank comes through. And Oliver Buxton, who was charging in the opening 4 laps, has either got that kart set up for early doors or he's overcooked it early on, and O'Shea and Wallbank come through, as the actual gap between them has actually all dropped back from Bella Franklin, but Oliver Buxton has dropped back into the clutches of the 84 and the 64 respectively. Last lap board is out. Our race leader is already down the back straight and is at the moment closing in on the back of the number 5 of Oliver Watson, who goes round hairpin number 3. Franklin will come round, and this might well actually, Anthony, be the first time today Oliver Watson, who's in his debut, is improving in pace, isn't going to get lapped by our outright race winner. Bella Franklin takes the checkered flag, 3 from 3, and she'll take pole position in the final. O'Shea, Wallbank and Buxton come through nose to tail for second down to 4 respectively. Lucas Miles will come through after a good showing on the opening couple of laps. Looks like he might have had some issues, because now he's 17 seconds down off the back of that pack. The leaders then in Mini still battling it out round hairpin 4, although Mentier has opened up a gap of around 3 or 4 tenths. She'll come over and she will take pole position in the Mini Max class in around about an hour's time for their final. And we still await then for Oliver Watson, who hasn't been lapped for the first time. A great effort for the number 5.
Indeed, you are correct, but I have to say, frankly, Bella Franklin deserved that win. There we go. There's another pun. That's 5 for 5. It was a terrible pun, but it was a pun nonetheless. There we go. I'm going to keep getting them out.
I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
Oh, dear me. Well, great stuff once again from our Junior Rotax and Minimax class, because now it's time for the older in age, younger in mental capacity. It's time now for the Senior Rotax. I think I got away with that one.
All I'll say is that I like you, Anthony, but it's a good job you're not on the 24-hour comms, because I'm not sure you'd survive for a full day on comms. But as the circuit gets itself cleared, and as we mentioned, the 24-hour race, we'll be back here at Teesside Autodrome in a fortnight's time for live coverage of the 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour race. Here we'll be back from 11:30. Myself, my usual commentary buddy Tom Butterworth, Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media, and John Ratcliffe will take you through all 24 hours of action from the Teesside International Circuit here. Almost 100 teams, 500 drivers, and 1 world record attempt will be on show here in a fortnight's time. What is on show, though, is our senior Rotax, and they're making their way around. Daniel Kell and Ashley Savage on the front row, Tom Reeve and Martin Fisher behind them. Max Prentice, who was had to work through from 15th in the previous race. He will start in 5th alongside Paul Swan on row 3. Row 4, Chris Crowther and Emma Brown. The top 10 then completed by Christopher Stoves and Lauren Taylor. Everybody else after that retired from Heat 2. We'll see how many of those make it back out. Andrew Freeman, Lee Bell in 11th and 12th. Then in 13th down to 15th, Josh Redhead, Chris Dark and Jake Simpson. We're about to go racing then. It was going to be about to go racing, but that's not a good start. And it's not a good start for the 22 of Tom Reeve. That kart is rolling off, and I think he's got a rear bumper issue once again.
I'm being told off by PS Karting that, oh dear, that was no pun, it was shocking. Shockingly good, I hear you say. No, he comes back with another one. 6 for 6. I'll leave now. Oh dear, that's a car that's not fired up. It's the 22.
He's been in and he's about to go back out once he gets that rear bumper attached. Another driver that's having an issue. Looks like that we might have an issue as well. That's Chris Dark, who's joined the grid late. They're going to miss the rolling lap. Let's see what's going to happen with Tom Reeve. Let's see if we can get that going. Emma Brown as well, struggling to get out onto the grid. But they'll have to join in because we are about to go round. And, see what happens. Green flag is up, green is down this time, and we're going to go racing. It's not the cleanest start, but the top 2 have managed to break away, and they're all into line. We'll see how many other drivers make it out of pit lane. Emma Brown is going to come out. Looks like Chris Dark, though, won't at the moment, and neither will Tom Reeve. So at least we're a few down in Rotax. There is Tom Reeve still being also Chris Dark in the 17. So just have a quick look there on the in-screen. We'll see whether either of those two make it back out, but Chris Dark certainly has had a very difficult day with 2 retirements so far in our senior Rotax class. The leaders are making their way round the final corner for the first time. Looks like Tom Reeves got himself going. Chris Dark 17, not so much so.
Great shame for the start of this race. Not what drivers wanted to see. Daniel Kell, though, crosses the line. Fastest lap of the race. 41.115 at the moment, has already opened up a gap of half a second, and that will be because Ashley Savage is going very defensive into that infield hairpin. The number 79 has got immense pressure from the number 3 of Max Prentice just there, and Martin Fisher as well. The 59 is closing in, so if these two start scrapping again, can close that gap in straight away.
Dan Kell, if he could take his hands off that steering wheel with him going too quickly, would be rubbing them together at the prospect of Ashley Savage and Max Prentice behind, just battling it out for second place for the remainder of this race and just handing it to him on a plate. But Daniel Kell, the championship leader going into this, he had a 14 points advantage from Max Prentice. I think Max Prentice had an exclusion in heat number 1, so this one's just going to allow, once again, Daniel Kell, certainly on this track now, in points as well, to open up a gap in this race and the championship as well. Prentice then struggling actually at the moment to get past Ashley Savage, who won some races here earlier on in the season at round 2.
There's a nice dive down the inside there from the 97 of Andrew Freeman. Of course, Andrew had a nightmare earlier on where his rear bumper fell off, and well, it didn't completely fall off, but I have to say it was certainly dragging in some ways. He was keeping a 2-meter social distancing rule out with a stick. He was from his competitors behind, and yeah, I have to say I do don that move and rule as well as they go through. More position changes there. The O plate of Lee Bell getting past Jake Simpson, moving up overall into P9 and 4th in class.
Looked like Redhead was going to get through there as well. Simpson certainly left him enough space down the inside to make a move, although didn't have enough straight line speed to get alongside the 65, and is starting to drop away actually from this pack despite them all battling it out in front. So Freeman, Stoves, Bell, Simpson and Redhead, he's still there. He's a couple of cartlets back. Chris Dark, you'll see him there come back in. The 17 rejoins the fray, albeit now he's going to be around about 4 or 5 laps down by the time he comes over start finish. The leader's going to come through for lap 5 for the first time. He's going to be 4 laps down, but if he does finish, he will pick up some points, which I think he's going to at least get to half race distance for himself personally before in terms of them 5 laps before the checker comes out, as long as he can keep going, of course, because he has had some issues with that so far in the race.
All action here, though, with the 177 class, because, again, it's getting a little bit frisky down there in around 7th, 8th and 9th place, as we're seeing there. Lee Bell trying to get past Christopher Stowes, failing to do so, and just holding on to that position there. Looks to the inside here into the S's again. Can't quite get the nose down the inside. Into the braking zone we go. Can't do it again. Again, just good defensive driving from Stowes, but he's not losing a great deal of time, albeit there, out of the final corner, it looked like Jake Simpson managed to get the jump.
It was Lee Bell who had an issue coming out of hairpin 2 and lost 2 places, not only to Jake Simpson, but also to Josh Redhead in the number 9, who had some issues. Those two came together in heat number 3, hence they both ended up in retirement on that one. Josh Redhead has had a bent axle, a couple of bent track rods as well, so it's good to see that cart's managed to be repaired and get back out here at Teesside. 3.5 laps remaining. This is the battle for second place that now sees Max Prentice in front of Ashley Savage. Not quite sure when that happened. Chris Dark's number 17 once again rolls itself back into pit lane. He's had a very tough day as Savage goes back to the inside, down the inside of Prentice into hairpin number 3. And this battle for second place is still raging. We're going to have 3 laps remaining when they come over, because Kell is already 2.2 seconds down the road.
Exactly that. Absolutely nose to tail between these two as they go through. Great racing all the way throughout the field. But these two battling furiously for second place. Now you see, look at that, under braking, just the back steps out so quickly in these cars. Of course, there's no front brakes on these. All the braking is done by a single disc at the back of the kart. On the, I'm guessing these are probably going to be running a 50mm rear axle. Yep, I think they'd be running there, so you can get lots of kind of torque through that, because again it's essentially like the sprocket size that you put on a car as well. That's crucial, you know. You see it on bikes as well. The bigger the rear sprocket, the quicker the acceleration, but the lower the power. As a yellow flag out of hairpin number 2 as one of the karts is pulled off to the side.
Trying to get a number on that one. Could potentially be Christopher Stowes, but we will confirm that when they come through. Let's see whether he drops down the order. It certainly looks like it could be. And the 81 of Christopher Stowes, he's only going to drop down to 11th. There's 2 drivers shown a lap down, but that kart is stationary on the outside of hairpin 2 as Prentice and Savage once again argue over second place. They both want the same piece of tarmac this time. Max Prentice is going to take it round hairpin 4. Last lap board is out this time for them, though. Not much longer for them to argue out over second place.
Exactly that.
Kell then continues to lead. He is now 3.5 seconds down the road as this battle between Prentice and Savage rages on for second place. Savage tries to get a late move down the inside. Prentice runs wide onto the rumble strip. You don't want to be out there too much on that bumpy strip of concrete, and I don't think Savage is going to be close enough unless he's going to make a lick it and send it move down the inside into the final corner. He's certainly not. Out of the final one, though, comes Daniel Kell. The O-plate wins, 3 from 3 for him. He will start the final from pole position. Prentice and Savage in second and third. Fisher's going to get fourth, Swan in fifth. We're going to get Chris Crowther come through in the 177 class to take the victory there, the number 23. Andrew Freeman, despite retiring from the previous race, he finishes up in 7th. Redhead, Bell and Simpson complete the top 10, with Emma Brown, who will be classified as a lap down, having had that issue at the start. Same for Tom Reeve as well. Christopher Stowes and Chris Dark off into retirement.
Dan Plant joins the stream going, how much brake horsepower do the Rotax engines have, and what do they rev to? Well, the senior Rotax karts, the 125 Senior Max Evo engines that these classes will be running, roughly around 30 brake horsepower, and top out roughly at around 11,500 RPM, 21 Newton meters of torque at around 9,000 RPM as well.
Some unbelievable knowledge, that, Anthony.
I know, I did not read that from the Rotax website at all. You know what, I'm going to keep that page up just in case anyone else asks.
Next up, whilst Anthony Googles how much power a Honda engine has, Senior Pro Kart. We are almost clear of Rotaxes. Next up then will be Senior Pro Kart. The grid for that one will be up on screen in a few moments' time. Aaron Alexander then, who won Heat 2. He will start alongside the number 35 of Connor Jupp. Row 2, Heat 1 winner Josh Folkus alongside the pole position sitter for the day, Kieran Lambert, with Mason Barker and Connor Lucas on Row 3. Row 4, Jack Morris alongside the 31 of Scott Tate. Thomas Braid and David Brown complete the top 10, with Connor White and Jake Richardson on Row 6. Row 7, Jake Brooker, the birthday boy. He's alongside Jensen Barker in the 1-2-4, with Simon Doughty and Jessica Alexander on Row 8. Joe Burrell and Callum Booth, Row 9. The top 20 then completed by Darren Lowe and David Brewis. Row 11 sees Brandon Truman Redish's 151 alongside Nottinghamshire's Owen Spears in the number 17. Joe Grinsell, who had to work his way through from 37th up to that 23rd after the disqualification earlier on in the day. He shares row number 12 with Thomas Lowther. Wes Grundy and James Dennis, row 13, Craig Harris and Harry Burrell on row 14. Row 15 sees Jonathan Allen and Josh Yeadon, who was running in the top 20 but spun out of Heat 2. Also a driver that had some issues, Mark Tate. He was off on the outside of hairpin 1 on the opening lap. He had to work his way back through but could only get up to 31st. He's alongside the 44 of Jordan Guy, Steve Nichols and Dan Fulsham in 33rd and 34th, with Neil Catlow, Alban Dowell in 35th and 36th. The final runner will be Andy Lee's 718 here for our Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3, the final heat before we move then on to our finals. And Anthony's been...
I've been Googling stuff again.
Have you really?
Now, I'm quite liking this talk about engines. It's getting me all giddy.
Yeah,
right,
it's better than your normal search history.
Well, yeah, we won't talk about that. Murray Adams comes in saying that the brake horsepower for a Senior Pro Kart is around 17 to 17 and a half. Now, I'm questioning that. Maybe are they doing a bit of tinkering to them? It's because Honda themselves, the manufacturer, of course, big name in motorsport, they say the GX200 model, because these are sporting 2 GX200 models, aren't they? Correct?
Correct.
They are correct. Thank you very much. Yep. And they say about 5.8 horsepower per engine. So I'm guessing there's a bit of tinkering going on with these.
Murray's not wrong if you add them together, because it's between 8 and 9 between.
What's 6 plus 6?
That's the out-the-box version. These are these are the not out-of-the-box version.
No, these are very much not out-of-the-box versions.
They're a sealed unit. They're
yeah.
the 200 version of the obviously more common 160 that you'll be a lot used to, certainly with the
Honda Cadets.
The Honda Cadets and the British
yeah.
Champs. So these were brought in around about 2015 to sort of like bring the costs down. You can get an engine for £700, which is the standard price from the manufacturer, which is RPM. So you can get a pair for $1,500, which is considerably less than what the 160s were going for, and has really brought the field a lot closer. You've seen obviously in the race so far today how tight the field is together in the Honda class. And the final few runners are into position, but yeah, as I mentioned, it's a sealed engine, so it's a case that you can't do anything with it. We run a buyback facility, so anybody can buy anybody else's engines during a race weekend. So it really is, it's self-policing. It scrutinises itself to an extent, and anybody can have somebody else's engines as long as they come with the buyback sum during a race day. And that works as well for juniors and for the cadet class as well. And has really provided a level playing field for an IKR championships, such as here and around the country. Anthony.
Yep.
Final race of the final heat is about to go racing. Just wondered whether you fancy joining us.
Well, yeah, no, all your talk of engines there made me fall asleep. Green flag up, green flag down. Senior Pro Cup underway. Great start from the entirety of the field, screaming in towards turn 1. 10 laps to go. A couple clouting the curbs in the mid-pack there, but everyone getting through. One of them sideways in the mid-pack as well, falling down the order. That is not the best of starts for everyone, but the concertina effect kicks in as some go grass tracking.
I think the 12 of Tom Braid had a difficult start. Josh Folkus had a tough one as well. He dropped down into 6th, but he's already back up into 4th. Connor Lucas is going to come through as well. Down the back straight there, we see him now on the inside of Mason Barker, who has lost 2 places, having moved up into 4th. Let's have a quick look at those further down, see whether they can get back through as well. Looks like Scott Tate's lost a couple of places. at the start of this one. He lost a lot of them as well in heat number 2, a very difficult one for him. Let's see whether his dad Mark, who was down in 31st, can bring the 81 kart through into certainly the midfield. And we'll see how we go so far. So it's Alexander, Jupp, Lambert, Volkers, Lucas, Barker, Brown, Morris, White and Jake Brooker, who celebrates his 24th birthday today. He rounds out the top 10 as it stands at the moment in the number 11.
Good start then from the whole field. Everyone getting through, but now there is a spin right to the back of the field. That looked like it was the 112 of Dan Folsom.
Leaders then, round hairpin 4. We are already 2 laps into this 10-lap heat here, and Aaron Alexander has opened up. What did you say it was? Was it a smidge or a
schmickle?
A schmickle of a gap.
Yep.
Back to Connor Jupp, and the schmickle being 3/10 of a second,
big
where 4 or 5
contact into the
wide,
first.
and Joe Grinsell is facing the wrong way.
Big nose cone damage as well to another through turn 1.
James Dennis, I think, in the 119 has got his the front is up in the air, doing the little Nemo.
Here's a replay of what happened. You can see there, yeah, it was the 119 there. Just 3 into 1 didn't go. 1 spins around, 1 with heavy damage, and one of them managing to get away with it.
Yeah, they got hooked up, didn't they, about 50 metres before
Yeah.
that corner, and they were still in contact when it came into that corner. So
that was the longest crash I've ever seen. And
Joe Burrell in the 23's got problems. He's parked on the outside on the infield green at hairpin number 2. Joe Grinsell's going to pick up a contact warning in the 119. Sorry, the 199 for his part in that incident.
James,
the lucky one for me in that one was Owen Spears. He was the driver with the gold helmet all the way round the outside, and if those two had have come into any sort of contact with him, it wouldn't have been a very nice outcome for him, but he did manage to keep his foot in and just drive all the way round the outside of what was behind him, a fairly big incident.
Yes, indeed. Back here at the front then, your front 4 breaking away at the moment. Aaron Alexander, the 38, leading the way, and down the inside goes Focus on Lambert, moves up now into P3. Lambert just gives the position, doesn't fight it, slots back into position, which is good. It means they don't lose any time to the guys behind. They can just focus on pulling away.
Anthony, leaders are about to come up on Joe Grinsell, and the 199, who we saw in that incident earlier, is going very slowly. He's got some big problems, and the leaders are going to catch up to him in a few moments. Luckily, it might be on the back straight rather than in the middle of a complex of corners, but Joe Grinsell looks like he might have actually got back on the power actually now, because they're going to come up to him all the way round the south bank corner into hairpin number 3. But Joe Grinsell is now what looks like leading this race, but he is actually a back marker, having had that massive issue earlier, and this one is now going to cause some issues for the leaders. They're all going to come through on the back, and Grinsell is still there. Alexander pushing him through and over the line. The 199 leading the way at the moment. He's going to go wide now round the national loop and allow them to come through. He's going to duck back into the middle of the pack in between Mason Barker and David Brown, but that could have caused some real issues, and what it has done though for the viewers is close up the top 6 right nose to tail together.
You say top 6, I'm counting 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 karts all in one big pack now for the race lead as they go round the top hairpin. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. The 113 of Jake Richardson gets a warning flag as well. 5 laps to go, and I have to say Aaron Alexander is probably one of the luckiest drivers out there, because that could have been the race lead lost, because Jupp could have taken full advantage of that back marker being in the way.
Yeah, he got quite lucky there, didn't he? And he set a personal best this time, but he's still coming under pressure from Jupp, Fulkus, Lambert and Barker's there as well. There's a slight gap then back to David Brown, Connor White and Jack Morris, Scott Tate and Jake Brooker as well. They have dropped back ever so slightly, so there's a clear 6. And then another 3 behind, ready to pick up the pieces should anything happen. 3.5 laps remaining. It'll be down to 3 when they come over start finish. And they'll come through this time. Aaron Alexander out at the front though, gets his head down behind the steering wheel. We see that is quite often, trying to minimise the amount of air hitting his body. Trying to maximise that straight line speed, and it has opened himself up a little bit of a gap, but absolutely not enough for him to feel comfortable. Scott Tate, fastest lap of the race,
now,
gets himself back inside the top 10.
That may not be a good thing, because the last time Scott Tate set the fastest lap of the race, he then went flying over one of the curbs. So keep a close eye on him, because we could see him on the new airliners.
One driver that is flying, Mark Tate, he's up from 31st into the top 20 in 19th. He's just dived down the inside of Darren Lowe as well, I think, into hairpin number 1 off Cam. So he's heading well towards the top 15 here at Teesside. Lowe, the leader in the 40s class. He's got the green background down the left side. 2 laps remaining, over start finish. We've got another contact warning coming up, I believe. The 17 of Owen Spears, who we said earlier was lucky not to get involved in that incident, has now got himself involved in another one, and there's a contact warning heading in his direction, although the man on the start line has missed him. He's already gone through and is heading round the national loop already with the gold, to an extent, Ayrton Senna-esque helmet.
I think he heard you, he's walked away from the track. Action here, though, because it's almost 3 wide. It's definitely 2 by 2. This is the battle for 5th place of Lucas and Barker. Brown is also there as well. Brown goes down the inside, forces the 41 of Barker wide, but then he comes back at him nice and cleanly, 3 wide, and now again side by side between the 55 of Brown and Barker, but everyone slots back into position. Last lap board is out, though, and Fulkus now takes the lead onto the final lap.
He's bided his time so far in heat number 3, and as they come through then to start the final lap, we've got a change for the lead. Heat 1 winner Josh Fulkus, who dropped away down into 3rd place in heat number 2, is now back at the head of the pack and defending venomously from Aaron Alexander down the back straight. Alexander's right in the background. Connor Jupp is coming.
Yeah.
The reigning X30 world champion in the number 35, testing here, ready for the British 24-hour in a few weeks' time, is right on the back of this lead pack. Round the final corner they go, though. He's going to have to be content with 3rd place, defending off Kieran Lambert. Alexander's alongside, over start finish. There's contact between the 2 of them, and Fulkus holds on by 0.035 of a second from Aaron Alexander. Connor Jupp, Kieran Lambert, Connor Lucas, Mason Barker, David Brown, Jack Morris, Connor White, and Scott Tate, the top 10. Darren Lowe picks up the victory in the 40s class. The final heat then comes to a close. Josh Fulkus with the clap as they come down. I'm not sure whether he was applauding himself there or just the race as a whole. It was a good race.
Just like, well done, me. Well done, me. There we go. But great running again from the senior pro karts. Again, just can't get enough of these guys. Cannot get enough of the great running. Well, I have to say that, if I'm deemed correctly, brings us to the end of the Heat 3 segment of today's racing here at round 4 for the NRG Cycles Teesside Sprints. And I believe coming up next, it's time for the finals.
Correct. The first one of which is our Bambinos. A lot of drivers actually making their way off in our Pro Kart class. One of them will be retrieved. That will be Joe Burrell. Whilst we're doing that, we'll run through the grids for our Bambinos. As expected, having taken 3 race wins so far, the number 16 of Austin Oman will be on pole position. A maximum haul of 150 points sees him alongside Josh Cormack, Drew Davidson and Harvey Bacon on row 2. Buddy Hugo and Edward Rye will share row number 3. Fraser Anderson, Ellis Child, row 4. Jack Mellon and Joey Swan on row 5. Amelia DL and Charlie Bell in the 11th and 12th respectively. Alfie Watson and Harris Barber will start 13th and 14th. Freddie Murray, Tommy Clark and Jake Gibbon will complete the 17 runners for our Bambinos. Joe Burrell's senior pro kart is being escorted off the circuit, and at the last round here at Teesside we did manage to catch up with our scrutineer, and he took us through what he looks for when having a look at the Bambino karts when they come off the circuit. So we'll have a quick look at that one now. So we're down in the scrutineering bay with the chief scrutineer Ben.
Ben, just give us a quick overview of scrutineering a Bambino, please.
Basically, first things, we'll check the weight on them, do some standard stuff, restrictors in the carb, air filters, exhaust. If we want to be more intrusive, we'll strip down the engine, we'll check the ignition timing, heights on the barrel and that. Just depending on the day, if somebody's a bit fast, we'll look into it. If not, just keep it as a standard, just to make it level for everybody.
Cheers, Ben, thank you very much.
No worries, mate.
Ben Douthwaite there, our scrutineer here at Teesside Autodrome, just taking us through what he looks for when the Bambinos come off the circuit after their qualifying and race sessions. Bambinos then making their way out. We are probably going to have 2 or 3 minutes before they make their way round and get themselves gridded up properly. But looking forward to this final. Once again, the resumption of the battle between Austin Oman and Josh Cormack, who's been at the head of the pack for almost all the day. Obviously, we've had Harvey Bacon there as well, but he's had some issues throughout the day. That sees him start off the front row, but he will be there or thereabouts. I think he's going to start on the outside of the second row. All of our helpers are making their way down to meet their young charges here at Teesside Autodrome. We are here for round 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. You can find out more about our kind sponsors NRG at their website, nrgcycles.co.uk. You can also find out more about this wonderful series at Teesside by going on Facebook and having a look at the Teesside Owner Sprints, joining that group, certainly if you want to come and race here as well. Just having a quick look at the socials before this one. A.D. Martin's been on saying, go on Tommy Clark. Tommy, a new driver to us here at Teesside this weekend, driving the number 28 in the Bambinos. He makes his debut. Anthony caught up with him earlier on this morning. We'll have that interview on the social media platforms in the next week or so, along with everything else we did this morning. And see there as the Bambinos just being held by the marshal. He'll then send them forwards. Like they're going onto an arc, they'll go on 2 by 2 all the way up into position. And, resuming position in the commentary box as well, Anthony Jordan.
I'm back.
It's not a good thing.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sorry, that sounded really brutal. It was
Thanks.
supposed to, it was
Fine.
to,
you know what? I'll leave again.
It was supposed to come across as comedic, and it actually came across as brutal.
Savagery.
It's a good job we like each other, or at least I think we do. You might be about to tell me different.
I get paid to like you. That's so mean. I'm only joking.
Well, that's 1-1, and we've still got 6 races to go. So.
And it's the finals.
If the live stream comments could let us know when we've gone too far. Although I imagine our producer will let us know well in advance of that.
Oh yeah, more than likely.
Bambinos are having the usual scream fest of having the engines thrashed to clear them carbs, and we are about to go racing. A lot of the helpers making their way off now.
I think there's another tactic to that as well. If you lift it up just enough that the rear wheels are scraping onto the tarmac, you know, drop a bit of rubber down and you make a good rubber patch, contact patch on the track, get poof, good run off the line.
As if they'd do that, Anthony, you cynic.
Well, I would.
Yeah.
The disembodied voice in my head saying, do you really think one of these needs more power off the line? I'd be like, yes, I think they need all the power they can get.
We're about to find out. The green is down and we're away and racing. Cormac has to bounce in the seat to try and get that kart moving forwards. Davidson will slot into 3rd place. Bacon behind in 4th, but Hugo behind them as well, as Edward Rye goes very wide round the national loop, and he's going to get hung out to dry as well. He's going to drop behind both Hugo and Ellis Child as well. He's dropped a place down into 7th, having started on the 3rd row. And this time, Austin Oman has managed to break a kart length or two, although it looks like Josh Cormack might actually close in. There's the battle down the back straight we see as Buddy Hugo goes quite slowly in the 11 with the bright yellow helmet down the inside, and he's going to get swamped actually by a couple of karts around the outside. He's lacking power. I think he might have had at the very least a half spin coming out of hairpin 2 that scrubbed a lot of the speed in terms of that, because you have to keep the revs up obviously on these common C50 engines. These engines rev higher than what the Honda Cadets do, but you need to keep the revs up there for them to be anywhere near the top end of its power performance band.
Definitely so. Cross the line then. Oman leads the way from Cormac, Davidson, Child, Beacon, and look at that, the 20 is being pushed off the circuit. Alfie Watson, it is not his day.
Looks like Charlie Bell was involved in that incident as well, but Alfie Watson, it's not the first time we've seen him have some problems. He was facing in the wrong direction at hairpin 1 earlier on in the day, having come into contact with the tyre wall. He's now coming into contact with the marshal over there, because it looks like he's heading towards retirement in the first final of the day.
Support out on the stream for a couple of our drivers. Support out there for Tommy Clark, currently 14th in the 28, like you're saying, just involved in that one there, but still managing to get away with that one. And as well, good luck to Josh Cormac. That's from Mark and Shelley as well.
Please do get in touch. There's still plenty of time. We've got about an hour left for you to get in touch with us via the live stream comments on both social media platforms, Facebook and on YouTube as well. Leaders making their way through for the second time, and Cormac is still managing to stick with Austin Oman through those sections as they make their way through for the second time, and Oman still cannot get away.
No, he cannot. Carbon copy from the last 3 heats in a row, these two scrapping away at the front of this pack. A little look further back, you can see there the number 8 of Harvey Bacon under pressure from Drew Davidson and vice versa, and Bacon manages to get that move done. Gets past Davidson, moves now up into P3.
It's taken him a couple of laps, and in that time though, Austin Oman and Josh Cormac have managed to move away at the head of the pack. Now let's see whether these two can work together, albeit with Bacon in front of Davidson, trying to close that gap, although it is 2.5 seconds already, and we are only 2.5 laps into this final.
More support on the stream for some of the drivers. Freddie Murray from Stan says, come on Freddie Murray, you're a legend. From Stan, there we go. Well, all these drivers are legends, I would say, because they've given us some legendary racing all the way through today's round here at Teesside. And I have to say, as the rest of the field slot through turn number 1, we've got groups forming. So we've got our first and second, they're breaking away, and then about 2 seconds behind them you've got the next two of Harvey Bacon and Drew Davidson. Then we've got this big large scrap of karts starting from Buddy Hugo all the way down past towards Freddie Murray in the 91. You can see Amelia DL in that battle as well, the very bright pink liveried kart as well, very easy to spot in a crowd, and that 27 just behind. But look at this, 3 wide nearly as the 11 and 58 go toe to toe. That's Jack Mellon, who's trying to take 2 positions and has successfully done so now, and has moved up into P7.
All the way round the outside, then down the back straight, and as they battled on the inside, Mellon goes all the way down the outside of the straight and round the outside of the South Bank corner, and he will come over the line in 7th place, having started the lap in 9th. So that battle from 7th will now be Mellon, Hugo, Anderson, DL, Swan and Murray, although DL comes through past Anderson as well and into 9th place. A great move for her, all the way round the outside over start finish, and chops into 9th place through the D chicane.
Yep, nicely done there, nicely done. As they go through into that infield hairpin again. Looks like this battle in the midsection, although it's close, it seems to have calmed down a bit. They've got themselves into a nice comfortable position now, and it's all starting to open up and span out a bit. So 6 laps to go. Eyes at the moment should probably be on our race leaders, because looking at them, they're side by side once more out of the final corner across the start finish line. The battle is certainly heating up again at the front.
Nose to tail for our 2 leaders, half race distance over the line then. Still Austin Oman managing to hold off Josh Cormac, who with the exception of a couple of about half a lap earlier on in Heat 3 has struggled to get past Austin Oman, and then when he did, he left the door open into hairpin 1 and allowed Austin Oman to come back down the inside of him. Oman will once again go defensive. Looks like we've had an actual split now in that what was a 6-kart battle with Mellon, Hugo and DL. It's now got a gap back then to Anderson, Swan and Murray.
Indeed, yeah, but these three here on your screen still having a nice little scrap between 58.11 and the 27. Mellon, Hugo and DL. Blue flags coming out, as we can see. Drama in some of the other hairpins as yellow flags have come out now. As we're seeing here, back with the race leader, and it looked like it was one of the back markers. I have to say, yes, it is Jake Gibbon, I should say, in the treble 1, who has come a cropper. So yellow flags out in that sector. That hairpin 4. Back here with the 95 and the 91 of Joey Swan and Freddie Murray. As you see there on your screen, the recovering treble 1 now back underway, albeit a little bit slow, because of course he's got to get that Coma 50cc engine back up to top revs. So after that, of course, that incident that involved the treble 1 was in the middle, or between these two on your screen now, of Omen and Cormac. And again, it was the blue flags were a bit too late to the scene on that one, and yeah, it caused a bit of a brouhaha, I shall say. But everything's sorted now, albeit now there's a slight gap between these two. Well, there isn't any more. It's now closed right back up, and look at that. Harvey Bacon closing that gap. It's 2.5 seconds. What will it be as he next crosses the line? We'll find out in about 5 seconds' time.
Half a second then Bacon takes off, but in front of them Josh Cormac goes sub 1 minute with a 59.7. Now the outright lap record holder Josh Cormac, having taken that one at the start of the day with a 59.1. So Harvey Bacon managing to take half a second out of the gap in front. In doing so though, Cormac is still a tenth quicker, so he's and that was just Cormac closing back up on the back of Oman from that incident in the previous lap. He's now all over the back. So this is what we often see in Bambino, is the driver in second place is quicker, but they struggle to get past because they just don't, it's keeping them revs up. They don't have obviously the experience to, you know, do certain things. And you know, like we were saying earlier, well, maybe we should try this, but you've got to remember these drivers are 5, 6, 7 years old with not a huge amount of race experience.
Yep. One of my new favourite comments to say in this sort of situation, which I discovered, I learnt at Lark Hall last weekend for the British Champs, was he's got the pace, now he just needs the place.
Is that a pun?
No, it's not a pun.
No, it's factual, yes.
Yeah, it's factual. He's got the pace, he just needs the place. Quotes, yeah. It's my quote, that is. Trademarked. It's mine. Don't steal it.
Tom might next round.
Well, no, he's already tried to steal it from Lark Hall when he was with me. So
if he mentions it, I will
give him a good kick.
I'll pull him up on it.
Yeah, give him a good kick.
Leaders then are making their way up now, and they're going to catch up with this extra two laps of action up onto the back of the 28 of Tommy Clark. Clark's going to go wide and allow the leaders to come through. Good awareness then.
Yeah, good driving there from Clark.
From the 28, he picked up you'd seen the blue flag down at the bottom end of the circuit. Harvey Bacon's going to come through and round the outside of him as well. 1.1 seconds now is the gap, but the laps are running out. Anthony, the board is out already. And unless something happens, they are coming up onto another back marker that may well play into the hand of Harvey Bacon. He could probably have done with another lap or two, but he's still there or thereabouts, should this one not go the way of Oman or Cormac in front.
You could be right indeed. So eyes on our top two at the moment. As you say, that last lap board is out. Super defensive from Oman. But down the inside again, Cormac tries to get that move done into that top hairpin, and he can do that move into the top hairpin. Gets to the lead on the last lap with only a couple of corners to go. Now the hard work comes in because he's got to defend from Oman.
Tickled the grass on the way down the back straight to try and come through. Oman's going to try and get the cut back. Harvey Bacon behind them with a side-by-side. Cormac has a look over. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to get the win? He's had 3 heat wins so far, but he's not going to win the final. Josh Cormac wins by 0.013 of a second from Austin Oman and Harvey Bacon, the top 3. Absolutely nothing between them over the line. And Josh Cormack is already round. He's going round hairpin number 1, and he is punching the air in delight. An unbelievable race from our youngsters.
Less than 0.05 of a second separated first, second, and third over the line. I have to say a huge congratulations to Josh Cormack there, side by side over the line. Great commitment to holding that position, but as well, I have to say a huge well done to Harvey Bacon as well, because what a recovery from that one. This is the action that you saw there from that one. You could see Bacon there. He's in a prime position now. If anything goes P-Tong, he could take that win. But here, through that curb section, you just see it there. Covers that inside line nicely, looks across, and right there, oh, so close. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, Bacon kept his foot in just trying to win that and ended up and over the curb as well. Such determination from Harvey Bacon. And he came so close, but in the end had to settle for third. But you got to think he started that battle for that place 5 or 6 laps back and about 3 seconds further down the road. So just to get on the back of that, imagine what happened if we'd have had 1 or 2 more laps.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
So that's one final in the history books. 5 more to go then here. Next one up, Junior Pro Kart. Pole position will go the way of the 120, the flying farmer Lennon French. He will start alongside the 48 of Harvey Still. Row 2, Caitlin Frame and the recovering Maximus Shields will start on the outside of the second row rather than the inside, which he did in heat number 3. Sophie Pawsey and Joe Arnold complete the first half of the grid here in Junior Pro Kart. 7th will be Sebastian Pereira with the exact same amount of points as Kieran Savage, but by virtue of some finishing positions, he will start in 7th with Savage in 8th, respectively. O'Connor, Hogarth, Oblang, and Allen complete the 12 runners in our Junior Pro Kart class.
Good stuff.
Were you looking for anything in particular then out the window?
No, I was just wondering, there's a moth on our window. I was wondering if it's on the inside or outside. I think it's on the inside. It's on the outside. There we go. It's been a long day. Oh dear.
I took one for the team there by just
You did.
tapping
You could have killed all of us there by poking that moth. You don't know what it could have done.
Junior Pro Kart then making their way down the back straight. As we've seen, it doesn't take them too long to get these ones gridded up. 12 of them out there, but not short of action. Short of drivers, not short of action, that's for sure.
Well, no, exactly that. Yeah, they give us some fantastic racing again. Who is going to take the win this time around? It's been an up and down day for the majority of this field, but it's been a solid day at the moment for this race for Lennon French. The green machine starting once again on the front row. What can he do this time now that it's time for the final?
This one is all about Max Shields and how quickly, as we saw, he could start on the previous one, but he was in 3rd place and he could get through down the inside of Harvey Still, who once again puts a fairly aggressive angle on that number 48. And this one is Max Shields, and how quickly can Max Shields get through? And in that time, can Lennon French break away? As they grid up, just having a quick look, PS Karting was saying fantastic last lap, and that must have been for the Bambinos because it certainly was. Last few runners then, rolling into position. O'Connor, Hogarth, Oblang and Allen. And Hogarth, who's not had an easy day today, had at least one retirement. There are our front runners from the drone. And you can see that aggressive angle from Harvey Still and that kart towards the apex of the first corner. And the whole grid now into position. Start line Marshall has the green in hand. We are about to go racing here in Junior Pro Kart. The green is up. The green is down. We are away and racing as expected. Shields makes a fantastic start. This time makes up 1 place, but it is only up into 3rd rather than 2nd in heat number 3. And now let's see how long it takes him to get past Harvey Still. Will he throw a move down the inside into hairpin 1? on the first lap. He doesn't, but I imagine that there's one coming from the very racy O-plate of Maximus Shields, because he won't want Lennon French to break away, as everybody managed to make it round hairpin 2, albeit some of them up and over the curbs. He can't get past Harvey Still down the back straight either. And in doing this, Lennon French already has a gap of around about 4 or 5 kart lengths, and Maximus Shields, not only for this final but also for the championship, needs to find a way past Harvey Still, and he needs to find a way through in the opening couple of laps for sure. We do have an extra 2 laps. We're up to 12 for Junior Pro Kart final, but they will run out very, very quickly, I'm sure.
Gemma Still joins the stream. Come on, Harvey, you got this. Proud, love, mum. There we go. Support from mum on the stream there. It's always nice to see. As we see there, Maximus Shields go down the inside of Harvey Still. But look at that. Harvey defends furiously, but now side by side, as you see there, Shields got the switchback and has now made the move done out of the corner. And again, you've got Caitlin Frame there, who's just joined the back of this frame. And, well, there goes another one. As they join the now 3-way battle for second.
Speechless. Just speechless, Anthony.
My puns are brilliant.
2 laps in the bag then of this 12-lap final, and Maximus Shields is now up into second place, but is 1.2 seconds off the back of Lennon French. He is, however, being pushed along by Harvey Still and Caitlin Frame, so as long as those two can keep pushing him along, hopefully they'll bring it all the way up into a 4-kart battle for the lead, but it does require a little bit of teamwork. Down the back straight, Shields has a quick look over, does the little hand signal, let's go forward and not fight.
Yeah, there's no point us battling for second. Let's battle for the lead. Let's work together. Let's close the gap. Let's keep an eye on the gaps, because it is 1.2 seconds when they last cross the line. Let's see what it is this time, as we see the 77 of Pawsley get down the inside of the number 2 of Joe Arnold. Gets that move done. Crossing the line.
He doesn't.
Oh,
they're all off. Pawsley's off. Arnold's off. Looks like we've got another one off there as well. Let's try and have a quick look. They were side by side over the line. And we've got one
21.
driver, the 21, Sebastian Pereira, and that's an abrupt stop in that tyre wall.
He's given us a nod, so he's okay, but he's just very disappointed.
So we thought that move was done. In the end, it was done, and it was done in the tyre wall, unfortunately. Sebastian Pereira, they're going to try and get that kart going again. I think he's given the marshal a quick okay, but he has stopped fairly abruptly in them tyre wall, and let's see whether Seb can get that kart back. Although I think he's got some issues there. I think he's revving. I think the 21 is off into retirement. We do have a black flag as well, Anthony. It's come up on the screen. The driver will be notified in due course as well. I'm sure the marshals are being done so. The number 2 of Joe Arnold has been black flagged as part of his involvement in that incident, Anthony. So first time we've seen one of them here at Teesside under race conditions for certainly in the junior class, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And Joe Arnold's number 2. I think he's going to roll that kart round now into thing. I think he's been notified by a marshal. He hasn't actually been shown a black flag yet. He will be in due course.
Yeah, of course. You know, that incident happened right under the chief steward here this weekend, Ken Potter, who's on the hill at the final corner, and again, just right under the nose, and yeah, probably the worst place to do it. Straight under the nose of the steward, or the steward's nose.
Yeah, no hiding, no shying away from that one, is there? No shying away at the front either, as Lennon French is continuing to open up a gap. It was 1.2 before all that excitement earlier on. It's now 1.8, and the 120 of Lennon French, the driver in his final year of juniors before he has to step up due to age restriction into the seniors from Dundee, is well on his way to clean sweeping the weekend here. The 2 of Joe Arnold will roll off into pit lane. I think he's got some problems as well. Actually, that kart's going reasonably slowly, but he's still picked it up, and off he will go into the pit lane as part of his incident with Sophie Pawsey and Sebastian Pereira, which has seen at least 2 of them now off into pit lane. Pawsey, the only one of those 2 circulating. She's down in 10th place, although still within touching distance of Kieran Savage and Matthew Allen.
So, keeping an eye then on the gap at the front. Lennon French leading His last lap was the fastest lap of the race, 46.331, responding to the potential danger of Maximus Shields closing in. That gap is now over 2 seconds, 2.078 seconds. He lost nearly 2.5 tenths that last time around, and that is not the way we want this final to go. With 6 laps to go, those gaps need to be coming down for Shields, but at the moment it's looking good for French.
Another 2 tenths then for French as he eases the gap out to 2.2. And part of the problem is that Shields has lost his rear gunners in that Still and Frame have dropped away in their own battle for 3rd place and the final step on the podium, meaning now Max Shields is having to try and close the gap with just his own power and no slipstream. But out at the front once again though, Lennon French, he's got his own power and no slipstream, and he's opening up that gap at the rate of around 2 tenths a lap.
Yeah, exactly that. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one as we're looking at the 48 on your screen of Harvey Still and Caitlin Frame. Still nose to tail, trying to keep up with Shields at the moment, but Shields, like you say, pulling away from these two, but not gaining, as once again Lennon French, fastest lap of the race once more, 46.302, takes another 2.5 tenths out of Maximus Shields. He is flying out there in this final.
Just going quicker and quicker, and obviously no team radio, but I'm sure if there was, somebody would be telling him just to steady on a little bit, because throwing in fastest laps beyond half race distance when you've got a gap of around 2.5 seconds, you don't want to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and throw it away. We've seen that happen on a number of occasions where the leader, chasing times rather than victory, has spun out of contention. Over the line though, French will come through. 3 laps remaining then in Junior Pro Kart.
Exactly that. I mean, you don't just see it in karting, you saw it in top tier motorsport as well, i.e. Formula One, if you can remember the great Ayrton Senna at Monaco. He was leading by such a way, he had lapped by the entire field, and the mechanics and his team principal Ron Dennis at the time said, you know, slow down, you're leading the way far too much, and then at that point then crashed into the barrier and lost the race. And you know, it's things like that that can get to a driver when they're leading in such a way.
Yeah, you don't want to be chasing the times when there's a championship at stake, and there certainly is. This one is going to close the gap up for Lennon French with 2 remaining. Well, having said that, Maximus Shields has done everything he can in terms of damage limitation. He was facing the wrong way at hairpin number 1 on the opening lap of the opening Junior Pro Kart race of the day. He's come back through the field into a 5th place, a 3rd place, started the final in 4th, now up into 2nd, so it's damage limitation for the O-plate, and he's limited it about as well as he can do, having those issues earlier on. I'm sure he'd have liked to have picked up a race victory. He has actually led in heat number 3 when he got back down the inside of Lennon French, which is great for him to come back through. But now in the final, French has found that extra couple of tenths. He will see the last lap board when they come through this time. The gap will be out probably, I imagine, to beyond 3 seconds as they come through, as French continues to push in that 120. 46 seconds to go then in this final, as Maximus Shields and Harvey Still both set almost identical lap times, a 46.343 to a 3.44 for those two as they push their way through. And still, Lennon French is opening the gap up by another 1/10 of a second, even though the 2 behind are setting personal best. In doing so, though, Still has gone with Shields and has dropped Caitlin Frame in that what was their battle for 3rd place a few laps ago. And it looks like now the podium is going to be set here at Teesside. Round hairpins 3 and 4 for our race leader. He's won 3 heats so far today. They call him the Flying Farmer. He's been flying all day. Lennon French in the 120 wins Junior Pro Kart. Max Shields gets 2nd. Harvey Still completes the podium from Caitlin Frame in 4th place. Ben Hogarth is going to get 5th in the 68, having started the final down in 9th place. Jacob O'Connor's going to come through, a career best 6th place for him in the 42, holding off Christian Oblang, Kieran Savage, Sophie Pawsey and Matthew Allen complete the top 10 and all the remaining runners here in the Junior Pro Kart class. Has Murray Adams been on again, Anthony?
Murray Adams has been on again. he likes the drone footage. So well done, Alpha Light production crew, for your drone footage there. Well done, well done. And Murray Adams also then goes, Lennon driving like this, a big John Deere. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you know what it means.
It's because he drives a tractor.
There you go.
Because he's a farmer.
Well, there you go.
That's why we call him the flying farmer.
There you go. I call him the green machine.
Because he's quick.
Because he's quick. There we go. Excellent running then from the junior Pro Kart category for their final. More finals coming up. And, of course, coming up next, it's one of the big ones. It's time for Honda Cadet.
On the Cadets then, already out onto the circuit. Jared Fox-Whiteley will start in pole position. Alongside him on the front row, the 87 of Tom Holden. Row 2, Leon Barlow and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson with Lewis Goff and Thomas Potter on row 3. Row 4, we'll see Ben Adrian alongside cousin Melissa. The top 10 then completed by Larry Price and Ben Robinson. The 6th row, we'll see the 46 of Ethan Charles alongside the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. Kyle McLean and Alex Lynn, 13th and 14th respectively. Jensen White and William Howard share the same number of points, but White will start in 15th, Howard in 16th. Minto and Peacock on 17th and 18th there on row 9. The top 20 then completed by Joseph Yao and Harris Ali, with Kieran Logan and Mason Webster on row 11. Row 12, Holly Swan and Ollie Carter. The grid then completed in terms of Hondas by Samuel Yeadon's 118. Then we have our Micro Maxes of Sebastian Corking's 52 and Riley Buckton Young in the number 66. 25 Hondas, 2 Micro Max make up this 27 kart grid here at Teesside Autodrome. And our championship leader having added to his points haul throughout the day with 3 race victories so far. Will start the final from pole position. Alongside him, Tom Holden, Leon Barlow, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 2. The top 8 are in position. We are then awaiting the rest of the field to come through. We'll expect to see Larry Price and Ben Robinson come into position. The next 2 will be sent on their way. Should be Ethan Charles as number 46, I believe. We'll wait for him, although it looks like he might not be there, Anthony. It looks like we could be missing a driver, although I think he's there. He's just having a quick chat with the marshal. And the 46, he could have a problem or two. We're just going to have a quick wait and see what happens and see whether they allow him to take up his position. But there could well be a gap on the inside of the number 13. It's the 46th of Ethan Charles. He is being sent forwards, but it's where that kart is sent. Does he have a mechanical issue? Do we have an issue? It looks like there could be a gap there now. The 12 of Minto. It looks like Ethan Charles. We're just going to see what's happening with that kart, but it is stationary just off the camera to the right-hand side of your shot. And we're going to see where the number 46 goes. Doesn't look like it could be a mechanical, or they'd have sent him back. There's Ethan Charles. He should be starting this race in the vacant berth behind Larry Price and in front of the 12 of Kyle McLean. And he's got his foot relaxed on the wheel. Let's see, have a look what's happened. Looks like he's got his, it looked like he's got his race gloves off, but it looks just like they're a creamy colour anyway. It looks like they're just blending in. So we've got a driver there off on the outside. Looks like Ben Robinson's got his arm up, although he is actually just pointing up towards our drone. Thought he was having some sort of technical issues there for Robinson. The barrier being moved into place. The final few, the 2 Micro Maxes are into position. And let's see what's happening with Ethan Charles. Looks like something could be missing from that kart. We're going to see whether we can find out what the issue is. It's actually, I found the problem, Anthony. It's the lid to his fuel tank.
Oh.
It's just being screwed back on, and now with us being gridded up, it's whether he is now allowed to retake his place on row number 6, or whether he has to go all the way to the back. Looks like he's going to get his place.
I see. I like that. I like that. I had an issue. It was rectified. have your place back. Let's get this race underway. We like that. Looks like that could be Dad, who's out of breath, running all the way from the pit lane. Who said dads can't run?
He certainly can. He put a shift in there to get that one down, but it was the fuel tank lid, and that's been placed back on for everybody's safety, of course. Green is up, green is down. We're away and racing. It's going to be a good run down into the first corner. The drone sees the 97 of Ben Robinson get an absolute flyer all the way around the outside. He could well be up onto the back end of the top 6 if he can stick it out all the way around the outside. We've got a spinner on the outside of National. That's the 2 of Mason Webster facing the wrong way, and he's going to drop all the way down. He's had a good day so far, and he's dropped a number of places down the pack.
A good start then from 99.9% of the Honda Cadet field as they slide past the drone shot down the back straight into the top banking section. And again, one car getting washed out massively wide there. Slots back into the position, albeit now maybe even lost a place or 2 there.
Huge amount of understeer as well. Could have been the 6 axle, I think, there of Alex Lynn, just understeering wide round that south bank corner. And let's see what happens. Lewis Goff sets the fastest lap of the race on the opening tour then of the Teesside National Circuit. 2 extra laps. We're up to 10 for this final. Strap yourself in as the leaders making their way down towards the first hairpin. And Fox Whiteley, Barlow and Holden. Goff as well, nose to tail. Down that back straight, Goff a couple of kart lengths back. There they are, nose to tail, and this wide back straight here of the Teesside National Circuit. Round the bank, south bank corner where you just want to hook that inside white line. And the leading trio still nose to tail.
There, 9 laps to go as they exit out of the final hairpin. Hand gesture from Fox Whiteley saying, think, don't battle yet. In fact, don't battle at all, he's probably saying. Just stay behind me, don't overtake. That's probably what he was saying. But, you know, he wants to try and break away from the rest of the pack as quickly and efficiently as possible. You know, because that gap is, there's a group of 3 at the front, but then you've got the group of 2 just behind as well of Goff and Adrian, Ben Adrian that is. You know, they're right there behind, and then there's another small gap, and then it's Thomas Potter and then Larry Price who are kind of separated the next 2.
Problems, Anthony off screen, down the back straight. Joshua Sullivan in the 13 came out of hairpin 2, planted the throttle and then had absolutely no power whatsoever, and that car is stationary on the back straight and it's on the outside just where drivers tend to turn in, so the marshal needs to make his way over there because we've got a car on the line and we're going to have the yellow flag out, which could potentially ruin some overtakings, places down into South Bank unless they can get that moved fairly quickly. And it looks, for all intents, like the throttle cable might have gone on that one because he got a bit of power and then absolutely nothing at all.
I think you could be correct on that one. Throttle cable's probably the main cause of that mechanical issue up there. So, again, couldn't happen further away from the paddock if it tried. Big shame there. Action, though, at the front because we have a new race leader. And, oh, my goodness me, contact between 2nd and 3rd there of Fox Whiteley and the 87 of Holden. Now Fox Whiteley drops down into 3rd and is almost being swallowed by the main pack of the number 4 as well of Goff, who's trying to get past, can't do so. Stays behind, but action at the front of this pack.
Jared Fox Whiteley then, with 3 wins to his name so far, is now down in 3rd place. And out at the front, a driver that's never won a race here at Teesside, never won a heat, but he'd love to win a final, so that's for sure. The 42 of Leon Barlow, he's in his final year of the cadet class. The driver from Chorley in Lancashire now leads, and he leads at half race distance from, well, he will be when he comes over the line for this 10-lap final. Fox Whiteley's going to try and go all the way around the outside of South Bank, but I think that's an optimistic move. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson's 88 is off as well. That's on the outside of hairpin number 2. She's looking down to the front. She was up inside the top 10 in 8th place, having run in the top 4 for most of the race. There's a contact warning, there's a warning flag out as well. That's for the 87 of Tom Holden. He's in 2nd place as it is so far.
There we go. So action all the way through this field, and again more mechanical gremlins cropping up here, there and everywhere. You know, it's been a long day for all of these drivers and their karts. Yellow flags out in that sector, so no overtaking. That limits their opportunities here. But then again, people could get a good run out of there onto this next back straight. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts. And again for second place as Fox Whiteley dives down the inside of Tom Holden, moves up into P2, and as well as the 38 of Potter gets past Ben Adrian as well. And that's 2 for 2 there as well, because now Potter gets past Lewis Goff as well.
The 38 is on a charge, and he's had a quick helmet tap as well, although I'm not sure they're going to let him have that one. Tries to get alongside Fox Whiteley over start finish. So the 38 of Thomas Potter absolutely flying, and he's up into 4th place, taking 2 places in 2 corners at the expense of Lewis Goff and Ben Adrian. We're still nose to tail with 3.5 laps remaining for the outright victory then here, and Leon Barlow in the 42 leads, and he's opening up a gap of a couple of kart lengths. Holden gets his head down behind the steering wheel. Fox Whiteley's head's down behind the steering wheel. Thomas Potter's so small he doesn't need to get his head down behind the steering wheel, but he's going to go through down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley. Almost carries too much speed into hairpin 3. It's another 2 for 2 for Thomas Potter. The driver, the 9-year-old from Boburn, County Durham, is absolutely flying, and he's moved up from 6th place up into 2nd in 2 laps. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, great driving from that young man, Thomas Potter. Now a new personal best time for him as well, 47.518, and dives to the inside now as well and takes the lead from Leon Barlow as well. The 87 of Holden tries to follow through as well, can't quite do it, slots in behind. You can see there the 42 of Barlow holding on, goes defensive, can't hold on to it, now moves down into P3, and it looks like the O-plate of Fox Whiteley wants to join this party as well, because he's about to dive down the inside but can't, stays behind. And all this meanwhile, the Thomas Potter as well is now breaking away and has moved now well into the lead.
48 of Ben Adrian comes past Lewis Goff. They're side by side, though, over start finish, and Goff returns the favour, even with a little bit of side pod rubbing as they go over. Nothing untowards there between the two of them. Just two, and plenty of respect between the two, but it has opened up a gap now, and Thomas Potter is coming through. Fox Whiteley goes to the inside of Tom Holden. He was 4th about half a lap ago. He's now up into 2nd place. So the top 2 now in the championship, top 3 in the championship are in the top 3 positions here at Teesside. Potter in front of Fox Whiteley, Holden, and Leon Barlow, who was leading a few laps ago, is now back down into 4th place.
Yep, this is great stuff from these drivers into the final section now. Last lap board will be out this time to the 38 of Thomas Potter. It's lap 9 of the race, and ring that dinner bell because there's contact for 3rd place. Holden spins as Barlow dives to the inside of the D chicane and can't do it. There at the front as well, you can see Barlow now under pressure as well, because Fox Whiteley is trying to make moves on Potter also. Through the infield chicane they go, down the back straight. Potter goes defensive, Fox Whiteley follows.
Fox Whiteley switches from left to right, trying to get through. Thomas Potter making that number 38 as wide as he possibly can. Goes very tight. Larry Price is off into retirement in the 79. Back onto the final corner though. Potter goes defensive. Can Fox Whiteley get alongside? I don't think he can. He's come through. Thomas Potter's arms in the air already. He's come through from nowhere to win the final here at Teesside from Jared Fox Whiteley. Leon Barlow gets 3rd, but that last lap incident, the previous lap incident with Tom Holden, not sure whether that one will be looked at or deemed a racing incident. Ben Adrian will get 4th. Sebastian Corking gets 5th outright, having come through the pack. 5th up in the Hondas will go to Lewis Goff. Robinson, Charles, McLean, Holden and White complete the top 10 in our Honda Cadet class. And Thomas Potter, and rightly so, Anthony, is overjoyed with that one. Came out of absolutely nowhere at the start of that race, moved up onto the back of the top 6, and then was just picking them off corner by corner.
There you go. He certainly found the waft from that Honda engine and certainly showed some true driving talent there. And again, hand in the air as he comes across the start-finish line, celebrating with style, and he will look forward to the revels in the pit lane in just a moment.
I think there'll be congratulations aplenty with that one. Fantastic from Thomas Potter in the number 38. There's a lot of noise down there as well, so I think there's plenty going on here. at Teesside. The sun, as you mentioned, Anthony, is out. You can see the Riverside Stadium to the left in the background, the car bridge to the right-hand side as well here at Teesside. And as we wait for a couple of drivers, looks like Stansmore Wilson is going to be able to get back into the paddock under her own power. It looks like that front left is a bit flat. Ah, dear, flat tyre, not the best. Lots of congratulations coming in then on the stream. Murray Adams comes in. Great to see Thomas Potter win after the most horrific week for the poor kid. There you go. Yeah, you got to say that as well. Marks Alexander as well comes in saying Thomas Potter is so exciting to watch, and again, a great result from that one. And Jacob Briggs as well. Come on, Thomas. So lots of support out there for Thomas Potter, and to come away with a race win like that after such a great performance in that final as well was incredibly good to see. But a dramatic end then to our Honda Cadet final. More finals are coming up, and next up, like I say, it's the start of the two-stroke finals. It's time for Junior and Minimax. I feel compelled to do the grid again for this one. I was about to say we're halfway through the action, and hopefully halfway through the finals, halfway through the action. Just going to see whether you fancy doing at least half the grid. Well, I'll do this grid and I'll see how I feel afterwards. Bella Franklin starts on pole position for this one. 150 points collected after all the heats today. Alfie Wallbank, again, just 5 points behind, starting on the front row of the grid in second place. Then it's Oliver Buckton there, 144 points, just 1 point shy of starting on the front row there in third place, with Isaac O'Shea in fourth place on row number 2. Lizzie Mentier on position 5 on row 3, with Lucas Miles alongside, with both 137 points equally. But of course, I'm guessing they take that from finishing positions in previous races. The final order of the grid on row number 4, Catherine Potter and Oliver Watson round out the grid. Circuit is clear, Anthony. I think we should be about to go racing for final 4 of 6 here at Teesside. Once again, it will be a rolling start for our juniors and minis. I think it's time to put my sunglasses on. There's a roof on here, Anthony, and the sun is not in front of you. But it makes me look cool. I do like them sunglasses. They are very nice. Do you know why? Because I can see my reflection in them. Oh, God. I thought, actually, you just broke them. Oh, dear. It's all right. The day's nearly done. I'll go back to Silverstone after this. Thank you. I'll drive you if you want. In the boot. Tied up. Juniors making their way round then. They'll be the first to see the green flag mini. We'll see it a short while after. Juniors will come through then side by side. Bella Franklin on pole position. Wallbank in second place, and Wallbank has to slot in. He moves straight across as Isaac O'Shea. Oliver Buckton gets balked mid-corner. He's going to drop from third place down into fifth. Can't get back in front of Lucas Miles. And now Alfie Wallbank and Isaac O'Shea have to try and rein in Bella Franklin. Mini's going to come through then for their start. It's going to be Mentier from Potter and Watson over the line, as it has been for most of the day, as the juniors make their way round. And still, Oliver Buckton cannot find a way past Lucas Miles for fourth place. Though Miles does offer one up on a plate by going very wide round hairpin 3. Buckton can't take advantage. Over start finish then they go. And this time, rather than it being Oliver Buckton on the back of Bella Franklin, it's going to be Alfie Wallbank and Isaac O'Shea. Yep, great start then from both the fields here in the junior Rotax and Minimax classes. In towards the infield section, you can just see there under pressure again is Wallbank from O'Shea. And again, they're just a little further back as well. Miles and Buckton still battling fiercely once more. But again, everyone's starting in position. Look at the different racing lines there that O'Shea was taking. He went super wide into the entry of hairpin 3 there to try and get the switchback potentially out. It didn't work this time around, but that just shows that he is experimenting with where he can position that kart. Needs to find a way past Alfie Wallbank if he wants to do anything about Bella Franklin, because as we've seen so far today, when it gets to lap 4, Bella Franklin just checks out at the front and starts to move away. And let's see whether either Wallbank or O'Shea can do anything. And at the moment, Wallbank still drops his head behind the steering wheel a couple of times, has a quick look over his shoulder. It was a busy back straight for him, even though he didn't have to do anything with the steering wheel. And the gap still 0.3 of a second, but O'Shea needs to try and find a way through if he wants to get back onto Bella Franklin. And we've seen so far this season how very evenly matched those two drivers are. It's the first time we've seen Alfie Wallbank get himself into the mix. I think for the first time we might see Alfie Wallbank on a podium as well, so it's good to see him up there mixing it with the front pack. And a quick look out the window to see where we are in the minis, and it's still Mentia and Potter nose to tail. The timing screen says 2/10 between them, and that's about right. Once again, as they come over, you'll see them in a few moments. They will update as Potter sets her personal best time and closes the gap ever so slightly on Lizzie Mentia. The gap, though, still around about 1/10.5 between 2/10.5, sorry, between the two of those two.
Yes, indeed. At the end of lap 3, 8 laps to go then. We start lap 4 for the Junior Rotax final in towards turn 1. Race leaders breaking away. Franklin from Wallbank. Then it's O'Shea on your screens there.
Buckton has managed to now find a way past Lucas Miles, although in doing that it's taken him 4 laps and has dropped him 5 seconds off the back of the pack in front of him, which was Wallbank and O'Shea, and he's been battling with them for most of the day. So Oliver Buckton, who's struggling to get past Lucas Miles, has dropped well away from the top 3. And now, unless anything happens to these 3 drivers in squabbling over the lead, because so far Bella Franklin hasn't been able to shake off the large shadow of Alfie Wallbank in his number 64 machine. He is right on the back of Bella Franklin. This is the battle at the lead of Mini, with Lizzie Mentia in the white and blue machine. 3 race wins so far today, being hounded once again by Catherine Potter's number 20. The gap's 3/10 between the two of them. Potter only been close enough for 1 move all day, and that took her to the head of the pack in heat number 3, albeit only for a lap and a half.
You may not have this issue yourself personally, but I think Catherine Potter needs to watch out with her hair coming out the back of that helmet. It's flailing fairly low, I will say.
Yeah, I can assure you, Anthony, that I don't have that problem. I have a problem finding it. So, for those of you, because I don't get a lot of camera time, but I don't have a lot of hair either. So that's where Anthony's second lack of hair joke for the day has come through. I can't help but feel persecuted.
Hey, I could have done them a lot
What
more.
I'm going to do is I'm going to round up all the other bald people in the paddock, and then we're going to take you into a dark room and beat you with a stick.
Tremendous. Back to the racing, though, to try and get off that subject very quickly before it all goes P-tong in my favour. Look at this. Franklin under some major pressure now from Wallbank, because Wallbank has found some waft out of nowhere and has closed right up to the back of Franklin. Now, you were saying that Franklin, after about 4 laps, checks out. Not this time. I think Wallbank has found some extra pace from that kart and has closed that gap up and now is piling on the pressure. O'Shea, on the other hand, seems to be starting to drop back slightly from this too.
3 comfortable race victories so far then for Bella Franklin, and now at the business end of the race day, she is having to work for this one. They're going to come up to the back marker of Oliver Watson ever so shortly. I've seen Lucas Miles has had a bit of an incident off cam as well. We saw the yellow flag out for him. Blue flag is out for Oliver Watson. Let's see see what happens there. I think he may just pull to one side and allow the leaders to come through. And they have actually dropped away with Isaac O'Shea. So it's going to be a 2-kart battle for the lead. O'Shea's going to get a fairly comfortable 3rd. But don't think there's anything you can do so far unless Franklin and Wallbank come to harm in the remaining 3.5 laps. Out of hairpin 4 then. They'll cross the line. There'll be 3 remaining in this junior Rotax final.
Good stuff from the entirety of the field. So as we go through with now 3 laps to go, it's Franklin who leads the way for the junior Rotax class from Wallbank. O'Shea, Buckton and Miles round out the 5 karts for that. Then in Minimax, it's Mentier. Then it's Potter and Watson as they go through. But eyes on this battle for the lead as Wallbank tucks in as much as humanly possible to try and close that gap up. Close enough, I'd definitely say it was lunge distance, but no lunges seen so far. As they go through, there's only a couple more opportunities to get a job done because Blink and the last lap board will be out for these drivers. It's not out this time around. They cross the line now, 2 laps to go. Last lap board will be out this time. So Franklin doesn't look like even shredding a bit of sweat at all.
No, but not able to check out at the front though this time, and she will still come under pressure from Alfie Wallbank. She hasn't had a look over her shoulder at all during this race, but I'm fairly sure she knows there's another kart there right behind her. Wallbank gets his head down behind the wheel, 1/10 between them, but not close enough down the back straight to stick a nose down the inside into South Bank. In fact, I think he was a lot closer on the previous lap than what he is on this one. He's certainly not in overtake mode just yet. Last lap board will be out when they come over. He closes up well out of hairpin 4, but it's not a prime overtaking spot. Enough that he gives Franklin a little tap over the start line. If there was any doubt that he was there, she definitely knows now as Alfie Wallbank right on the back. And he smells a first victory here at Teesside. But in doing so, he's going to have to get past the resident driver here in the 43. And Franklin so far today has been absolutely faultless.
Well, yes, still faultless because there, what Wallbank is expecting Franklin to do is to go defensive. But she's not. She's staying on the right racing line. She's getting the momentum out of the corners, and it's just not allowing Wallbank to close that gap.
Out of the final corner then, she's had to work for it, but Bella Franklin will come through and win the final in the junior Rotax class. Alfie Wallbank will step on the podium for the first time in second place. Isaac O'Shea gets the final step on the junior podium. Oliver Buckton will come through in 4th place, having had that tough opening couple of laps trying to get past Lucas Miles. In the mini class, Lizzie Mentier has opened a gap now of almost a second back to Catherine Potter. She's going to continue her winning streak in the number 50. She's won most of the races here today. David Mack in the 16 not here to bring the challenge to her. Potter's tried throughout the day and has even led a few laps, but Mentier will take the checkered flag and the top step on the podium in the Minimax class from Catherine Potter and Oliver Watson on the final step of the Minimax podium.
Excellent stuff from the junior Rotax and the Minimax class. They make their way into the pit lane, and of course some of them heading to the weighbridge to make sure that they are all above board.
There we are. There is our scrutineer who we caught up earlier. That's Ben, and we'll just be checking the weight as they go over the new sunken weighbridge here at Teesside. Last year we were driving up and onto it. This year sunk into the ground along with the new Parc Ferme area and the new dummy grid area, which has been a welcome addition to the paddock here at Teesside and has really brought the venue up a notch in terms of the off-track facilities here at the Teesside Autodrome. Next up though, Senior Rotax.
I don't think I like the way you looked at me when you said Senior Rotax. You gave me a bit of an eye. I think you should read the grid to redeem yourself.
You were telling me to say Senior Rotax. Daniel Kell, he will start and defend his 100% record today from pole position, 150 points for the O-plate. He starts alongside Ashley Savage on the front row, Martin Fisher and Paul Swan on row 2, Tom Reeve and Chris Crowther on row 3. Row 4 sees Lee Bell and Andrew Freeman. The top 10 then completed by Josh Redhead and Jake Simpson, Emma Brown and Christopher Stokes on row 6. Row 7 has Christopher Dark and Max Prentice with Lauren Taylor completing the 15 kart grid. Just having a quick look, trying to count them out the window. We could be missing Lauren Taylor actually. We saw her have an issue earlier on. I can't actually see her kart making the way around. The Fernando Alonso livery kart certainly not there on the back of the pack. So we are one down already in Senior Rotax. Leaders don't making their way through. Let's see if we can get a clean start of this one. The green is up. The green is down, we're away and racing, and Daniel Kell has got an absolute flyer as well. Who's that coming up into third place? Looks like it could be Max Martin with a good start. Let's have a quick look. It could be as well. It is. The 59 comes through. Swan is up into fourth. Reeve fifth. Crowther in front of Freeman, and Max Prentice has already got past a number of drivers. He's having to come through, obviously, after not picking up any points in heat number one after that exclusion.
Yep, so for the senior Rotax, good start then as everyone slots through. Side-by-side action there as we see the number 3 plate of Max Prentice trying to get past Christopher Stoves. Looks like he's managed to do so. Slots into position, has now got the pink helmet driver just in front of him as well as they cross the line of Andrew Freeman, the 97, but Daniel Kell crosses the line. Fastest lap of the race, 41.031. Rest of the field slotting through. There it is, the number 3 as we were just talking about there. Max Prentice diving down the inside now, though, of Andrew Freeman. Freeman defends, can't get the job done, tries to get the switchback move, and successfully gets past on the exit of the corner. The rest of the field slot back into the position. Oh, there as the 65 had to adjust and avoid there. Jake Simpson managing to get past Andrew Freeman as well, albeit a very unorthodox way of doing it.
Carried a lot of speed, didn't he, through there? Carried probably a little bit too much, actually, round South Bank. That's why I had to check out off the racing line. He caught up a little bit too quickly to the back of Andrew Freeman, although did indeed in the end have enough time to dive back down the inside into hairpin number 3. Behind this pack, we can see, we're about to see them come into it. Max Prentice is flying in that number 3. Now past Chris Crowther and up into 6th place. He's not too far away then, off the back of Tom Reeve. And the battle in front of him, Anthony, this is it. And they are battling between Paul Swan, Martin Fisher and Tom Reeve. They're all side by side. And Max Prentice will like the look of this battle in front of him. And there's still a podium here that he could get. A podium from near the back. And Daniel Kell, the race leader, is off on the grass, and there is huge problem for the O-plate. The engine is off already, and there's a mechanical issue for our race leader. And what has been a faultless day so far is going to end with Daniel Kell's hands on his head.
That is an absolute disaster for the O-plate. A dominant day ends in disaster, as you say, and a huge amount of disappointment you can feel radiating from that driver.
The championship leader will see valuable points going away. Ashley Savage will take over at the head of the field. He's been nowhere near a race victory up today because Daniel Kell has been dominant. And now, as Daniel Kell will have to spend the remaining 7 laps of this race watching this race from the marshal's post. The gloves have been thrown to the ground in anger. But however, the helmet is off, which normally is a sign. Normally the drivers just leave their helmets on because they don't want to engage with many people, but the helmet is off and the gloves are unfortunately on the floor.
Yeah, disaster there, but of course that now inherits the lead to Ashley Savage, who is leading the way comfortably at the moment. But drama up at the top hairpin as well. It looks potentially like the O-plate. It was Lee Bell, the man who was looking strong there. That's 2 O-plates that have lost their karts now here. What is going on?
The 162 O-plate and the 177 O-plate both falling into retirement here at Teesside. I had thought it was another driver actually, because they're very similar livery, similar suit, but Lee Bell in the O-plate kart shows us number 2 on the timing screen. He is off and into retirement as Paul Swan goes down the inside. We've got a mechanical flag for Jake Simpson. Let's have a quick look at that. He's currently in 7th place. Let's see if we can spot what that is, Anthony. He's going to come through here with the white helmet on. What's the issue there?
Bumper.
It's another bumper.
It's the Euro-style rear bumpers. That's 3 this weekend at that Euro-style, the plastic style, against like the UK version where it's the metal back. Yeah, it just keeps falling off.
So we've some issues there, and once again that is going to cost Jake Simpson some valuable points. I think he will be round to complete half race distance, so he will pick up points, but he's only going to pick up points for 14th because, well, certainly he's completed more than Bell and more than Kell, but he's going to pick up some points. As Prentice has got some issues as well. He's forced wide onto the rumble strip. He's down into 5th now. He was up into 3rd. He's planting the throttle into that kart, because now he's got work to do. Up into the top 3 goes Paul Swan for the first time. He's never stepped on the podium here. Neither has Martin Fisher, and Max Prentice would quite like to get back into that 3rd place actually, but he's got some work to do. 4.5 remaining for the number 3 to come through. Paul Swan and Martin Fisher then side by side down the back straight. Tom Reeves up into 2nd place as well. The Swan comes through. Simpson will once again get the mechanical flag when he comes through, but I think he might know about it this time. And that's Prentice then right back onto the back of Fisher. He's in 5th place, has run as high as 3rd earlier on. As Jake Simpson pulls off into the pit lane. I'm not sure he knows what it's for, but he will do when he gets out and realises his bumper's not fastened on one side. And I think we've seen them all actually. The right side is actually the one that's come away.
It has always been the right side. Again, it could be just the characteristics of the circuit. Maybe clipping some of those high curbs out there, you know, and it's just grabbing them and causing them to come off from one end. But yeah, that is 3 Euro-style rear bumpers that have come off in many different classes out of the Rotax category, which is a huge shame. 4 laps to go though, and we are seeing here Max Prentice now caught up to the back of Martin Fisher and Paul Swan. Slightly carried a little bit too much speed into the 3rd hairpin there, and as the time he gained, he lost, and now he's caught it back up again as he's got a much better exit out of the first chicane and through the first hairpin, and is right on the tail end now of Fisher. Fisher now going defensive out of some of these corners. There you go, big look over the shoulder as they whiz past the drone. And super close racing from these drivers. People don't realize how close it is to battle, and there is the move there, nice and clean. Prentice down the inside of Fisher gets that job done. Now is on the hunt for Paul Swan, who's opened up just a schmeckle of a gap to them in front.
Once again, that schmeckle is 3/10, which I think is pretty much what it has been all day as well in Anthony's judgment of gap. But now Paul Swan has got a lap and a half to defend from Max Prentice. And Paul Swan, having not stepped on the podium, it's under increasing threat from the number 3. Prentice has already been up into 3rd place so far in this race and then dropped back down into 5th, having run wide onto the rumble strip. Not sure whether that was at his own volition or with some assistance as well. The last lap board is out for Ashley Savage. He brings the 79 over the line. One more lap for Reeve in 2nd place as well, and one more lap for Paul Swan to hold on from Max Prentice, who closes up through the D chicane section up onto the back, but it's single file through there. Will he throw one down the inside into hairpin 1? Swan parks the 95 in the middle of the track.
Support on the side of the track as the 17 crosses the line, Chris Dark, but eyes here at the front on this last lap between the battle for 3rd place. Ashley Savage is leading the way comfortably at the moment, and the checker flag's going to come out shortly.
He's already out of hairpin number 4 over the line. Ashley Savage, he's very happy with the victory. Tom Reeves going to get 2nd, and for the first time, Paul Swan in the 95 is going to step onto the podium here at Teesside. Max Prentice threw everything at him, including going incredibly flat out over start finish and almost not making the D chicane on the final lap. He had to get on the brakes very, very quickly in order to stop that one going over the grass. Fantastic race once again for our drivers. Disappointment for a number of others who retired at mid-race. The top 3 then, Ashley Savage, Tom Reeve, and for the first time in the top 3, the 95 of Paul Swan, holding off Prentice, Fisher. Crowther takes the win in 177. Chris Dark's come through into 2nd place on the podium in that class, having been absolutely nowhere all day other than in the paddock and in retirement. Christopher Stowes will take the final step on the podium. Congratulations to all of our drivers who will be making that step in around about half an hour's time during the trophy presentation.
Well, now it is time.
23 down, 1 to go.
1 to go. The final race of the weekend, or the day's racing here at Teesside. It's time for what I like to dub the Cadets on steroids. It's time for Senior Pro Kart.
recovery quad of Salvation is off to collect Lee Bell. Daniel Kelscart is being wheeled through the tyres. Final grid of the day then is almost upon us. It will be Senior Pro Kart, and let's have a quick look at where everybody's points have put them on the grid then here at Teesside for this final. Josh Volkus is 148. We'll see him on pole position alongside Aaron Alexander. Connor Jupp, Kieran Lambert on row 2, Mason Barker and Connor Lucas on row number 3. Scott Tate and Jack Morris will share row 4, Thomas Braid and David Brown on row 5, Connor White and Jake Richardson on row 6. 13th place sees the 11 of Jake Brooker. He's alongside the 20 of Jessica Alexander, with Jensen Barker and Simon Dougherty on row 8, Mark Tate and Callum Booth on row 9. The top 20 will then be completed by the 151 of Brandon Truman Reddish. He's alongside the 64 of Darren Lowe, with David Brewis and Joe Burrell on row 11, Wes Grundy and Owen Spears behind. 25th will be Thomas Lowther. He's alongside the 119 of James Dennis, Josh Eden and Steve Nichols, with Harry Burrell and Craig Harris completing the top 30. Jonathan Allen, Jordan Guy, Neil Catlow, Dan Fulsham, Andy Lees, Joe Grinsell in 36th. The final runner will be the 183 of Albandale.
The recovering Lee Bell just went past on the, what do you call it?
The recovery quad of Salvation.
The recovery quad of Salvation. He gave a cheeky wave as he went past. So he's still in good spirits despite the fact that, he had to retire from that last race.
We need to get a sponsor for the recovery quad.
We should.
Yeah, I like it. You know, I've been to ice hockey before, where like the away sin bin is sponsored by like a local skip company.
Yeah.
And I'd quite like to just have a sponsor for the recovery quad, so every time it goes out, we can just drop them a little mention.
Well, how you call it the recovery quad of Salvation? How about the Salvation Army? There you go.
Yeah, if you're watching from the Salvation Army, get in touch.
Get in touch. We'd like to put your logo on that quad. Well done. Congratulations.
Final race of the day then is almost upon us. The circuit is being cleared as we speak. That is a very busy dummy grid for our senior pro karters. Just having a quick look there, that's Jake Brooker in the 11. Behind there, the 124 of the returning Jensen Barker. Mark Tate behind in the 81. He's had a tough day so far. Look for him to try and come through, certainly into towards the top 15. The rumble of Honda Power.
Oh, you could have said it.
Way out.
You didn't say it. It's the rumble in the jungle.
No.
Missing out on a good one.
I'll leave the puns to you.
Yeah.
They will make their way around then. That's Josh Volkus in the number 5. Last year he was wearing the O plate here at Teesside, and the year before that as well. Chose not to contest it. This year that one was actually won by Jack Dex. He'll be here in 2 weeks' time for the British 24 as part of the number 43 MS SoCo Select outfit.
Hello, Jack. Jack did very well at his last appearance at Donington Park, where he was racing in an LMP2 in the classic or the historic category in there. He did very well.
Certainly, he knows how to handle a steering wheel, doesn't he?
He does. That's about it, though.
I'll let you tell him.
Jack, if you're watching, David made me say it.
Drivers then making their way onto the grid. The top 6 already in place. We've just got to wait for the other 31 to make their way up and onto the back. It's a patient wait for those at the front, or an impatient wait for those that don't like waiting. Josh Volkus, one of those. He's already had a quick look over his shoulder already. The drone cam is low. You see the back of the pack making their way through. Looks like we could be missing the 183 of Alban Dowell, because that will be the penultimate row just in front. That's Joe Grinsell on the right. He's had the exclusion earlier on in the day. Andy Lees with the yellow background and the black novice cross alongside him down there on row number 18. Just having a quick look as well. On the outside there, you'll see that painted hatching on the outside.
What is that for?
That's because the man that sat out in front of my commentary box, along with a lot of other people here, did quite a lot of drifting. here at Teesside, and they use that part of the track. So they go from where the barriers are on the outside of the National Loop or a bit further up, all the way down the back straight, round South Bank, and then through hairpins 3, 4, and the dogleg section. Yeah. And that's why you'll see a certain number of them around the outside of the track. These white boxes with the hatching across them, clipping points.
I've just noticed as well that you could do some fantastic NASCAR racing here.
Just oval.
Just the oval. Can we do some oval racing? Teesside, can we do oval racing, please? Thank you. I'd come for that.
All of these senior pro karts.
Yeah, just do the oval. That would be amazing. Let's do it.
They're in place though, and the final race of the day is almost upon us, unfortunately. So it does mean we'll have to draw the stream to a close in around 15 minutes' time. Looks like Joe Grinsell at the back, just having a quick chat with the marshal. Green flag is in hand. The final race of the day is upon us. The green is up, the green is down. We're away and racing. And there's been a fantastic start by Aaron Alexander from the outside of the front row, and he's moved in front of Josh Folkus into lead. We've got a couple of spinners. Jordan Guy's involved there as well. Joe Grinsell's 199, not for the first time today in the wars, and he is going to drop all the way down to the back of the pack. Let's see if everybody can make it round hairpins 1 and 2 complex. Looks to be very clean so far, Anthony. It looks like everybody's going to make their way through, with the exception actually of the 112 of Dan Fulsham. His green kart facing the wrong way at hairpin 2. 3 wide round South Bank, and it looks like that's a change for second or third place, is it, as Connor Lucas comes through. Scott Tate as well is actually the battle for 4th, and there's still 4 wide in the middle of the corner.
Again, battles at the front as well, because Folkus may have lost the lead, but he's fighting strong for it. He's had to slot back into position as they cross the line. Connor Jupp, though, with the fastest lap of the race that time around. 49.588 as they exit through. There's a great shot there of the speed that they carry. One of the cars getting washed out wide. It's the 14 of Kieran Lambert who gets washed out slightly wide. Slots back into position, albeit loses a couple of places as the rest of the field slots through. Great running as they go through the infield hairpins.
12 laps of senior pro kart action. The first 1.5 already in the bag before we could even blink here at Teesside. And I don't expect it to ease up anymore before the checkered flag in around about 8 or 9 minutes' time. Alexander continues to lead from Folkus, and Connor Jupp behind the top 3, having broken away from Scott Tate, Connor Lucas, Mason Barker. They were those drivers that were 3 wide round South Bank around about 2 minutes ago, and it has opened up that gap. Let's see whether Scott Tate can close in. It's just under a second, and he is starting to pull away actually from Connor Lucas. You'll see him come into shot. There he is. So he's got 3 or 4 kart lengths, because Aaron Alexander is already defending venomously into hairpins 1 and 2. Will Folkus get the run down the back straight? Let's see whether they can out-drag our drone, but they're still going to be 3 wide, are they there? As there's a move for Connor Jupp down the inside of Josh Folkus and up into second place for the 35.
Yep, great racing for these drivers, and great stuff there from Connor Jupp now. Back into second place and fighting now for the lead. The rest of the train follow through. We're looking there at the 24 just in shot as well. That's Jack Morris there, middle of the pack, currently running in 7th.
So leaders then in Clubman sees Mason Barker in 6th, Connor White and Kieran Lambert, the top 3 in that class, in 6th, 9th and 10th respectively. Out at the front though, it's the pro class of Aaron Alexander, Connor Jupp and Josh Folkus. But behind them, Scott Tate is coming along. He's closing in the gap. The gap now only half a second. It was almost a second at the previous lap. And he's bringing the 43 of Connor Lucas along as well. The defending champion who's had a tough day of things after qualifying down in 11th place. Now up into the top 5 for the first time here today at Teesside. We're almost 1/3 of the way into this race. We will be now as Aaron Alexander crosses the line. And he crosses the line. Josh Folkus sets a personal best as he comes through. But the gap is still 3 or 4 kart lengths, because Folkus is back in front of Jupp for second.
Yep, and you could just see there the hand signals from Folkus saying, okay, push me, let's go, let's go. And you can see there he actually got a thumbs up, did Jupp, because Jupp did attach that front bumper to the rear of Folkus's car and push him along. Again, the bump draft as they work together again to try and close that gap in. It looks like it's opened up, but there, Scott Tate, the 31, has closed up, and now that group of 4, or a group of 3, is now a group of 4 as they go through.
I imagine in a few laps' time, if they keep arguing as well, it could be 7 or 8 deep, because there's a huge battle going on behind between Lambert, Braid, White and Morris as they come over the line nose to tail as well, and that's all the way down to 11th place. There they are, flashing through the screen just in front of the 11 of Jake Brooker. He's in 12th, holding off Jake Richardson's 113. Leaders almost at half race distance. They will be when they cross the line the next time. And Connor Jupp has dropped away ever so slightly from Josh Folkers. Aaron Alexander managing to hold firm. The gap 4/10, but it looks a lot closer than that as they go round hairpin number 3. As once again, Scott Tate closes up under braking on Connor Jupp.
You can see he's pushing that kart to the ragged edge, because you saw the little steering corrections there under braking. Had to keep that car in control. Alexander crosses the line. Falkus really close up on it. A warning going out to Mark Tate, the 81. But eyes here at the front, because look at that. Falkus, the number 5, has closed right up to the back now of Aaron Alexander, the 38. Looks over the shoulder. Defensive goes Alexander. That's going to compromise his exit out of hairpin 2 down the back straight. Massively defensive once more into the banking section, and again Falkus sticks to the normal racing line, carries the speed but doesn't send a lunge down the inside here, but it looks like he's lining himself up for the switchback move coming out of this one here as well.
Yeah, it's getting very racy at the front, isn't it? But it's also getting very front from Aaron Alexander, and I imagine that this one is just going to back them all into the pack unless they're still maintaining some reasonable pace. What were they like on the compared to the previous lap times? We'll have a quick look in a few moments, but Alexander, Folkers, Jupp, nothing between them, less than 2/10. Scott Tate right on the back as well. There he is, throwing that kart in sideways, the 31, under brakes hard as well, as Alexander once again parks the 38 in the middle of the circuit, and then we'll move all the way to the inside. Folkers is going to follow him as well in the slipstream. Is that going to open the door for Connor Jupp all the way round the South Bank loop? Hugging that inside white line. Jupp's going to try and throw one down the inside of Josh Folkers. And the pace, Anthony, has slowed noticeably, and the whole of the pack is coming to play.
Yep, it was a group of 4. It's now a group of, looks like 8 karts as they cross the line. It's actually only 7, if I learn how to count. There we go. 7 karts for the lead as they cross the line, but still being led at the moment by Aaron Alexander. 4 laps left on the timer, and you can just see that the commitment there all the way through the field as Scott Tate tries again to go down the inside. That's allowing Connor Lucas and Mason Barker to close in as well. This is seriously heating up here for the final race here of the weekend at Teesside.
Down the back straight they go, though. There's a reason we call this one the main event, and it's because it never fails to disappoint here in Senior Pro Kart. And Aaron Alexander having backed the pack up. Connor Jupp goes down the inside of Josh Folkers. Folkers is going to try and get the switch back. Jupp's going to go wide, and Folkers is straight back into second place, and even has the audacity to shake his head about it.
Well, the reason he's doing that is because it's allowing Alexander to break away. Look at the gap Alexander has got now from just that one move from Jupp. Jupp is used to this style of racing. He's used to this close format of staying in single file and not going for those lunges. But again, he just went for that opportunistic move. It was there, the door was open, he did it. You know, why wouldn't you?
Obviously thought that Folkers wasn't making enough inroad into Alexander's defensive driving style, and felt that it was his turn to have a go at it. Folkers, though, in returning the favour, didn't quite share the sentiment.
No, indeed. 3 laps to go then. Last lap board will be coming out after this next lap, and again, here they come then across the start-finish line. The gap now half a second from Falkus to Aaron Alexander as they go through turn 1 now. Great drone shots here showing the speed they carry through turn 1 and through the S's.
Hard on the brakes for hairpin 1. Aaron Alexander, a driver who in the past we've seen has quite an exciting driving style. Has really tightened that one up in the last couple of months with a switch from his previous car onto this new Haas chassis that he's got. He's really tightened up his driving style, but he's brought the pace with it, and at the moment with 1.5 laps remaining, it looks like he could be bringing the winner's trophy home with him. The last lap board is in the hand of the start line marshal. 46 seconds for Aaron Alexander to hold his breath, for the whole Alexander camp to hold their breath as well. It's his mum's birthday, and he's going to be giving her a trophy as a present if he can hold off Josh Folkers, albeit he sets the fastest lap in trying to close the gap.
Here we go then for the final time through into the infield hairpin now. That gap has seriously closed up now as Volkus is trying to find any way he can. You can see there Alexander really defensive into the banking section. Volkus follows. Volkus slots back into place. He's not making any ground, as well as Jupp is right there in third place. No positions here, but there's only one corner left to do it, and I don't think he's going to.
Out of the final corner, Alexander goes tight in, so that has compromised his exit ever so slightly, but Volkus has already thrown his head back. He's already conceded, and Aaron Alexander wins the final here at Teesside. Volkus and Jupp complete the podium. Tate, Lucas and Brown behind. The Clubman podium sees Mason Barker, Kieran Lambert and Thomas Braid on that one. All youngsters on the podium. Darren Lowe will pick up the 40s victory, and let's see who's going to pick up the novice crown. It's going to be over the line. I think it's going to be the 59 of Craig Harris is going to pick the trophy up in the novice class. Some wonderful racing once again. There's your top two going down the back straight. And Josh Volkus, like I say, he'd already given that one up out of the final corner. Just wasn't close enough to make inroads into the number 38 of Aaron Alexander.
Well, I have to say, amazing racing from the senior Pro Kart class, and amazing racing from the entirety of today's paddock. We've seen it from the oldest to the youngest. Just amazing racing all the way throughout.
It's been fantastic, hasn't it, Anthony? And I'm sure you've enjoyed your first visit here for karting at Teesside. I know you've been up for bikes before, but I often say, and I know that I'm here every month, so I've got a slightly biased way, but this is, for me, one of the best IKR championships, and I think today the drivers out there in all 24 races have just shown that the drivers here, the circuit itself just lends itself to some nice driving. The championship growing with every round. We've grown from 85 entries at this time last year. We're now at nearly 130, so the championship growing through every round here at Teesside, and we'll be back to do it all again next month for a double header on the 21st and 22nd of August. In the meantime, obviously with Alpha Live, next week we are at the Kartmasters British Grand Prix as well as Wilton Mill for Super 1. The week after, we're back here at Teesside for one of the jewels in the British karting crown. It's the 24-hour kart race from Teesside Autodrome.
Exactly that, yeah, no, absolutely fantastic stuff on it, and it's been such a good day. It'd be a bit horrible to finish on something sad, but I do have sad news to report from the Motorland Aragon circuit in Spain. Unfortunately, 14-year-old Moto3 rider Hugo Milan has unfortunately passed away from an accident at the Motorland circuit in Spain. So our thoughts and prayers go out to all his family and friends and his teammates as well out there in Spain. A massive shame to hear.
Very much so. I don't think there's any much more to say then from the racing day other than thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the British 24-hour race live on Alpha Live Productions and the 24-hour karting page. From myself, David Sullivan, Anthony Jordan, everybody at Alpha Live Productions, thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you again